So now at this point we want to start working on our audio and video calls. So for us to be able to do that, we need to have the WebSockets. And the WebSockets, for you to use WebSockets, you need to make sure that you use the asynchronous gateway in our Django. Okay, so for us to be able to use those ones, you need to make sure that we have the Django Channels and also the Daphne. So what we're gonna do, we need to come to our terminal here. So open your terminal, and first of all do what? We're gonna close the server. So then we're gonna clear first. So to install that one, you can use this simple command. So pip install. So then we're gonna say install what? Channels. Okay, so channels. Then from there you can put this one to have the Daphne. Okay, so like that. So now, so because me I've already installed them, so make sure that you install them. Okay, so let us check. So currently you can see I have them. So when you install yours, you will have different packages that gonna install. Okay, so then from there, now we can be able to do what? Now we can go back to our code, and then we'll be able to add it to our settings.py here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add for Daphne, you need to make sure that you put it in the top here. Okay, so remember that one, so it must be on the top in our installed apps. Okay, so then from there we need also to have we need also to have the channels. Okay, so we're gonna say channels, so channels like that. Okay, so make sure that you have them like that, so that we'll be able to do it, to use it in our application. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to set up our so as you come here in our, so this one, so we should use now this one. So this is the modern one. So this one is not recommended for such things, and also it's not good for production. So what we need to use it is what? The ASGI. Okay, so we need to come here. So in our ASGI, so we need to add some few things. Okay, so the ASGI, so this one is the part we're gonna do the configuration. So the ASGI configuration, so this is the modern Django server interface. Okay, so ASGI simply means the asynchronous server gateway interface. So it's the successor to the WSGI. So it handles both the HTTP request, and that is the traditional Django views, and also WebSocket connections. Okay, that is the Django channels, and also it also handles the HTTP2 and also WebSockets, long polling, and others. Okay, think of ASGI as the traffic controller. So the HTTP request comes in, and it is being routed to to the Django views, and when our WebSocket connection comes in, it is routed to the channels consumers. Okay, so the reason we need this one, the standard Django only handles the HTTP, that is the WSGI. So WebSockets need a persistent connection, so that is the ASGI. So this file gonna tell the server how to route to different protocol types. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do here, we need to have the import. We're gonna say import. So the first one we're gonna import it is OS. Also we're gonna from Django, so from django.co.asgi, we need to import we need to import get ASGI application. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say from channels. Okay, so from channels dot routing, we need to import we need to import the protocol type router, and also we're gonna have the URL router. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need to have the from channels. So from channels.auth, we need to import the auth middleware. So auth middleware stack like that. Then from there we're gonna say from, so what we're gonna do, we need to do so first of all we need to set up that one. So the first thing that we're gonna do here, we need to, we're gonna say we need to say that we're gonna first of all set the Django settings module. So this is required before importing any Django module. Okay, so we're gonna say OS. So let us have a gap here. Gonna os.environ. So dot set default. So set default. Then you're gonna say Django. So Django settings. So settings module. Okay, so like that. Then from there I'm gonna say telehealth. So telehealth dot settings. Okay, so this one, so we take the name and also the settings here. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the protocol type router. So this is the top level router that decides is this the HTTP or WebSocket, okay, and then gonna route accordingly. So gonna say application. So application here is equals to what? Our protocol. So protocol type router. So this one we're gonna have gonna say what? So this one should not be there. So this one should be here. So like that. So then we're gonna have the dictionary. So first of all, we're gonna start with the HTTP protocol. That is the traditional Django REST API, like admin panel, static files. So we choose the standard WSGI application. So we're gonna say HTTP. So this one we're gonna say what? Get ASGI application, like that, okay. So then for the WebSocket, so WebSocket here gonna say what? We need to say that gonna say WebSocket. So WebSocket. So this one we need to use the what? The auth middleware stack, okay. So then from there we're gonna have later we're gonna add our WebSocket the routes here, okay. So we need to make sure that you do like that. So now after doing that, now we need to go to our what? To our consultation. So we need to go to our consultation where we were last time. So where were we? Here, okay. So remember that we had the serializers and we worked on some where we had the call session. So we need also to have another one. So we need to have another one for what? For initializing the calls, okay. While making the calls, we need to have the one that will be responsible for initializing the call. So the one that's gonna provide the data we need for initializing the call. So we're gonna say class. So we're gonna say class call what? Gonna say call initialize. So call initiate, okay. So call initiate request. So request serializer. So serializer, like that. Then we're gonna say serializers dot what? Serializer, okay, like that. So then we're gonna have what we need here is the consultant ID. So because this one is coming from the patient or the other, so or the consultant, so we're gonna say serializers dot what? UUID field, like that. So then we need to have the call type, okay. So call type here is equals to what? Serializers dot what? Choice field, okay. So the choice field, like that. Then we're gonna say choices. So choices here will be what? From our call session, okay. Then we have the call type, okay. So we have the call type choices. Then the default, we need to have the default here. So the default will be the video call, okay. So like that. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we can be able to do what? Now we're gonna start working on the views, the ones that will be responsible for what? For routing, for starting calls, ending calls, like that. So we're gonna use the what? The standard request, okay. So then we're gonna say from here, we're gonna say from, we need to have our imports. So from REST framework, we're gonna import status. We're gonna say import status, okay. So then from there, we're gonna say from REST framework dot decorators, we need to import what? Our API view, like that. Then we're gonna need to import our permission classes, like that. Then from there also we're gonna say from REST framework. So from REST framework dot what? Dot permissions, we need to import what? Is authenticated, like that. So then from there we're gonna say what? So from REST framework, so REST framework dot what? Dot response, we need to import response there, okay. So that is it. Then we're gonna say from REST framework dot pagination. So dot pagination, we're gonna import the page what? The page number pagination. And also from there, we're gonna say from Django. So from Django dot utils. So dot utils here, we need to import what? We need to import, gonna import time zone. So time zone. Then from there, gonna say what? From Django. So from Django dot shortcuts, we need to import what? Get user, okay. So get object or for okay. So then from there, gonna say from Django. So from Django dot models. So Django db, not models. We need to import what? We need to import the models. Okay, so that is it. Then also we need to import logging. So we're gonna say import logging like that. So now from there we need to have the, we're gonna say from our consultants. Okay, so from consultants.models we need to import our consultant profile. Okay, so consultant profile, and also we're gonna do what? So then from the serializers, so we're gonna say from serializers, from dot serializers, we need to import what? We need to import, gonna import what? So here we need to have the call session. So call in that one, and also the call session serializer. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need also to import the call session, and so we have imported what? So we need to import from our models. So from dot models here we need to import the, can import the appointment, also the call session, yeah, like that. Okay, so we need those two. So then we need to define our logger here, so because we're gonna use it, so we're gonna say logging. So logging dot what? Get logger. So like that. Then we need to have the name. Okay, so the name like that. So now after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, so these are the REST API views, so the HTTP endpoints for our call management. Okay, so these views gonna handle the HTTP request from our Flutter application. So they will validate the incoming data. We're gonna have the call service layer for business logic, then gonna return what? Return a formatted JSON responses. Okay, the reason why we have the REST and also the WebSockets in this part, the REST is for actions like initiate call, end call, get history, and things like that. But for WebSockets, for real-time events. Okay, incoming call, call status, like that. So think of it like REST, it is the remote control buttons, so like the discrete actions. Okay, so but the WebSockets is like the live TV feed and others. Okay, the one that is continuous, so streaming. Okay, so we need to start working on what? On our views here. So now for the first one, the first endpoint. So the first endpoint here, we're gonna start with what? So we're gonna start with the one that will be responsible for initiating the call. So we're gonna say at API view. So at API view here, then we're gonna say what? This one will be a post method. So like that. So then we're gonna have the permission classes. So at permission classes, like that, we need to make sure that they are authenticated. So it's authenticated like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, it is to define our endpoint. So initiate. Okay, so initiate. Okay, so initiate a call. So what we need to pass it, just a request, like that. So then this one gonna do what? So we're gonna say, so this one gonna start what? So start, so we're gonna say start what? So start a new what? A new consultation request. Okay, so like that. So this is the first step when the patient wants to call a what? A consultant. Okay, so the request that you want, we need to make sure that they have the consultant ID and also the call type. Okay, so we need to do what? So the first thing that we need to do here, so what is going to happen here is that we need to validate the consultant if they exist and if they are available. Okay, then we need to create a call session in database. Okay, so then we need to send a WebSocket notification to the consultant. Okay, so makes the maybe they decide to ring, like that. Okay, so then we're gonna return the session details to the patients in the front end. Okay, so and what we need to make sure here, it is only the patients can initiate what? Calls. Okay, so consultants can't call patients. Okay, patients must request. Okay, so that is it. So now, so the first thing that we need to do here, we need to have the only the patients can initiate calls. So we're gonna say if request, so if request dot what? User dot role. Okay, if it's not equal to what? If it's not equal to patient. Okay, so if it's not equal to patient here, we need to return a response. So we're gonna say response here. So we're gonna have the error. So the error here, gonna say what? We're gonna say only patients can do it. Only patients can initiate calls. Okay, so initiate calls like that. Then we need to have the status. So we're gonna say status. So status, you're gonna say what? Status dot what? So status dot http 403. So http 403 forbidden. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to validate the request data, the one that we're gonna get. So we're gonna say serializer. So serializer here, so the serializer here is equals to what? Call initiate what? Serializer. Then we're gonna get the data from the request. Okay, so we're gonna say request. So we're gonna say request dot what? Dot data. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is valid. So if the serializer, so serializer dot, if it is not, we want to make sure if not, if the serializer is not valid. So if it is not valid here, we need to return a response. So we're gonna return response. So the response here, we need to do what? We need to say serializer dot. So from the serializer we have the errors. So we're gonna say serializer dot errors. Okay, so then from there gonna have the status. So the status here will be what? It will be a 400 bad request. Okay, so we're gonna say status dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. But if it is valid, we need to extract now the validated data. So we're gonna say consultant. So we're gonna get the consultant ID. So consultant ID is equals to what? Is equals to from the serializer dot the validated data. So from the validated data, we need to get what? We need to get the consultant. So consultant ID, remember that we need to send them like that. Then we need to have the call type. So the call type here is equals to what? I'm gonna say serializer. So serializer dot validated data. So from the validated data, so validated data like that. So then we're gonna say call type. Okay, so but you need to get, okay, so you need to make sure that you put the get here. So get method there. So then call type, if it is not there, we just need to have a default. So the default here will be what? Be the video call. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now from there we need to do what? So we need to have additional validation. So the serializer validates the data format, but we need the business logic validation. Okay, so here gonna say try. So gonna say try here. So we need to say from consultants. So from consultants dot models, we need to import what? Our consultant profile like that. Okay, so from there we need to verify the consultant exists and meets all the requirements. Okay, so we're gonna say consultant. So the consultant, so consultant profile. Okay, so we're gonna say what? We're gonna say consultant profile. So consultant profile dot what? Dot objects. So we're gonna say select related, this one. So for this user, so we need to get what? Gonna get, so get here, we need to get the ID if it is equal to the one that we're gonna get, the consultant ID if there is. So then we're gonna check if the user role so is equals to what? So is equals to consultant. Okay, so the user must be what? Be a consultant. Okay, and also we need to check if the user, so user underscore, don't forget that one, is what? Is active like that. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna set it to true. The account must be active. Then we're gonna say it's verified. Okay, so it's verified is equals to what? Is equals to true. So we need to make sure that they meet that one. So we need to check the real-time availability status. So consultant can toggle this in the what? In the app as we did in the previous sessions. Okay, so we're gonna say if not consultant, so consultant profile dot is available. So it's available. So if they are not, we just need to return what? Response. So response, then we're gonna say what? Gonna have the error. So then the error here, gonna say what? Consultant. So consultant is currently unavailable. Okay, So unavailable, like that. Then from there we need to have what? We need to have the status. So the status will be what? HTTP 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. So now if our try fails, so we need to accept that one. So maybe the consultant profile does not exist. Okay, so the consultant profile does not what? So does not exist, like that. So we need to return the response. So the response here gonna say what? So we need to have the error. Okay, so then the error gonna say consultant. So consultant does not what? Consultant not found or not available. Okay, one of them, not found or not available. Then it has status. So we're gonna say status of what? 404, HTTP 404 not found. So now after that we need to do what? We need to come here below. So let me first of all save this one. So make sure that yours also look like this to initiate the call. Okay, so now after you have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to initiate the call. Okay, so this one we're gonna delegate to the service layer, which is gonna handle the database creation, WebSocket notification, and also for the fee calculation. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So what we're gonna do, so we need to come here in our services. So remember we created the services here. So we need to come below our what? So even if you can separate them, if you feel like the file is getting too large, so we're gonna say class, gonna name it consultation. So consultation service. Okay, so like that. So this one will be what? We're gonna be the call, gonna put it in what? Gonna say call. So call session. So call session management. Okay, so like that. So this service gonna, so this service class gonna handle the core business logic for the calls here. So the reason why I separate like this is just to make to keep our code organized. So where the views gonna handle the HTTP request and also the response, and the services here gonna handle the business logic, database operations, notifications. Okay, so then we're gonna have also somewhere we're gonna handle what? The WebSocket real-time communication. Okay, so this separation makes the code easier to test. So that is you can be able to mock the service in the view test, and also it's reusable. You can call it from somewhere else, and also it's still maintainable. Okay, so what happens is that the first thing that we need to do here, gonna have the static method. So static method, then we're gonna say what? Gonna say def, then initiate. So initiate call. So like that. Then what we need here is the consultant ID. Also we're gonna have the patient user. Okay, and also we're gonna have the call type. So these are the things that we need to pass. Okay, so that we'll be able to, so by default there we're gonna have it as a what? As a video. So this one gonna do what? So let us have a documentation string here. So we're gonna say starting a what? So starting spelling. So starting a consultation request. Okay, so consultation request. So that is it. So the first step, this is the first step to, so when the patient calls the doctor in Flutter, so this method runs. Okay, so here gonna validate the consultant exists and is available. Gonna create the call session record in the database, gonna send the real-time notification via the WebSocket, then we're gonna return the session details to Flutter, like that. So the reason why we need to do this one, the database record tracks the call for billing history and also analytics. Okay, so then the WebSocket notification gonna alert the consultant instantly, and then the session ID connects all the subsequent what? WebRTC signaling. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna try. So we're gonna, first of all, we need to do what? So the first step that we need to do, we need to validate the consultant. So which we're gonna do what? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy the one that we had here for validating what? So this one. Okay, so we're gonna copy this one, so we're gonna paste it here. Okay, So then we need to make sure that we do it. So this one should be here like that. Okay, so like that. So this one should be consultant. So this one should be consultant ID, so consultant. Okay, so we need also to change that one in the views, so because we passed it not in the way that I want. So consultant. Okay, so consultant. Okay, that is it. So we get it from here, the consultant, like that. Okay, so we need to come here. So this one should be what? Consultant. Okay, so consultant ID there. Okay, so that is it. So now after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, now we have the what? The profile and the checks that we do. Okay, so we need to have the consultant. I'm gonna say consultant user. So consultant user is equals to what? Is equals to our consultant. So consultant profile dot what? Dot user. Okay, so that is it. So that's how we get the user. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if the consultant marked themselves as available. Okay, so this one will be a soft check, so which obviously they can toggle the availability. Okay, so we're gonna say if not the consultant profile, so consultant profile dot what is available. So if they are not available, so we just need to return none. Okay, and also we're gonna say what? We're gonna have this one. We're gonna say consultant. So consultant is not what? Is not available. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now after doing that, so after doing the first step for getting the consultant profile, now the second step that we need to do, we need to create the call session where we're gonna generate the unique session ID for tracking. Okay, throughout the call. So we're gonna say session ID. So session ID is equals to what? Gonna be a string of the UUID. Okay, UUID. Then we're gonna say UUID what? UUID 4. Okay, like that. So that is it. So this one gonna create the session ID. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the call session. So we're gonna say call session. So call session here be what? Call session dot what? Dot objects. So dot objects dot create. Okay, so we need to create. So here gonna pass the session ID, so which will be our session ID. Gonna say session ID. From there we need to have the consultant. So the consultant. So the consultant here. So consultant is equals to what? To our consultant. So our consultant user, like that. Then from there we need to have what? We need to have the patient. So the patient will be what? Will be our patient user, and also the call type. Okay, so the call type will be our what? Is equals to the call type that will be passed here. So either video or audio. And then from there we're gonna have the consultation fee. So consultation fee. So consultation fee here is equals to what? We're gonna say consultant profile. So consultant profile dot what? We have the consultation fee. Okay, so consultation fee there. Then we need to have the status. So the status here. So we're gonna say stay. So status is equals to what? So this one we're gonna make sure it's initiated. Okay, so initiated, like that. So that is it. So now, so this is the initial status. So this will change to ongoing, when accepted, and others. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So we need first of all to have the channel. So and as to have the channel, we need to do what? We need to import them in our what? So on top here. So make sure that you come here on top. So we're gonna have the channel and others. So we're gonna say from channels. Okay, so from channels dot layers. Okay, we need to import what? We need to import the get channel layer. Okay, so then from there we're gonna say from ASGI. So this one dot sync. Okay, we need to import what? Async to. So the one that gonna convert the async to sync. Okay, so then we do like that. Okay, so those ones will be responsible for while doing the calls. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to, now we're gonna send what? So after we do that, we need to let us come here. So now we have the session. So now we need to do what? We need to step 3 here, gonna send the real-time notification to consultant. So this one will make either the phone to ring like that. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to get the channel layer. So the channel layer here, we can use the Redis, which we're gonna use later, which we're gonna set up later, and also we can also use the in-memory backend. Okay, so we're gonna say channel, currently it is using that one, so the in-memory. So channel layer is equals to what? Is equals to get channel layer. Okay, so like that. So remember, it's a method like that. When you hover above it, you returns the layer by alias. Okay, if it is not configured like that. So then from there, we need to, after we do that, now we need to have the target to target the consultants personal group. So this one, remember that when consultant connected, they joined the user. Okay, so with their ID. Okay, so gonna say group name. So group name, so is equals to what? So here in the group name, we're gonna say, so we need to make sure that it is a group name here. So we need to have what? User. So user, then we're gonna get the consultant. Okay, so the consultant, so consultant user. Okay, dot ID. Okay, so that is it. So now from there, we need to, this is for notification, remember that. So we need to have the notification data. Okay, so the one that we're gonna send, we're gonna use to send the notification. Okay, so we're gonna say notification data is equals to what? This one will be a dictionary. So then we're gonna have the type, the first one. So this one will be used by our consumers, which we're gonna create later for handling the WebSocket. Okay, so we're gonna say the incoming. So this is what our consumers will see, then it will be able to do it. So this is the method. Okay, so this is the method that we're gonna have for us to be able to do the notification. Okay, so incoming notification. Okay, so incoming notification like that. So we need to create that method, so keep that in mind. So then from there, we need to have the session ID. So the session ID here will be what? Will be our session ID. Okay, so then from there, we need to have the caller name. Okay, so caller name is equals to what? So this one, we're gonna say patient user. So patient user dot full name. Okay, so dot full name. So that one from there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the caller ID. Okay, so caller ID. So caller ID. So caller ID here. So here gonna say what? So this one will be a string of what? Our patient user. Okay, so the patient user. So patient user dot what? Dot ID. Okay, so that is it. So that is for profile lookup. So then from there, gonna say what? Call type. Okay, so gonna say call type, it will be our what? Our call type here. So that is it. Then from there, gonna have the consultation fee. So consultation fee. So this one will be what? Will be a string of what? Consultant. So consultant profile dot what? Consultation fee. Okay, so we're gonna say consultation fee like that. So that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, now we need to send the notification. Okay, so remember, the one that gonna handle this one, the WebSocket, is the one we call this one. So we need to make sure that we do it. So remember, we're gonna create this one in the what? In the consumers. Okay, the one that gonna have the information about calling and others. So here we need to send the notification. So here you're gonna use the async to sync, which converts the async channel layer call to synchronous. Okay, so then, because this service method is what? Synchronous, we call it from the REST API view. Okay, so we're gonna say async. So now, so the async sync, so async to sync. So here gonna pass the channel. So our channel layer dot what? So the group send. Okay, so dot group send like that. So then from there, so here we need to have the group name. Okay, so the group name that we have. Okay, so then also we need to have what? The notification data. Okay, so the notification data. So that is it. So we have the two. So make sure that you have this one, group name, which it is just the ID. so the name of that and also the notification data. Okay, so that is what we are doing. What we're just sending there. Okay, so the notification, so as I said, we are converting it to synchronous from the async, so because our API requires it to be to be synchronous. So after we have done that, you can be able to do some loggers if you want, but what we're gonna do here, I need to return the call session to the view, so that our client will do it. We're gonna get the session details. Okay, so we're gonna say call session, so we're gonna say call session and also none because there's no error. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to accept that exception if the consultant does not so the consultant profile does not exist. Okay, so if it does not exist, we just need to return none. You can also be able to log there. Then I'm gonna say consultant, so consultant not found or not available. Okay, so not available, like that. So that is it. So but if it is another exception, we need to get it, so we need to catch it. So we're gonna say if a exception, so we're gonna say exception as as E. So here we need to do we need to return, gonna return none and also the string of that exception. Okay, so let me save this one. So make sure that you have it like this. Okay, so the one that gonna initiate the call. Okay, so now we need to use it in our in our views here. So where are we? So here in the views, so remember we are just outside that exception. So now we need to do we're gonna get the call session, so call session, and also if also an error can be there, so we're gonna say consultations, so consultation service, so which we need to import on top. So where we had so we need to import it here, so we can just have it where here. Gonna say from dot services, not serializers, services. So dot services, we need to import we need to import the consultation, so consultation service. Okay, so now we need to use it, so we need to come here and we do so we're gonna say consultation service dot initiate call. Okay, so then we need to pass our consultant ID. Okay, so the consultant ID here, so then is equals to our consultant ID. Okay, like that. Then from there gonna have the patient user, so the patient user will be our we're gonna get the user from the request. Okay, so request dot user, so then the call type, so be our our call type. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to return the response. Okay, so we're gonna say if the call session, if we have the call session, so if it is not an error, so we need to do we need to return that. Okay, so we need to return success, so that is to return the call session details. Okay, so we're gonna say response serializer, so response serializer is equals to is equals to our call session serializer, so call session serializer, like that. Then we're gonna pass our our call session. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to return the response. Okay, after we have formatted the data, so here we need to have the gonna return the response serializer dot so dot data. Then from there gonna have the status, so the status here will be is equals to our status dot http 201 created. Okay, like that. So then else it is it's an error. So what we're gonna do here, we need to return the error message. Okay, so from the service. So if it is an error, so what we're gonna return here, we need to have the response, so return response. So the response here, we're gonna have we're gonna have that error, so we're gonna say error. So the error here, we're gonna pass the error we get from the service. So then from there, we're gonna say status is equals to so is equals to the status dot http 400 bad request. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, now we have we're gonna save this one. So this one will be responsible for initiating the calls. Okay, so now from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So now we need to have the one that's gonna start the call, the one that will be responsible for starting the call. Okay, so this one is the one that's gonna transition from maybe from ringing to active. Okay, so we're gonna say we're gonna say API view. so our API view here. So then we're gonna say what, post. So we're gonna say post here like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have what, permission classes. So what, permission classes like that. So then we're gonna say what, is authenticated. So it's authenticated like that. Then we're gonna say what, def start what, so start call. So then we're gonna pass the request and also the session what, the session ID. Okay, so that is what we need to make sure that we have here. So then here we're gonna say what, so this one we're gonna say start call. So we're gonna say start call. So this one gonna transition to what, so we're gonna say transition. So transition so transition from what, from ringing. So from ringing to what, to active. Okay, so we're gonna say from ringing to active to, so this one we need to close there. Then we're gonna say what, to active. Okay, so to active also, this one should be single quote so that we'll be able to do what, so ringing, so that that error will disappear. So let us use the single quote like that. So then from there also this one we put it like that. Okay, so from ringing to active. So this is called when the consultant accepts the incoming call, so and both parties are ready to begin. Okay, so this one, it's different from the initiate call. Okay, so the initiate call, patient says I want to call, then the start call, consultant says I accept. Okay, or both say we are ready. Okay, so the reason we have the separate endpoints, so that is the just to have the clear separation of concerns and the different authorization. So now what we're gonna do after that, we need to try. So we're gonna say try. So try, then you're gonna say what, first of all you need to fetch the call session. Okay, so then you're gonna say call session. So call session here, you're gonna say what, call session. So call session dot what, dot objects. So dot get, we need to get the session ID that is equal to what, the one that is passed here. Okay, so that is it. So now from there we need to have the check. So we have only the consultant or the patient can start the call. Okay, so we're gonna say if request. So if request here, if request dot user is equals to what, is not in this one, so in this list. So we're gonna say call session. So from the call session dot what, consultant, if they are not here, or call session, so call session here dot what, dot patient. Okay, if it is not in that one, so we need to return a response. So we're gonna say response, then you're gonna say what, we're gonna say error. So then the error you're gonna say what, access. So access denied. Okay, so access denied, then you're gonna say what, you are not part of this consultation. Okay, so then we need to have what, we need to have the status. So the status will be what, status dot http 403 isn't forbidden. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what, so after that, after we do the check, so we need to have the dependency check. So if the call already started, so we need to just return the current state. So this one prevents the errors if the network issues cause the duplicate request. Okay, so we're gonna say if the call session, so if the call session dot status, so dot status, so if the call session dot status is equals to what, is equals to ongoing, so ongoing like that. So we need to do what, we need to say serializer. So serializer, so serializer is equals to what, call session. So call session serializer, then we pass our call session. Okay, there. So then from there we need to return the response. So the response, then we're gonna say serializer, so serializer dot data. Okay, so then from there, so then as if the call status, so we need to validate the call if it can. So to validate the call can be what, can be started. So can only start the calls in what, in initiated or scheduled. Okay, status. Okay, so we're gonna say else if, so else if here the call session, if the call session dot status, so dot status not in what, so not in initiated. Okay, so not initiated or scheduled. Okay, so scheduled like that. So then we need to return, so what we need to return here is a response like that. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say error. So then you're gonna say what? You're gonna say cannot. So cannot start out. So cannot start call in what? In this session. Okay, so you're gonna say call session. So call session dot status. Then we say status. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have the status. So we're gonna say status is equals to what? Status dot http 400. Okay, so the bad request. So that is it. So then else we're gonna do it, we need to start the call. So it's gonna delegate all the handling to what? To the service layer. So we're gonna do the database update, the WebSocket notifications, timestamp, and the timestamp recording. Okay, like that. So we need to come here, we need to come just below this one. So just below this one. So then we need to make sure that you say that one. So we're gonna say static method. Okay, so then from there we need to have def. So we're gonna say start. So start call. So we're gonna pass the session ID. Okay, so the session ID and also the user. Okay, so then this one is the one that transition from ringing. So we're gonna say start call. Okay, so start call. So transition from what? So transition from ringing. So from ringing like that to what? To active. Okay, so to active. So to active like that, like that. So that is it. So now we need to do what? We need to try. So the first thing it is to try here. So we need to do what? First of all, to get the call session. Okay, so we're gonna say call session. So call session here is equals to what? Call session. So call session dot objects. So dot objects dot get. Okay, so dot get here gonna say session ID. So the session ID is the session ID that is passed here, and also the status. So the status is equals to what? So the status is initiated. Okay, so initiated, we need to make sure that it's in the pending what state. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have the check, so to verify if user is part of this call. So where we prevent the random users from starting someone else's call. Okay, so we're gonna say if user. So if user not in what? So not in this one, gonna say call session. So call session dot what? Dot consultant. Okay, so dot consultant, and also call session. So call session dot what? Patient. Okay, so if it is not in that one, we just need to return. So what we need to return here is none. So and also we're gonna say what? Access denied. Okay, so like that. So to update the call, so what we need to do here, we need to say call session. So call session, then we're gonna say what? Dot start call. Okay, so start call that method. So the property there. So what happens here is that it updates the status to what? To ongoing. So when you come to our models here, so we have what? We have this one, this method. Okay, so this method here where we pass what? We set the status to ongoing, and then we set the time the started at to that one, and then we save what? To our database. Okay, that is what we do there. So now we just do it like that. So we need now to notify both participants. So both need to know the call has officially started. What we need to do after we set it to ongoing, so the next thing that we need to do it is to notify the both participants. So we're gonna set channel layer. So we're gonna set channel layer. So channel layer is equals to what? Get the channel layer, like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do it is to have the notification. So notification like this. So notification data is equals to what? So the first thing we're gonna have the type. So remember these types, you're gonna create them in our consumers. Okay, so we're gonna say call. So we're gonna say call status. So call status notification. Okay, so notification like that. Then from there gonna have the session ID. So we're gonna say session ID like that. Gonna pass our session ID. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to have it is the status. So the status will be what? Will be ongoing. Okay, so remember these things we're gonna use them in the front end. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to send to both consultant and patient. Okay, so we're gonna say for user object. Okay, so for user object in what, in the call session, so call session dot consultant. Okay, so dot consultant, and also the call session, so call session dot what, dot patient. So dot patient here. So what we need to do, we need to have a group name. Okay, so the group name here is equals to what, is equals to user. So user, then we need to have what, the user object. So for every user object dot id, like that. So then from there, we need to use the async to sync here. Then we're gonna pass the channel there. So dot group what, group send. Okay, so that we'll be able to send to them. So then we're gonna say group name, so group name, like that. And also we're gonna have the notification data. Okay, so notification data, so that one we're gonna need to capture them in the front end. So then we need to return what, the call session. Okay, so the call session, and also none, because there's no error there. But if our try fails, we need to accept that exception. So the first one is what, if the call session does not exist. Okay, so the call session does not what, does not exist, like that. Say, so then you're gonna say what, return, gonna return none. And also you're gonna say what, call session, so call session, so call session not found. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, if it is another exception, so we're gonna say call exception as what, as e. Then we're gonna return, so we're gonna return none, and also the string of what, of that exception. Okay, so we need to make sure that we pass exception there. So that is it. So I'm gonna save that one. So make sure that your start call looks like that. So now we need to come back to our what, so to our view here. So the first thing that we need to do, what, after now we need to get the call session and others. So we're gonna say call session. Okay, so call session is equals to what, is equals to, before we have that one, also we're gonna have an error. So is equals to our consultation service, so consultation service, so consultation service dot what, dot start call. Okay, so dot start call, and then you're gonna pass the session ID, so the session ID here, so session ID, and also the request, so request gonna get the user. Okay, so that is it. So if the call session, if you have the call session here, we just need to have a response. So we need to have a response here. So we're gonna say, first of all, we need to serialize it. So serializer is equals to what, is equals to a call session, so call session serializer. So we're gonna say call session. Okay, so call session, like that. So now the next thing that we need to do is just to return the response. Okay, so the response, then we need to return what, the serializer, so serializer dot what, so serializer dot date. Okay, like that. So that is it. Now else gonna do what, we need to have that error, so we need to return the response of that error. So we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say error, so we're gonna pass that error. Okay, so then we need to have the status, so which is equals to status what, status dot http 400 bad request. So that is it. So but if our try fails, we need to accept that exception, so which means that call session, so call session does not what, so call session does not exist. Okay, so like that. Then we need to return, so we're gonna return, so there, here you can have a response, the one that you want. So then what I'm gonna do here, I want to have a response that will be helpful, so helpful in what, in our front end. So we're gonna say call, call session with this ID, so with this ID. So here gonna say what, session ID, so session ID, like that. So then we're gonna say what, not found. Okay, so not found. Then we're gonna say please ensure that, so please ensure you have what, you have initiated. Okay, you have initiated the call properly. Okay, like that. So then we need to have the status code, so we're gonna say status, so status will be what, status dot http 400 bad request. So after that, if it is another exception, we need to accept it. So accept exception as what? As E. Then we're gonna say what? We need to return response. Okay, so response, you're gonna say error, like that. Then we're gonna say what? Unexpected. So unexpected error occurred. Okay, so like that. Then we need to do what? We need to say please. So please try again. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have the status code. So we're gonna say status. So this one we're gonna say what? Status dot what? http 500 by internal server error. Okay, so that is it. So those are the what? So that is the view for starting the call. So we have the initiate call, and we have what? We have the one to start the call, and now we need to have what? Another one to end the call. Okay, so we're gonna say at API view. So at API view, then this one will be a post method. So we're gonna say post, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have what? Permission classes. So that is authenticated. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to define it as a what? So we're gonna say diff end call. Okay, end call. So that is it. So then we need to pass the request and also the session what? The session ID here. So here we need to say what? So we need to say end call. So this one gonna terminate what? Gonna terminate an ongoing what? An ongoing consultation. Okay, so consultation, like that. So now the thing that we need to do, so the request body, you can have what? You can have the some few things you can pass. So what happens here is that, so either the participant can end the call. Okay, so what happens is that we need to update the status to completed, then we need to calculate the duration, then we need to save the notes or the feedback, then we need to notify other participant via the WebSocket. Okay, then we need to trigger post call actions like billing, analytics, and others. Okay, so what we're gonna do, first of all, we need to extract the optional, the notes or the feedback from the request. Okay, so in the request you can have consultant, so consultant notes first of all. So this one, it's not a must they be there. So we're gonna say request. So from the data, so we need to get what? We need to get the consultant. So consultant notes, like that. If they are not there, just pass an empty string there. So now we need to get the patient feedback. So patient feedback. So patient feedback here, gonna say request. So request.data.get, gonna say patient what? Patient feedback. So feedback, like that. So if it's not there, just pass an empty string there. So that is it. So now to end the call, we need to do it. We're gonna do in the service, so that the service gonna handle that one. So we need to come to our services here. So then we need to do it. So still here. So we need to do it. We need to have the at static. So at static method. So then from there we're gonna say def end call. Okay, so the one that is responsible for ending the call. So we need to pass session ID here. So session ID, then also user, and also we're gonna have the consultant notes. Okay, so consultant notes, so which can be an empty string there by default. So then we're gonna have the patient feedback. So feedback, so is equals to what? Is equals to an empty string there. Okay, so this one we just do what? Just end the call. Okay, so end call. So we're gonna say wrapping up. So we're gonna say wrapping up. So wrapping up the consultation. Okay, so like that. So now after you have done that, so what you need to do, we need to first of all gonna say try. So we said when you interact with the database, you need to make sure that you do it. You need to put it in the try, because you want to fail. If it fails, we need to fail it in a better way. Okay, so we don't want to break our system. Okay, so then call session. First of all, you need to get to fetch the ongoing call session. So we're gonna say call session. So call session dot objects. So dot objects dot get. So I'm gonna say session ID. So session ID. So here we're gonna say what session ID. So is equals to what? Is equals to session ID. Okay. So session ID like that. Then we're gonna say status. So status must be what? Must be ongoing. Okay. So must be active to end. Okay. So we can't end something that is already ended. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check. So what we're gonna do, we need to use what? This one. So we're gonna just copy this one. The user must be what? Must be one of them. So we need to come here and paste it there. So but if it is not, just need to do it. We need to say access denied. Okay. So we need to save the notes or feedback based on who's ending the call. Okay. So consultants can add medical notes and others. Okay. So we're gonna say if user, so if user.role is equals to what? So is equals to consultant. Okay. So if it is consultant and we have the consultant notes, so we need to do what? We need to add them. Okay. So we're gonna say call session. So call session dot what? Consultant notes. So remember we had this one. So consultant notes is equals to what? Is equals to the consultant notes that are passed here. So that is it. So then from there, so else if, okay, if the user dot role is equals to what? So this one patients can add the feedback. So that is the rating or the rating while doing what? So we need to make sure it's equals to patient. So patient like that and patient feedback. And we have the patient feedback here. So we need to do what? We need to update them. Okay. So call session dot what? Patient feedback. So gonna say patient feedback is equals to what? Is equals to patient. So patient feedback. Okay. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, we need to update the status to be completed. Okay. So in our model, so if you remember, we had that part for ending the call. Okay. So where are we? So in our here. Okay. So you can see we are updating these ones. So where we set the completed like that. Okay. So that is what we need to do. So we just need to call that one here so that we'll be able to update the status, and then we're gonna calculate the duration, which we do there. Okay. So this one is just call session. So call session dot what? End call. Okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to notify both participants. Okay. So both apps need to know the call is over. So this one we also trigger the cleanup. So we're gonna close the WebRTC. So then we're gonna show the summary screen or something else. Okay. So we're gonna say channel. So channel layer. So channel layer is equals to what? We're gonna get channel layer like that. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have the notification data. So remember these ones because they will be useful in our what? They'll be useful in our consumers. So the one that gonna handle the WebSockets. So the notification data here, we need to first of all to have the type. So the type you're gonna say what? Call status. So call status here. So call status notification. So notification like that. So then from there we need to have the session ID. So session ID. Then we're gonna pass what? Our session ID. So session ID like that. Then from there we need to do what? We need to so status here. So status will be what? So here gonna say completed. Okay. So completed like that. So that is it. So that is the notification data. So now from there we need to send to the both consultant and patient. So we're gonna say for user object. So for user object here in what? So what I'm gonna do instead of typing all of this one, so because it's similar with what? With here. So this one for user object with the notification data and others. So just need to come here. I'm gonna paste it here. So we're gonna check in both what? In the consultant and also for the patient. Then with the group name. So we assign it to the object ID. So then from there we're gonna do what? Use the async to sync so that we'll be able to send the notification. Okay. So then after doing that, so here you can do what? So here you can just have the post call actions, like maybe you can trigger the billing or the payment processing, to send the SMS confirmation, to update the consultant availability, to create analytics event, to generate maybe prescriptions if consultant added one, like that. Okay, so this is how you can do a lot of things there. So but currently I just need to return the call session. So we're gonna say call session, then you're gonna say what, none. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so if our try fails, you need to accept that exception. So maybe the call does not exist, so accept call session. So call session does not what, so does not exist, like that. So we need to return, so here the call session cannot, maybe it is not there, or it is not ongoing. Okay, so we need to return none, so none, and also you're gonna say call session, so call session here not found. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to accept that exception, so accept exception as what, as E. So then we need to return, gonna return none. Okay, and also the string of what, of that exception. So that is it. So then after you have done that, I can save this one. Okay, so make sure that yours also look like this for ending the call. Okay, now we need to use it in our what, in our views here. So we need to come to our views here. So after we got the consultant notes, consultant, so we need to make sure that we pass it well, so consultant. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do is just to call the service. So we're gonna say call session, so call session, and also we're gonna have what, can also have an error. So we're gonna say consultation service, so consultation service dot what, dot end call. Okay, like that. Then you need to pass the session ID, so we're gonna pass the session ID, we pass there. Then we're gonna have the user, so user will be what, we're gonna get it from the request. Okay, request dot user, like that. Then also we're gonna say what, we're gonna have the consultant notes, so which will be our consultant what, consultant notes. Okay, so then from there the patient feedback, if it's there, we're gonna provide it, we're gonna say patient feedback. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to return a response. Okay, we're gonna say if call session, if you get the call session here, we need to serialize it. So what I'm gonna do, I just need to do what, I just need to copy this one instead of typing all of that. So just copy this one, and I'm gonna come here and replace this one, so like that. Okay, so then we need to make sure that this one, it's not there, so it should be here. So we need to make sure that it's organized like that. Okay, so that is it. So then that one marks what, the end of it. Okay, so we're gonna save that one, so that one marks the end of the call. Okay, so the call flow summary for our Flutter integration, the patient gonna initiate the call, so through the initiate, so then the backend gonna create the session, then gonna send the WebSocket to consultant, then the consultant's app gonna ring, so then like that. So where the WebSocket gonna show the incoming call message, and then gonna show the incoming call UI with the patient info, like that. So that is what we're gonna continue. So what we need to do here, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to create another file, so the one that will be responsible now for handling our what, our WebSocket, that is our WebSocket, and also what, the WebRTC. Okay, so now we need to go there and start working on it. So what we're gonna do, we need to create it here, so we're gonna name it consumers, so we're gonna say consumers, so consumers.py. Okay, so make sure that you create that one, so that we're gonna put the data, the code for handling what, our WebSocket. Okay, so now the first thing that we need to do here, first of all, we need to have the imports. So we're gonna say import JSON, like that. Then also we're gonna say import JWT. So this one we covered in the first session. So we're gonna say from channels, that is JWT, JSON web tokens. So dot generic, so dot generic here dot what, WebSocket. Okay, we need to import what, our async. so async WebSocket consumer. Okay, so that is it. So we're gonna say from channels, so from channels.db we need to import what? We need to import database, so database to database sync to async, like that. Then we're gonna say what? From Django, so from django.contrib, so .contrib.auth we need to import what? Get user, so get user model. Okay, like that. So then the next thing we're gonna say from Django, so from django.config, so .config here we're gonna say what? We need to import the settings. Okay, so also we need to say from our models, so from our models we need to import the call session. Okay, so also we're gonna say from URL library, this one .pass, we need to import the pass QS. Okay, like that. Then from there we need to import logging, so we're gonna say import logging here. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the logger, so which we're gonna say what? Logging dot what? Get logger. So then we need to have what? We need to make sure that we have the name there, so it has jumped there. So we need to do what? We need to have the name, so like this, like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the user, so user we're gonna get it from the get user model. Okay, so that is it. So now after doing that, now we need to create the class, so class consultation, so consultation consumer. Okay, consumer. So this one we're gonna inherit from the async WebSocket consumer. So the WebSocket consumer, this is the real-time engine for video calls and other calls. So think of this as a persistent connection manager. So unlike the REST APIs that close after each request, WebSockets keep the connection alive, allowing the bidirectional real-time communication. So this one is perfect for calls. Okay, so then why do we need the WebSocket for calls here? So because of instant signaling for WebRTC, that is to offer to answer the ASGI candidates, like that. Okay, the real-time call status updates, that is ringing, answered, ended, like that. Then we're gonna have also the low latency, so critical for medical consultations. Then it's good for persistent connection, so means no polling overhead. Okay, so now the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the first method. So this one will be what? So what I'm gonna do first of all, so this one I'm gonna say what? So we need to have the first method, so we're gonna say async, so we're gonna say def, so then we're gonna say what? Connect. Okay, so you can see we have that method because we're inheriting from what? From this one. So what we're gonna do here, so we need to come here before we return. So this one will be the connection what? The connection handshake. Okay, so handshake, so this is the first impression. Okay, so what happens, so this runs when the client first tries to establish a WebSocket connection. So this one gonna authenticate the user and set up their communication channel. So the reason why we do this is that for security reasons, where the JWT token validation prevents unauthorized access, then the user identification, so we're going to extract the user ID from the URL to know who's connecting. Okay, then we're going to have the group assignment to add the user to their personal channel for targeted messages. Okay, so what we need to do here, so the first thing, so let me remove this first. So what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to extract the user ID from the WebSocket URL. So that is what? So for example, we're gonna provide, so our URL will be like this, WS, then we're gonna say API dot example. Okay, so or we can say API dot what? We're gonna say dot example dot what? We're gonna say dot com, like that. Then you can have WS, so which you can use WSS for secure. So then you're gonna say consultations. Okay, so consultations, then you're gonna say 1 2 3, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now, so this one gonna give us the user ID. Okay, so then to get the user ID, we're gonna say self dot user ID, so user ID, like that, is equals to self. Okay, so self dot what? Dot scope. Okay, so dot scope like that. So then we need to get what from the URL. So we're gonna say URL route that one. So we need to do it. So we need to come out there, then we need to get the keyword arguments. Okay, so then also we need to do it to have the user ID. Okay, so from that one, so from the route we get that one there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to create a unique group name for this user. So this one gonna group. So groups are the Django channels way of sending messages to specific users. Think of it as a personal mailbox, maybe user 1 2 3 like that. So we're gonna say self.user, so user group. So user group name is equals to what? We're gonna say user. So user, then we need to have self. So self dot what? User ID. Okay, like that. So that is our what? Our group name. So then from there we need to track which call room the user is currently in. Okay, so gonna start as none, then we'll update this when they join a specific call. Okay, so we're gonna say self. So self dot what? Dot active. So we're gonna say dot active call room. Okay, is equals to what? We're gonna start with none. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have the authentication. We're gonna pass the JWT token from the query string. So where the front end, we need to make sure that the Flutter gonna send it like this. Okay, gonna say WS. So then we're gonna say URL. So then we're gonna have the token. Okay, so where the token will be there, so like that. Okay, so that is it. We extract and we're gonna validate it here. So we're gonna say the query string. So we're gonna say query. So query string is equals to what? Self dot scope dot get. So what we need to get here is the query string. So we're gonna say query string like that. So then we need to have what? We need to have the B like that. So that is it. So then from there we need to decode. So we're gonna decode like that. So that is it. So then the next you're gonna get it is the parameters. So we're gonna say query params. Okay, so query params here we need to do it. Gonna pass the query. Okay, so gonna pass the query there. So we're gonna pass our what? Our query string. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to get the token. So the token we're gonna say what? We're gonna say query params dot what? Dot get. So we're gonna say token. So token, and also if it's not there, just pass none. Okay, so we're gonna say none like that. Then we need to get the first one. Okay, so that is it. So we need to check if no token, we need to reject the connection immediately. So the code 4001, so that is the custom close code for authentication required. Okay, so we're gonna say if not token. So if it is not token, we need to await. So we're gonna await self dot what? So self dot close like that. Then we're gonna have the code. So the code here is equal to what? 4001. Okay, so then we need to return. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to validate the JWT token and get the user object. Okay, so we're gonna say self.user. So self.user is equals to await. Okay, so await, then we're gonna say self.authenticate user. Okay, authenticate user, then we pass the token there. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, for the security check, token must be valid and must match what? The URL user ID. So this one prevents the user, maybe a user A, from connecting to user B's WebSocket. Okay, so we're gonna say if not self user. Okay, or the string of what? So the string of the self. So self.user.id. So if it's not equal to string of self, so self.user.id. So .user.id like that. So we need to do what? We need to await. So what we need to await is self.what? Self.close. Okay, so then we need to have the code. So this code will be 4. So code here will be what? It will be 4003. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to return. Okay, after that. So now the next thing that we need to do after that, so now if it is success. So success, we need to add the user to their personal group. So now when we send to the user, maybe user 1 to the group, this connection receives it. Okay, so we're gonna say await. So we're gonna say await. So we're gonna say self. So self.channel. So channel layer dot group add. Okay, so then we need to do it self dot user. Then we're gonna say group name. So user group name, like that. So then we're gonna have the self dot what channel. Okay, so the channel name, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to accept the WebSocket connection. Okay, so we're gonna say await. We're gonna say self dot what. So self dot accept, like that. So that is it. So that one accepts the web what, so the incoming socket. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to send the confirmation message to our client. Okay, so this one lets the app to know the connection is ready. So we're gonna say await. Gonna say await self dot what, self dot send. So self dot send, then we're gonna have the text data. So the text data here, it is what, gonna say json dot dumps. Okay, so then we're gonna have what, so what we need to do here, we need to have this one, like we're gonna say the type. So we're gonna say type. Okay, so the type here will be what, connection. So connection established. Okay, so established, like that. And also from there we need to have the message. So the message you're gonna say what, WebSocket. So WebSocket. So we're gonna say WebSocket. So remember these things because you're gonna use them in the front end. So WebSocket successful. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now that is the what for connecting. Okay, so that one looks like that. So make sure that you have it like this, and also you're able to understand what we have done there. So now the next thing that we need to do is the one that will be used for disconnecting. Okay, so we're gonna say what, we're gonna say async. Okay, so async def, gonna say disconnect. Okay, so we need to do it. So what I need to do here, I don't want to use that one. I'm gonna say disconnect. So disconnect here, then you're gonna pass self because you're inheriting. So we're gonna say close. I'm gonna say close code. Okay, we are overriding there. So this one will be used for what? I'm gonna say cleanup. Okay, so cleanup when the what, when connection. So when connection drops. Okay, so that is it. So this runs when the user closes the app, network drops, server shuts down, user logs out. So we must clean all the group memberships to prevent what, memory leaks and also the ghost connections. Okay, so first of all, what we need to do, we need to remove from the personal group if it was set up. Okay, so we're gonna say if has attribute. If it has attributes, then we're gonna say self. So then we're gonna say user group. So user group here, so user group name, like that. So if it had that one, we need to await. So we're gonna say await. We're gonna say self dot what, channel. So channel layer dot group what, gonna have the group discard, like that. Then we're gonna say self. So self dot what, user group. So user group name, and also we're gonna say self dot what, the channel name. Okay, that is it. So now after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to remove from active call room. Okay, if they were in one. Okay, so this one ensures that the other participant doesn't try to signal them. Okay, so we're gonna say if, so if self dot active call room. Okay, so then we need to do it, we need to await. So we need to await here. So what we need to await, you're gonna say self. So self dot what, dot channel. So dot channel layer dot what, dot group discard, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to pass the self dot what, active. So active call room, and also we're gonna say what, self. So self dot channel name, like that. So that is it. So that is just simple as that. So that one will be responsible for what, for disconnecting. Okay, so that is what we need to do there. There's nothing we are doing there a lot. So now the next one that we need to do is the one that gonna receive now the calls, like that. Okay, so we're gonna say async. So async def receive. Okay, so receive. So this one we're gonna pass self, and also we're gonna pass what, the text data, like that. So this one will be the message router, so we'll be handling the incoming messages from our Flutter. Okay, so when the Flutter sends the WebSocket message, so it will arrive here. So we pass the JSON and route it to the appropriate handle. Okay, so the message types we handle here gonna be the call response, so the user accepts what or rejects the incoming call, and the call status update, so the call completed, cancelled, or any other status. So then we have the WebRTC signal also here, where the WebRTC signaling data, so that is to offer, answer, ICE candidates, like that. Then the join, we're gonna also have the join call room, so user is ready to start the call. Then we're gonna have the ping to keep alive messages. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna say try. So here we need to try, so we're gonna, first of all, you need to pass the JSON message from Flutter. Okay, so we're gonna say data, so data here you're gonna say what, JSON, so JSON dot what, loads. So then we're gonna pass the text data that is passed here. So then from there we're gonna have the message type. Okay, so the message type is equals to what, so this one will be data dot get, so data dot get. So what we need to get here is the type. So remember, in our notification data we gonna have what, the type. Okay, so what we need to do here, we're gonna have the handler map, so the one that gonna route the messages to specific functions. So this will be the cleaner way than having the giant of if else. Okay, so the chain here, so instead of doing that one, we're gonna say handler map. Okay, so this one we just need to have the different messages. Okay, so we're gonna say call, if it is call response. Okay, so we're gonna have what, self dot, so we're gonna create this one, handle call response. Okay, we're gonna name it like that, so because that is what we're gonna handle there. Also then we're gonna say call status, so call status, you're gonna say what, call status update. So we're gonna do what, we're gonna say self, so self dot what, handle, so we're gonna say handle what, so we're gonna say handle call status what, so call status update. Okay, like that. So then the next one, it is what, the WebRTC signal, so WebRTC signal, so WebRTC signal gonna say self, so self dot what, handle, so we're gonna say handle WebRTC signal. Okay, like that. Then also we're gonna say, we're gonna have the one for joining the call, so join call room, like that. We're gonna say self, so self dot what, so self dot handle, so handle join, so join call room, like that. So that is it. So we need to create that one. So the first thing that we need to do before we start handling these handlers, so what we need to do, we need to come here, we need to execute the appropriate message handler if the type exists. So we're gonna say if the message type, so if the message type in what, in our handler map. Okay, so we're gonna wait, then we're gonna say handler map, then we need to pass that message, what, message type, then there we need to get the data. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, so if it is the one to keep alive, so we're gonna handle it here. So this one doesn't need a handler function. Okay, so we're gonna say else if the message type, if the message type is equals to what, so it is equals to ping. Okay, so ping, so we're gonna say await, so we're gonna pass was self dot what, self dot send. Okay, so self dot send, then we're gonna pass the text data, so the text data gonna say JSON, so JSON dot dumps. Okay, so dot dumps here, then we need to have what, we're gonna have the type, so the type here gonna say it is pong. Okay, so that is what we need to return to the front end, like that. So then if our try fails, so we need to accept that one, so we need to accept exception, so exception as what, as E. Okay, so here we need to do what, so here you can just have a logger, so instead of having a lot of things, so we're gonna say logger, so logger dot error. Okay, so then you're gonna say what, so we need to use this string. So we're gonna say, so here we need to say what, error. So error in WebSocket. So in WebSocket, so error in WebSocket what, receive. Okay, so then we need to have that error, so string of what, so we need to put it in this one. So we're gonna say string of that exception. Okay, so and also you need to have extra exception information, so we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so we're gonna pass it here as a true, like that. So that is it. So now we need to start working on the handlers. So we need to come here, so make sure that we have these handlers. So now what we need to do, we need to handle this one. I'm gonna start with the call status update. So I'm gonna copy it, so then I'm gonna come here. So this one is an async, so def, then you're gonna paste it here. So then you're gonna pass self and also what, the data. Okay, so this one gonna say call status updates. So we're gonna say call, so call status, so call status updates. Okay, so call status updates. So this one will be notifying what, so notifying the other participant. Okay, so participant, like that. So when one user updates the call status, maybe completed, cancelled, we need to notify the other participant immediately. Okay, so for example, if the doctor ends the call, the patient gets notified instantly. Okay, so we're gonna say session, so session here, so session ID is equals to what, we're gonna get it from the data. So we're gonna say what, so session, we're gonna say session ID. Okay, so session ID, like that. So then from there, the next thing we're gonna say what, status. So status will be what, data dot what, dot get. So then you need to do what, to pass the status. Okay, so that is it. So we need to get the status there. So we need to validate the required fields. So we're gonna say if not, if you don't have the session ID or not what, status, if there isn't, we just need to return. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the call session from the database. Okay, so we're gonna say call session. Okay, so call session here be what, gonna await, we need to await self dot what, so self dot get, we need to have this method that gonna get the call session. So we're gonna say call session, so session ID. Okay, so the one that gonna query the database. So then, so that one will be responsible for what, for getting the call session. Okay, so that one we're gonna handle it later. So then after you have done that, now we can be able to do it. So now we gonna get if you have it. So if not call session, if you don't have that call session, or self dot what, so self dot user dot ID, not in what, if it is not in call session, so in our call session dot what, consultant, so consultant, so consultant what, ID, and also call session, so call session dot what, dot patient, so patient ID. Okay, so that is it. So if it is not call session or the user ID, it's not in one of these one, so we just need to do what, we just need to return. Okay, so that is it. So now from that point we need to determine who to notify. Okay, so if it is the other, that is the other participant. Okay, if the current user is consultant, we need to notify the patient, and vice versa. So we're gonna say other, so other user, so other user ID is equals to what, so we need to come here. So we're gonna say call session dot patient, so patient ID, like that. So if what, if self, so if self dot what, user dot ID is equals to what, if is equals to call session dot what, consultant, so consultant, so consultant ID, else we're gonna do what, so else we're gonna send it to what, to our consultant. Okay, so consultant, so consultant ID, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so let me save this one, so make sure that you save it like that. So then after we have done that, now to notify the other, so get the other ID. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to send the status update to the other users personal channel. Okay, so they receive this through the WebSocket connection. So we're gonna say await, so we're gonna say self, so self dot what, channel layer, okay. So dot group send, okay. So group send, then we need to do what? First of all, we need to have the user. So user, then we're gonna say the other what? We're gonna say the other user ID, okay. So that is it. So we get the user ID there. So then from there we need to have what? We need to have that the information, the notification information. So the first thing, it is the type. So the type here will be what? Call status. So we need to create that one. So call status notification, okay. So notification, call status notification, we're gonna create that one. So then from there we need to have what? The session ID. So session ID like that. So then we need to do what? We need to have the session ID, okay. So also from there we're gonna have the status. So the status will be what? Be the status there, and also we're gonna say from user ID, okay. So like that. Then we're gonna say string of what? Self dot user dot ID, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so that is the method for what? So that is the method for handling the call status update, okay. So the next one that we need to do, first of all, we need to handle also the what? The call. So we need to have this one when they join the call room. So we need to have it here. So we just need to do it. So we need to make sure that it's an async method. So the async method def, then we're gonna name it like that. Then we need to do it. Gonna pass self and also the data. So like that. So then this one gonna be handling what? The joining. So joining the call room, okay. So we're gonna say joining the call room, okay, like that. So this one is for setting what? Gonna say setting, so setting up for WebRTC, okay. So WebRTC, okay, that is it. So now before the WebRTC can work, both participants need to be in the same what? In the same call room, okay. So a shared channel for exchanging signaling data, okay. So then when the user joins, so we need to add them to the call room group. Then we need to notify the other participants they are ready. Then the WebRTC signaling can now begin, okay. So what we're gonna do here, gonna say session ID. So session ID is equals to what? Gonna get it from the data. So we're gonna get it there. Then we're gonna say what? Session ID like that. So that is it. Then we're gonna have the call session. So we're gonna say call session is equals to what? We need to await. So we need to create the method that will be responsible here for getting the call session, okay. So we're gonna say get call session, okay. So that is it. So then we're gonna pass our session ID there, okay. So that one we get the call session. So first of all, we need to check if not the call session, if it's not a call session, or we don't have what? So the user dot ID, it's not in what? It's not in this one call session. So call session dot consultant. So consultant there. So consultant dot what? So consultant ID, not dot what. So then from there gonna say call session dot what? Patient ID, okay. So patient ID like that. Then we need to do what? We just need to return, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so if you have them, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to add the current user to the call room group, okay. We need to call the room okay. So we need to add them to the call room group, okay. So we're gonna have the ID first. So we're gonna say call room is equals to what? So here you need to say call. So then the call, we need to have what? We need to have the session ID there, so that we'll be able to distinguish it from other calls. So then we're gonna say self. So self dot what? So dot active call room is equals to what? Is equals to our call room, okay. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to await. So what we need to await it is self dot channel. So the channel layer dot group add. So dot group add, then we need to have what? The call. We need to add the call room, and also we're gonna have what? Self dot channel what? The channel name, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to determine the other participant, okay. So what I'm gonna do, I just need to copy this one, okay. So the other user ID, so then I'm gonna come with it here. So this one will just get that one, like that one, then the call session, like that, then like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to send a direct notification to the other participant. So this one is very critical. They need to know the other person is ready, so they can start sending the WebRTC offers. Okay, so we're gonna say await, gonna say self, so self dot what dot channel, so channel layer, so dot what group send. Okay, so group send, then we need to do what, we need to have it here. So we're gonna say, so what we need to do here, or we can use this one instead of typing all of it. So we just need to copy this one. So we're gonna just copy, replace this one. Okay, so what we need to do here, so instead of the, so for the type here, what we need to do is what, we need to make sure that type that we're gonna have here is participant. So participant. Okay, so participant joined. Okay, so remember these ones will be used for distinguishing them in the front end. So then session ID will remain to be session ID. Then here user ID will be what, we're gonna say string, so string of self, so self dot user dot ID. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, so the username, so we're gonna say username like that. So this one we're gonna get it from there, user dot full name, like that. So make sure that you have it like that. So that is it for handling the call join. Okay, so make sure that you have handled that one. Now the next one, it is to handle the WebRTC signal. So this one, we need to copy this one, so the one that will be responsible for that. So what you need to do here, we need to come here, it's an async method, so def, then you're gonna paste that one there, then you're gonna pass self and also what, the data. So this one will be what, we're gonna say web, so we're gonna say web what, we're gonna say WebRTC, so WebRTC signaling. Okay, signaling, so signaling here, so that is for the peer what, so peer-to-peer call. Okay, so the WebRTC requires signaling, so to exchanging the connection information between the peers. So this includes the SDP, so SDP offer, so here's my video or audio capabilities, then SDP answer, I accept here is mine, like that. Okay, the ICE, so the ICE candidates are here, the possible network paths to reach me. Okay, we act, so this one will act as a what, the middleman, passing these messages between the participants. Okay, so the actual video or audio streams don't go through our server, so that is P2P. Okay, peer-to-peer. So what we need to do here, we need to say session, so session ID here is equals to what, data dot what, session ID, so is equals to what, is equals to data dot get. So what we need to get it to what, session ID. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have the signal, so we're gonna say signal, so signal is equals to what, data dot get, so we're gonna say signal. Okay, so this one is the WebRTC signaling data. Okay, so we're gonna say if not session ID, if you don't have the session ID, or not what, signal, so if you don't have this one, just need to do what, to return. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing it is to get the call session, so call session is equals to what, is equals to await, so we need to await self dot what, self dot get call session. We need to create, we're gonna create this one later, so we're gonna say session ID. Okay, so we need to check if you have the call session. So if not call session, if you don't have the call session here, we just need to do what, to return. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have what, we need to have the recipient ID. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy this one. So when I copy this one, I need to come here and use it here. So this one we're gonna name it recipient, so that we'll be able to know what we are doing. So the recipient ID, so this is, so determine who to send this signal to. Okay, so that is the other participant. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to forward the WebRTC signal to the other participant, so they handle it in their what, in their client side. Okay, so we need to just come here, gonna copy this one, so we're gonna copy this one, I'm gonna come with it here, gonna paste it here. Okay, So the first thing here it is what? So this one will be the recipient. So we named it what? So this one should be recipient ID. So that gonna use it here. So the recipient ID, like that. So then the type here, it will be what? WebRTC. So WebRTC signal, okay, signal notification, okay. So like that. So then the session ID will be the session ID. Then here we need to have the signal, okay. So the signal here will be what? This one we're gonna send it as a raw WebRTC data. So we're gonna pass the signal, okay. So then from there we need to have the from. So from, gonna say from user ID. So like that. Then we need to do what? So from self.user.id, okay. So that is it. So that is what? So that is the one that's gonna handle the WebRTC, okay. Now the next one that we need to do the one that's gonna handle the call response. So this one for the call response, so we need to come with it here. So we need to come with it here. So this one will be an async method. So we're gonna say async. So async. So here you're gonna do what? You're gonna say def, then you're gonna paste it here. Then we need to do what? Pass self, then we're gonna say what? Data. So like that. So then, so this one we're gonna say what? We're gonna say call response. So call response, this one will be accept or what? Gonna reject incoming what? Incoming call, okay. So incoming call like this. So then what we need to do, so when a consultant receives the incoming call notification, they can accept or reject it, okay. So this handler gonna process that decision. So the flow that we're gonna follow here, the patient gonna initiate the call, so to the consultant. So then the consultant gets the notification, the consultant clicks maybe accept or reject, okay. So if they click that one, so this method gonna run, okay. So then the patient gonna get the notified of the decision. If accepted, the call status becomes ongoing, okay. So like that. So what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the session ID. So session ID here is equals to what? We're gonna say data.get. So from the data, that is passed here, we need to do what? We're gonna get. So what we need to get here, it is what? Session ID. So session ID like that. So then we're gonna say what? Response is equals to what? Data.get. So we're gonna get what? The response. So from that data. So then the next thing that we need to do, so that the response will be either accept or reject, okay. We need to update the call status based on what? On the response, okay. If it is accept, we're gonna pass it to ongoing. If it is reject, we're gonna pass it to what? To cancelled, okay. So we're gonna say status to set. So status to set here is equals to what? We're gonna say ongoing, okay. Ongoing if it is what? So if the response is equals to what? Accept, okay. Else we're gonna pass what? Cancelled, okay. So we're gonna say cancelled. So remember these ones, we're gonna handle them. So we're gonna say await. So we need to await what? Self dot what? So self dot update call status. So we're gonna create this one, update call status. So then we're gonna pass the session ID like that. Then we're gonna say status to get there, okay. So that is what we need to do there. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the call session to find the other participant, okay. So we're gonna say call session, okay. So call session is equals to what? Gonna await. So we need to await self. So self dot what? So get call. So get call session, where we're gonna make sure that we pass what? The session ID like that. So that is it. So then we need first of all to check if you have the call session. So if you have the call session, we need to, so what I'm gonna do, I need to copy this one, all of this one up to here, okay. So if you have the call session here, gonna paste this one here. So where are we? So if the call session, so this one should be what? We need to make sure that we squeeze it like that. So the recipient, so this one we need to name it what? The other. So the other user ID, okay. So then from there, so that one we're gonna get that one. So then if the call session is equals to that one. So what we need to do here, if the the patient ID, so this one we need to change things here. So first of all we need to compare. So what we need to compare it is what? Call session. If the call session dot what? Consultant ID. So if call session dot consultant ID is equals to what? Is equals to now the self. So if it is equal to self dot what? So self dot user dot ID, okay? So else we're gonna say what? Call session consultant ID, okay? So that is it. So now what will happen here is that we need to come here to our what? To our group side. So what we need to do here, we need to have the other, so other user ID. So then from there the type here, so this one will change from that one to response. So response notification, okay? So that is it. So then the session ID, we're gonna pass that one. So also we need to have the response, okay? So here we need to do what? We need to say response, okay? Then we're gonna remove this one, we don't need that one there, okay? So that is it. So this one is the what? It's the one that gonna handle the call response, okay? It's just simple as that. So now the next thing that we need to do, as you saw, we had what? We had the things like incoming call session, call notification. We need to handle them, okay? So now first of all we have finished that one. So now we need to do what? We need to come here to be able to do what? You see this type. So if it is that type, we need to handle that one, okay? So we need to have those events because are the events that we need here. So these are the handlers. So we're gonna have the handlers here. So these methods are called by Django Channels when messages arrive. So from the channel layer dot group, okay? So these ones like call notification, like that, okay? So this one will be handled here. So what we need to do, we're gonna say async. So async here, then we're gonna say def. So we're gonna say incoming. So which I think it is in our services. So we need to make sure that you get it. So call status notification, incoming call notification, okay? So this one we need to work on it. So we need to come here because they will be passed here. So we need to make sure that we do it. We're gonna paste that one, incoming call, then we're gonna pass ourselves and also the event, okay? So these are just events. So this one receives the incoming call notification from the channel layer and forwards it to the Flutter client or via the WebSocket, okay? So we're gonna say payload. So payload is equals to what? Event. So from the event we need to copy, okay? So what we need to copy, we're gonna copy like that. So we need to have that copy. So then we need to have the payload. So from the payload we need to get the type, okay? So the type, so remember we are passing the types. So if the type here it is what? Incoming. So we're gonna say incoming. So incoming call, okay? So if it is that, so we need to await. So we need to say self. So self dot what? Dot send, okay? So then we're gonna have the text data. So this one we're gonna say JSON dot what? Dumps. So dumps, then we're gonna get what? The payload, okay? So that is it. So this one type, when you come to our maybe our services like this one, so we had what? So we had the places that we are passing what? So the types, okay? So the incoming call session there, like that. So when you come back here, so here we have what? So these types, okay? So remember these types. So the participant joined like that, okay? So we need to do what? So make sure that these are the types that we have in our WebSocket here. So now after we have done that, now we need to have the call. So the call response, okay? So we had this one call, the type here, the call response, okay? So we need to come here. So we're gonna say async. So async def, then we're gonna paste that one there. So the call response notification, so we're gonna say self, then we need to have the event. So we need to do it. So this one gonna forward the call response. So that is either the accept or reject to our Flutter client. Okay, so we're gonna say payload. So payload here, gonna say event. So event dot what, dot copy, like that. Then we need to do what, we're gonna say payload. So from the payload we need to get the type. So we're gonna say type here. So we're gonna say what, we're gonna make sure it's a call. We're gonna say call response. Okay, so call response. So call response, like that. Okay, so response. So then the next thing that we need to send it. Okay, so we're gonna say self dot what, so self dot send. Okay, so that is what we need to send. So what we need to send here is what, our text data. So json dot what, dumps. Okay, but if you're not familiar with a lot of things here, so you can check on that course. So for you to get familiarized with what, Flutter and Django. Okay, we have that 111 hour course. Okay, so then the next one, it is what, the one that gonna handle the, let us see, gonna have what, call status notification. Okay, so this one we're gonna copy this one. So then we're gonna come here. So this one we're gonna say async. So async def, then you're gonna paste it here. So then we need to pass what, we need to pass self, and also you need to pass the event. Okay, so event, gonna name it well, so event, like that. So then what we need to do, this one gonna forward the call status updates to our Flutter client. So we're gonna say payload. So payload is equals to event. So event, so event dot copy. So like that, we just need to have that copy. Then you're gonna say payload. So in the payload we need to have what, we need to have the type. So the type here gonna say what, so this one we're gonna say call status. So call status update. Okay, so then from there we need to await, we just need to send it. Okay, so we're gonna say await self dot what, so self dot send. So dot send here we need to do what, we need to have the text data. So the text data will be what, json. So json dot dumps. So then you're gonna have what, the payload. Okay, so the payload, like that. So that is it. So we need to make sure that we remove that one there. So that is it. So now after we have done that, now we need to handle the next one. So now after we have done that, the next one, it is what, the one that will be for WebRTC notification. So this one, signal notification. So we're gonna copy this one. So then I'm gonna come here, then we're gonna say async. So async def, then we're gonna paste this one there. Then we're gonna have what, self, and also what, we need to have the event. Okay, so the event, like that. So this one forwards the WebRTC signaling data to our what, to our Flutter client. Okay, so we're gonna say payload. Okay, so payload is equals to what, we're gonna say event dot copy. So we need to have a copy of it. So then we need to do what, so in the payload we're gonna say payload. So then we need to have the type. So the type here to be what, to be our WebRTC. So we're gonna say WebRTC. So WebRTC signal. So remember, we're gonna work on these signals and other this status and these types. Okay, so we're gonna say web, so self dot what, so self dot send. Then we're gonna have the text data. So the text data we're gonna say json. So json dot what, dumps. Okay, so then we're gonna have the payload there. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that will handle what, so let us see. So the one that we have, this one for the participant has joined. Okay, so participant joined. So we need to have it here. So we need to come here and we say what, async. So async here we're gonna do what, so async def. So async def, then I'm gonna paste this one there. Then we're gonna pass what, self, and also the event. Okay, so the event, so event. Okay, so that is it. So now we're gonna copy this one instead of typing all of it. So we're gonna copy that one and I'm gonna paste it here. So what we're gonna do here, the type here, just need to change it to what, participant. So participant, so participant. So remember spelling, participant joined. Okay, like that. So that is it. So that one notifies Flutter that the other participant has joined the call room. Okay, so this one will just trigger to start the WebRTC offer or answer exchange. Okay, so that is it. So now, as you remember, we had what, the these methods, so we need to handle them. So just need to come here, so we need to come here just below this one. So this one will be the database, okay? So the ones that gonna get the database. And because the Django, the ORM, so is synchronous, but our WebSockets are async, we need to use the at database sync to async to bridge the gap, okay? So the first thing that we're gonna say here, we're gonna say database sync to async there. Then we're gonna say def get user, okay? Get user by what? By ID, okay? So we're gonna say self, then we're gonna say user ID, like that. So this one we just need to fetch the user from the database asynchronously. So we're gonna say return, so we're gonna say user. So remember we have the gonna say user, so the one that we created there. So then we're gonna say objects, okay? So then we need to filter, so we just need to filter based on the ID, so the user ID that is passed there, okay? So then we need to get the first one, so like that. So that is it. So the next one, it is what? Still we're gonna say database, so database sync to async. Then we're gonna say what? Def, so we're gonna say def get what? Get call session, okay? The one to get the call session. So remember these ones are there, so we are using them, so make sure that you have them. So here you need to pass the what? Session ID. So this one gonna fetch the call session with related data, okay? So we're gonna use the select related, which gonna optimize by doing the SQL join. So instead of separate queries for what? Consultant and patient, we're gonna say try. So here you need to return, so what we need to return, it is call session. So call session here dot objects, okay? So dot objects dot select, so select related. So here you need to make sure that we have what? Consultant, so consultant, like that. And also you're gonna have what? The patient, okay? So the patient, then we're gonna get, so we need to get the session ID. So the session ID gonna pass our session ID, okay? So like that, okay? So if it is not there, just need to accept what? Accept the call session does not exist, okay? So does not exist, like that. Then we need to return what? None, okay? So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? At database sync to async. Then we're gonna have the one that gonna update the call status. So this one we just need to do what? We're gonna say def, so we're gonna say def update, so update call what? Update call status. So update call status. Then we're gonna say self, so self, then you need to have the session ID, it's going to be passed here, and also the status, okay? So the first thing that we need to do, this one gonna update the call status in database. So we're gonna say call session, so call session here dot what? Dot objects, so dot objects dot filter, okay? So dot filter here, we need to filter what? We need to filter based on the session ID. So we need to make sure that it's equal to that one. So we need to get the session ID, like that. So then we need to update. So what we need to update here, it is what? Status. So which we're gonna pass our what? Our status, okay? Like that. So that is it. So now, after we have done that, now we are able to do what? So let me save that one. So now we have all the methods that we require, like for getting the call session. Make sure that you have them, so that you won't have issues. Get call session, the one that gonna get the call session, and also that one for call session, get call session, like that, okay? So that is it. So now we need to do what? So we need to have what? So the next one, it is the one that gonna authenticate the user, okay? So this one, the one that is responsible here, so we need to create that one, okay? So we just need to do what? We need to come here, so we need to come in our what? So just below this one, so here, so this one will be an async method. So we're gonna say async, so async def, then we're gonna say authenticate, so authenticate user. So then you're gonna pass self, and also you're gonna pass what? The token, okay? So this one will be used for validating the token. So where we're gonna decode the JWT token to extract the user ID. Then we're gonna fetch the user from the database. So this one ensures that we're gonna ensure that only the authenticated users can establish what? The WebSocket connections, okay? So So the security considerations that we need to put into consideration, so that is the token must be valid, not expired, with the correct signature. User must exist in what database, user must be active. Okay, so we're gonna say try. So we need to say what, so the first thing that we need to do, it is to decode JWT using the same secret key as what, as the one that we're using in our REST API. So we're gonna say payload. So payload here is equals to what, so we're gonna use JWT. So JWT dot what, dot decode. So then we need to pass what, our token, so the token that is passed there. Then we're gonna say settings. So settings, then we're gonna use the secret. So we're gonna say dot secret key. So we're gonna say secret key, remember that one. So we have it in what, so then the algorithms. So this one we need to use the HS256. okay, so we're gonna say HS256. okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to extract the user, so from the what, so from the database. So we're gonna say user is equals to what, we're gonna await. So we're gonna say self dot get user by ID. okay, so get user by ID. Then we're gonna say payload. So the payload here will be what, gonna pass the user, so the user ID there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to return the user only if they exist and they are active. okay, so we're gonna say return. So we're gonna say user if user, so if user and user is what, is active. okay, else we're gonna pass none. okay, so then from there, so if our try phase, so it simply means we have what, gonna say except. So except if the JWT, so if JWT dot expired signature, okay, error, and also JWT, so JWT dot invalid token, so dot invalid token, so invalid token, this one, if it is there, so we just need to do what, so token is invalid or expired, so we just need to return none. okay, so that one marks the end of what, so let me save this one. So make sure that you have it like this. So then after you do that, make sure that your consumers.py look like that. okay, so the ones that can handle the signals. So now after you have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the routing, the one that will be responsible for routing here. So we're gonna say routing. So we're gonna say routing. So you guys need to create this one for, so this is the WebSocket URL configuration. So the WebSocket routing, so that is mapping the URLs to consumers. So this is like the URLs.py, but for WebSocket connections instead of HTTP. okay, so it defines which WebSocket URLs connect to which consumer classes. okay, so in Django REST, you have what, maybe path, then you have API, then you have what, users, then you call the view like that. But in Django Channels you have the RE path, so RE underscore path, then you have what, the R, then you have the WS and others. okay, so why we have the repath instead of path is because we need to regular expression, so the regex to capture the user ID from the URL, and WebSocket URLs are typically more dynamic than REST URLs. okay, so that's why we need it here. So we're gonna say from, so from Django.urls, okay, we need to import our what, our path. okay, so that one, so that's why we need, I've explained there. So then from there we need to, from this file we need to import what, we need to import consumers like that. So then we're gonna say WebSocket, so we're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket, so WebSocket URL, so URL patterns. okay, so URL patterns here is equals to what, so here it's a list. So then, so we're gonna have what, so we're gonna have the our repath here. So for what, for that one, so we're gonna say R. So then we need to do what, we're gonna say WS. okay, then we're gonna say consultations. So remember this one. Then we need to get what, so we need to have the P for the what, user. okay, so we're gonna say user, our user ID like that. So make sure that you have it like this. Then we do what, gonna have that one, then you need to pass like that, then we need to close it here. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, the $sign there, so like that. Then so this is the URL pattern with the user ID captcha. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say consumers, then we need to have what, we need to have the consultation consumer, okay, dot ASGI. Okay, so dot ASGI there. Then so this is the consumer to handle this connection. Okay, so what happens here is that, so this one gonna capture, so what happens is that what, so what I need to say here is that this part, so this one for that one, so this one gonna capture the user ID from the URL. So this plus w plus here, so this one means that one or more word characters, okay, letters, that is letters, digits, underscore, like that. So that is it. So the Flutter will just connect to this path with like something like this. So we're gonna say not something like this, it will connect with this one. We're gonna say WS, so we're gonna say WS, so we're gonna say WSocket, that is WebSocket. Then we need to have what, API, so API dot what, then we're gonna have maybe localhost. Okay, so localhost.com, like that, or the port, we just need to have the port here. So then from there gonna say what, WS, like that. Then we're gonna say consultations. Okay, so consultations, then we're gonna have a $sign there. Then we need to have what, the user ID, like that. Okay, so then from there gonna have that one. Then we're gonna have the token. Okay, so the token, which will be is equals to what, is equals to $sign there. Then we need to have what, the JWT token. So that is how our Flutter will connect. So this, like that. So now what we need to do here, after you have done that, now we have worked on that part. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come back to our ASGI here, so that we'll be able to add it there. So it will be what, so that we'll be able to use it. So what we're gonna do here in the WebSocket, here in the what, in the WebSocket stack here, so we need to add the Django auth to what, to WebSocket connection. So you're gonna say URL, so our URL, so URL router, so we're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket, the way we named it, so WebSocket URL patterns. Okay, so we need to make sure that, so this one gonna route to our what, to our WebSocket. Okay, so which we're gonna do what, which we're gonna import it from here. So just need to say what, gonna say from consultations, so from consultations dot routing, so we need to import our what, WebSocket URL patterns. Okay, so we need to URL patterns, so we need to make sure that we name it well, so patterns, like that. Okay, so make sure that it looks like that, so that we won't have any typo, like that. So we have worked on the backend. Now we need to do what, now we need to go to our frontend and we're gonna start working on it. Okay, so that is the end of our backend for the video calls and audio calls. So, and before we go to the front end, we need to make sure that we add what, we add the route to our we add our URLs, so to our what, to our URLs, the new ones that we have created. So we need to import the appointment views, and also we need to import what, the views. Okay, so we're gonna say the views there. So we need to have the what, so we need to come here below. So then we're gonna say what, so this one can say call session, so call session management. Okay, so management, like that. So currently we just have what, path for the first one. You need to have it is what, initiate, so initiate that one. So make sure that you have it like that. So then we're gonna say views, so views dot what, so views dot initiate call. Okay, so like that. Then the name, so the name here we're gonna say what, so we need to copy this one, so we're gonna copy this one and I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one for starting the call. So we're gonna say path, so path here gonna say what, we need to say, gonna say sessions. Okay, so sessions, then we're gonna have what, the string of what, so string of session ID. so session ID like that. So we need to make sure that we pass that one there. So we're gonna say start. So then from there we need to have what, views dot what, so views dot start call. Okay, so remember we had that one. So we're gonna say start, so start call like that. So then from there we need to have the name. So the name is equals to what, so this one we're gonna say we need to copy this one like that. Then we need to do what, gonna paste it there. So and then lastly we need to have the one for the ending call. Okay, so we're gonna say path, then we're gonna say what, gonna say sessions. So sessions, then we're gonna say what, so we pass the string of what, so string of the session ID. Okay, ID like that. So then we name it what, end. Okay, like that. Then we need to say views, so views dot what, end call, so end call like that. Then also we need to have the name, so which will be what, will be this one, and I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so and before going to the front end we need to make sure that we do what, so we need first of all gonna make sure that we install the channels, so that we'll be able to do what, so that you'll be able to use it. And also we need to import the to add what, the Django Redis. Okay, so make sure that you have the Redis server running in your local machine. So make sure that you add it there. So because I have a course where you're able to add the what, the Redis in the what, in the application. So make sure that you have it, so in your what, in your local machine. Okay, so and also from there you need to do what, you need to be able to come to our what, to our settings. So make sure that you do pip install channel Redis, and also you need also to make sure that you install what, you install the what, the Django Redis. Okay, so that you'll be able to use it. So for you to install the channel Redis, you need to come to your terminal. So currently I have some, so you need to use the what, as you can see I've just pasted this code, the command here, the pip install channel Redis and Redis. Okay, so also make sure that you have what, you have the Redis running in your local machine. Okay, so because that is the thing that you need to make sure. So make sure that you have those things, so that you'll be able to use what, so currently I have them, so I don't need to do like that. So then we need to do the python manage.py. so currently you can realize that if you try to do what, so currently we have what, so we have initialized our consultations and it is not what, so we need to make sure that you come here to the backend. So we need first of all to initialize the channels. Okay, so come here in the settings here, so and then you need to make sure that you are below what, so make sure that you are below the this one. So then when you come here below, you need to first of all gonna have the Redis, so the Redis, so that you'll be able to do it. So the first thing that you need to do, you're gonna have the channel layers. Okay, so make sure that you have them, so channel layers. Okay, so this one is equals to what, so this one we need to come here, so we need to set the default. Okay, so make sure that you do this, so that you'll be able to run it in what, in your machine. Okay, so be able to test the video calls and others. So make sure that you have it like that. So we're gonna say channels, so channels dot what, so channel Redis. Okay, so channel Redis dot what, dot core, so dot Redis channel. Okay, so we need to make sure that you do what, Redis, gonna say Redis, so gonna say Redis channel, so Redis channel what, layer. Okay, like that. Then from there the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the config. Okay, so the config here, so what we need to do here, we're gonna say what, so here we need to have the host. Okay, so make sure that you have them, so we're gonna say the host. So then from there, this one we're gonna use the OS, so os dot what, environ. Okay, so os dot environ dot get, so we need to get what, the Redis URL. So the Redis URL there. Then also we need to do what, to say we need to have a default, so we're gonna say Redis, so we're gonna say Redis, then like this, then /, then we're gonna say the local host, so local host. But if you're using Windows, make sure that you have what, you have the, maybe you're gonna use we're gonna use the WSL. So we're gonna have the maybe Ubuntu in your WSS, so that is the Windows System Linux. So make sure that in that system Linux you have what, the Redis server, okay, running, and then you need to make sure that you run your what, the WSS, so that you'll be able to use it. Okay, so we're gonna say like this, and then we're gonna do what, gonna pass a value of 0 there. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the capacity. So capacity here gonna say what, so this one gonna say 1500. Okay, so like that. And also we're gonna say expiry, so expiry here gonna say what, 10. Okay, so make sure that your channel layers look like this, so that you'll be able to do what, to run it. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to go to the to our front end to be able to test that part. Okay, so let us go there, and now we start work building on the what, on the front end. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on our what, on the front end for the part for the calls and the WebRTC and also the WebSocket. So what we're gonna do, so that we'll be able to use that, so we need to come to our pubspec.yaml, so that we'll be able to, first of all, to have what, to have the things that we need here, so the packages that we need to use. Okay, so the first one that we need, it is the WebSocket channel. So we're gonna say Flutter, so Flutter pub, then we need to do what, we're gonna say add. So what we need to add, it is what, Flutter, so web, so Flutter, so we're gonna start with Flutter WebRTC. Okay, so WebRTC, so Flutter WebRTC. So first of all, I need to add that one, so let us wait for it to add, and then we're gonna add the WebSocket channel, so the one that will be responsible for handling the WebSocket, and this one for WebRTC gonna handle what, the WebRTC. Okay, so as I said, so we'll be using that one, so that we'll be able to allow the patients and our consultants to be able to communicate. Okay, so we don't want them to pay something and then they don't get it. Okay, so the first thing, the other thing that we need to add, it is what, Flutter pub, add what, we need to add the WebSocket. So WebSocket, as you can see, WebSocket dot what, so WebSocket then channel. Okay, so WebSocket channel, like that. So now the next thing that we're gonna do, so we need to come back to our what, to our consultation. So because we are in that folder, so there are some things that we want to do now. So even though later I'm gonna handle them later, like the notifications, like there are some parts we have not yet completed in our dashboards and others. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do that, and that page is like that. So then we need to do what, so let me first of all remove that one. So then we need to come to our what, so to our consultation. Okay, so when we come to our consultations here, we need to start in the domain. So in the domain we had what, we had the call session, so where we had that one, so for the feeds. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to add some few getters. So the first getter, it is what, bool get is ongoing here. So we need to return what, so if it is ongoing, we're gonna check if the status is equals to what, is equals to the same as ongoing. So this one will be used for checking that. So we're gonna copy this one multiple times, so like that. So currently I want to focus a lot on this one, so we're gonna say it's completed, so because most of them we have covered in the previous sessions. Okay, so we're gonna say completed. So then from there we're gonna have what is scheduled. Okay, so it's scheduled, so automatically, and the status is what, scheduled. Okay, so scheduled. So most of the things that we're gonna do is the new things. So it's initiated, so it's initiated like that. So it is when we have what, it is initiated. Okay, so initiated like that. So then the next one is what, is cancelled. Okay, so it's cancelled, it is when we have what, we have it as cancelled. Okay, like that. So that is it. So that is the part for for checking that one. So then the next one, we need to check if the user can join or start the call. So we're gonna say bool. So bool get. So get can start. Gonna name it like this. So can start. So then we need to return what? When the status is what? So the status is equals to initiated. Okay. So initiated. So initiated like that. Or when the status is what? So when the status is equals to ongoing. Okay. So this is when we can start. Okay. So then from there, the next one, it is what? The one that will be, we can check if we can end the call. So which obvious it is, we can just only end the call that is what? That is ongoing. Okay. So we're gonna say bool get. So can end. So this one we need to return what? We're gonna say status. So status here is equals to what? So is equals to ongoing, like that. So now the next get it is what? The one that gonna check whether we can be able to do it. We need to, the one can cancel. So if it can be cancelled, so we're gonna say bool get. So then we're gonna say can cancel. So can cancel, this one we need to return when it is what? When the status is equals to what? So is equals to either scheduled. Okay. So scheduled. So or when the status is what? When the status is equals to initiated. Okay. So initiated, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna have the one to check. So when if the prescription can be created, so we're gonna say bool. So bool here is equals to what? Get. We're gonna say get. So get, then we're gonna say can create prescription. Okay. So prescription. So these ones we're gonna add them later. So then we're gonna say status. So when we come to handle the part for what? For prescriptions. Okay. So this one we're gonna say completed. So that is it. So after we have done that, now we'll be able to do what? Now we need to create a new repository here, the one that gonna handle what? Our consultation. Okay. So that we'll be able to do what? To handle that one. So we need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create that new file here. Then we're gonna say consultation. So consultation. So this one we're gonna say consultation repository. So repository .dat. Okay. So now after we have done that, we need to have our abstract class. So abstract class. So then we're gonna say consultation repository, like that. So we need the first one, the one that gonna initiate the new consultation call. So we're gonna say result future. So result future, this one. So then we're gonna say what? We're gonna pass the call session. Okay. So our call session, like that. Then we're gonna say what? Initiate. So initiate call. Okay. So that is it. So now when you're initiating call, what we need to pass it is the, so we're gonna say required. So required string of what? Of our consultant. So consultant ID, and also we can also have optional the call type. So call type, but by default here we need to initialize as what? The video. Okay. So we need to have it as a default. So now the next one, it is the one that gonna start a call. So gonna start an initiated consultation call. So we're gonna say result. So result future, this one. Then we're gonna say call session. So call session here. Then we're gonna name it what? Start. So start call. Then we're gonna pass what? We're gonna pass the session ID. Okay. Now the next one, it is what? The one that gonna end the call. Okay. So this one we're gonna say result future. So the result future here, then we're gonna return what? The call session. So then we're gonna say end call. So we need to make sure that we name it well. So end call, like that. So then we need to have the required. Okay. So required string. So session what? Session ID, like that. Then also we need to have what? Nullable. So string of what? Consultant. So consultant notes. So consultant notes, and also we're gonna have what? So string nullable for what? For the feedback, for the patient feedback. So we're gonna say patient. So patient feedback. Okay. So feedback. So that is it. So now those are the methods that we need here for the abstract what? So the ones that will be responsible for handling the calls. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have now the use cases. So the use cases that we're gonna start with, we're gonna start with what, with the one that gonna initiate the call. Okay, so the reason that I'm not explaining a lot, so remember we have been going through this thing, so make sure that you are familiar with this one up to this point. Okay, so initiate call, use case, so use case, then dot. Okay, so but if you have not yet even mastered, so we have that Udemy course for 111 hours, so make sure that you do it, you get that course, so you're gonna learn a lot also from there. So you're gonna say lazy singleton, so lazy singleton like that, then from there you're gonna say what, class, so class initiate what, initiate call use case, so I want to make sure that this is a capital. So then from there we need to do what, so this one extends our use case. Okay, use case, so like that, then this one gonna return the call session. Okay, so call session, and also we need to pass what, the initiate what, initiate call params. Okay, initiate call params here, so we're gonna say params like that. So then we need to copy this one, so we need to copy this one, then we're gonna say what, so here we're gonna say class, so class, I'm gonna paste that one there. So this one extends what, so extends the equatable there. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the parameters that we need to pass here when making the initiating the call. So we must have what, we must have the consultant ID, and also we need to have the what, string of what, of the call type. Okay, so like that. So then we need to create the constructor with the required parameters. So just come here and you create it like that. Then we need to make sure that this is a constant. So then the next thing that we're gonna do here, we need to have the override. So we need to create that one missing override like that. So then the next thing that we need to do is to remove that one, and then from there the next, then we need to do what, we need to pass them here. So we're gonna have the consultant what, so the consultant ID, so not that one, consultant, so consultant what, so consultant consultant ID. Okay, so like that. Then what have we done, so consultant, so this one should be a consultant. Okay, so we need to make sure that you name it well, consultant, so consultant ID. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the call type here, so the call type. Okay, so now after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to import this one first. So we need to import it from there. Then also we need to import the singleton from the injectable, and also we need to create the missing override. So just need to create that one. So now the next thing that we need to do it is to inject our repository. So consultation repository. Then you're gonna name it what? You're gonna name it a repository like that. Then you're gonna have what? We're gonna have the what? The constructor with the final field. Okay. So also we need to make sure that this is a constant, so constant like that. So then we need to do what, we need to remove this one first. So we're gonna remove this one. Then from there we need to make sure that this is a what, this is an async method. So we need to return what, we need to return, so we're gonna say return await. Okay, so we need to await our repository. So repository dot what, initiate the call. Okay, so the consultant ID gonna get it from the parameters. So params dot what, consultant ID, and also the what, the call type. So the call type will be what, gonna say params dot the call type. Okay, like that. Then we need to put semicolon there. So that is it. So now the next one that we need to have it is what, the one that will be responsible for starting the call. Okay, so we're gonna say start, so start call, so start call use case. Okay, so dot. So this one we're gonna say, so the first thing we're gonna say it is a lazy singleton, so lazy singleton, so lazy singleton like that. So then from there we're gonna say what, class, so we're gonna say start. Okay, so start use case like that. So then we need to make sure that this is a capital. So then from there we're gonna say what, this one extends our use case. Okay, so use case like this. So then from there we're gonna say what, so this one gonna return the call session. Okay, so then we need also to have what, the start, gonna say start call params. Okay, so which you can just have a string here. So we need to make sure that this is a capital, so params. So we're gonna copy this one. So then I'm gonna come here below, so you're gonna say class, then you're gonna do what, you're gonna paste that one. So then you're gonna say extends. Okay, so extends equitable, so extends equitable like this. So then from there we need to have what, here we just need to provide the string of what, of the session ID. Okay, so session ID like that. So which you need also to have what, the constructor. So we need to create the constructor with the final fields there. Then we need to make sure that the constructor is a constant. Then we need to have what, our missing override here, so like that. Then also we need to remove this one. So then also we need to pass it to our to our properties. So we're gonna say session, so session what, session ID like that. Okay, so now we need to import the call session, so we need to import it here. So we're gonna import it like that, and then from there also we need to have what, we need to have the lazy singleton, so it will come from the injectable, and also we can have what, the missing override like that. Then also we need to have what, so the first thing that we need to have it is our repository. So we're gonna say consultation, so consultation repository like that. Then we're gonna say what, so this one we need to say repository like that. So then from there we need to create what, we need to create the constructor, so the constructor like that. So now we need to make sure that this is a constant like that. Okay, so then from there we need to come here, and then we need also to have this one as an async. Okay, so async method. So then we need to return what, we need to return await, so we need to await this one, repository. So repository dot what, start call. Okay, so then gonna pass what, params dot session ID, that is it. Then we need to put semicolon there. Then the next one that we need to have here, it is for what, the one that will be responsible for ending the call. Okay, so that use case. So we're gonna say end call, so end call use case. So we're gonna say dot that. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the at lazy singleton, so at lazy singleton, so lazy singleton, so at lazy singleton like that. Then we need to do what, so this one gonna say class and call use case. Then I need to make sure that this is a capital, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to say extends, so this one extends our use case. Okay, so use case like that. Then we need to have what, call session, so this one gonna return the call session, and then we need to have the what, end call. So we're gonna say end call, so end call params. Okay, the parameters that we need when ending the call. So what I'm gonna do, I need to copy this one, so then I'm gonna come here below, so then you're gonna say class, so then I'm gonna paste that one there. Then you're gonna say extends what, so this one extends the equitable like that. So we're gonna say equitable, so equitable like that. Then from there we need to have what, we need to have the parameters. So we're gonna say final string, so the first one, this one is the session ID, this one must be required. Content if you don't have the session ID. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to have it is a string. So when ending you can also have the consultant names, so which it is nullable, so it's not a must. So consultant, as you remember in the backend, we were passing them as out as not what, required parameters. Okay, so you're gonna say final string, so also you're gonna say patient feedback, so patient feedback, you can be able to build out UI after the call session. Then you can be able to rate it and to have maybe a comment, so that is the feedback you can just give there. Okay, so then from there we need to create the constructor like that. So then we need to make sure that we do it, so this one as a constant. So then we need to create the missing override, so just come here and you do like that. So then from there we need to remove this one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, so here we need to have the session ID, so session ID like that. And also we're gonna have what, gonna have the consultant notes, so consultant notes, and also we're gonna have the patient feedback, so the patient feedback like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to import this one. So from there then also we need to have what, we need to import the lazy singleton, so we're gonna import it from there. Then we need to have our what, then we need to have our missing override there. Then we need to inject our what, our repository. So we're gonna say final consultation, so consultation, so consultation repository. Then we're gonna name it what, underscore repository. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what, we need to have the what, so we need to have the constructor here. Then we're gonna do what, So you need to make sure that this is a constant. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, this one as an async method, so because it's gonna wait for the backend so to give the response. So here we need to return. So what we need to return here, we need to await. So we need to await our repository. So repository dot what, so repository dot end call. Okay, so then the session ID, gonna get it from the params. So we're gonna say session ID. Also we're gonna have what, gonna have the consultant notes if they are there, so we're gonna get them from params dot what, consultant notes. And also we're gonna have the patient feedback. Then we're gonna say what, params dot what, so params dot patient feedback. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to do what, we need to put semicolon there. So that one marks the end of what, of that part. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our data layer as usual. So in the data layer, what we need to do, we need to come here in the call session model, so that we're gonna add some few helper methods. So the ones that will be responsible for handling some few things we need here. So the first one that we need, it is the one that will be responsible to initiate the call. Okay, so just need to come here, so just below this one. So make sure that you come there. Then we're gonna say what, this one gonna return a map of what, so map of string dynamic. Okay, so this one we're gonna say to initiate, so to initiate JSON. Okay, so like that. So then from there, what we need to do here, we need to return. So what we need to return here is the consultant ID. So consultant ID. So make sure that it matches the backend. So naming, so consultant ID. Then this one gonna pass our consultant what, our consultant ID. So consultant ID. Okay, so like that. Then we need to have a comma. Then from there gonna have the call type. Okay, so the call type here, we need to make sure that we do what, we pass the call type. Okay, so these ones are coming from what, from our entity. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, now we need to have what, gonna save that one. Now we need to have the one that gonna create the call notes or the feedback JSON for ending calls. Okay, so we're gonna say map, so map of what, string, so map string dynamic, so map string dynamic. Then we're gonna say data, so data here. So we're gonna say what, not data. So this one we're gonna call it to end what, to end, so to end the call JSON. Okay, so the one that will be responsible for that. So that one gonna return the map of what. So then we need to do what, we need to come here. So first of all, we need to have the data. So we're gonna say map, so because this one we might have it now, so we're gonna say map of string. So this one should be map of what, string dynamic. So string dynamic, like that. So we're gonna name it data. So we need to initialize it as an empty map. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if you have the consultant nodes. Okay, so if you have the consultant nodes, okay, so if the consultant nodes are not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null here, we need to do what, we need to add it. Okay, so you just need to come here and then we say what, consultant nodes. So remember, spelling should align with the what, with the backend, the way the backend expects it. Okay, so consultant nodes, so remember that one, like that. Then we need to assign to the one that will be passed here. Okay, so consultant nodes, that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so if it is what, so if you have the patient feedback. Okay, so if the patient feedback, so if the patient feedback here it's not equal to null, so if it's not equal to null, if it's there, we just need to add it to our data map. Okay, so we're gonna say patient, so patient feedback. Okay, like that. So we need to do what, we need to assign it to the one that will be passed here, the patient feedback. Okay, so feedback, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to come here, then we need to return the data. Okay, so if it is provided, just need to return that one. So let me save this one. So make sure that you have it like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on our what, on our data sources. Okay, so now to create the remote data source for consultation, so we're gonna say what, we need to have it here. We're gonna say consultation, so consultation remote data source. Okay, so like that. Then we need to say what, dot. Okay, so the first thing that we need to have the contract, the interface for consultation. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to say part. So we're gonna say consultation, so consultation remote, okay, remote data source, so remote data source dot dat, okay, so .g dot dat, okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the abstract. So we're gonna say abstract, so we're gonna say abstract, not that one, so abstract, like that, abstract class. Then we're gonna say what, consultation remote data source. I want to make sure that this is capital, so I'm gonna say like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to say what, we need to come here and we have the methods, so the one that gonna initiate the new call, okay, session. So we're gonna say future, so this is a future method, so this one gonna return our call session, what, so call session model, like that. So then we're gonna say what, initiate, okay, so we need to name it initiate call. So then we need to do what, so what we need to provide here, we need to make sure that we have the required of what, string, so string of what, consultant. So we're gonna say consultant what, so consultant ID, okay. So then from there gonna have a string, so string of what, string of the call type, okay, so call type. Then this one can be what, we need to initialize it with a video, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing, the next method, it is the one that gonna start the call, so we're gonna say future. So as I said, future is because we're gonna wait for some time to get the data from the backend, okay. So call session model, so this one gonna say what, start, so start call, like that. Then you're gonna provide what, string of what, session ID, like that. So then we do like that. So then the next thing that is the one that gonna end the call, so we're gonna say future, so we need to say future. So here just going marathon, so make sure that you understand what we are doing so far, so that you won't get lost, okay. So end call, like that. So then from there we're gonna do what, so we need to provide some few things. So we're gonna make sure that we have what, we have the session ID, okay. So I'm gonna say session ID, session ID, like that. Then also we're gonna have the string, so the string of what, so the consultant notes, okay, so consultant notes, okay. So then from there gonna have the string of what, the patient, so the patient feedback, so feedback, like that. So then we put semicolon there. So what I'm gonna do, so I just need to copy these ones, so even though later I'm gonna add more, so or you can just do it. So if you want to add the others, like getting the call session, then getting the upcoming consultations, get the consultation statistics, creating the prescription, getting the user prescriptions and others, okay. So if you want to add them, so make sure that you do it, you add them there. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, our retrofit implementation of the remote data source. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the REST API. So now we need to do what, so here we need to come here below. So then we need to have what, our dependency injection here, so at Redis singleton, so Redis singleton, so singleton, like that. Then we need to say as what, our consultant, so consultation, not consultant, so consultation remote, okay, remote data source, like that, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the abstract method. So this one is the one for what, we have said it is for the retrofit. So we're gonna say abstract class, not method. So we're gonna say what, consultation remote data source. So we need to make sure that this is capital. So then we need to have what, the implementation, okay. So we're gonna say implementation, okay, so impl. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here inside of this one, and then first of all we need to make sure that we import these ones. So then we're gonna have the lazy singleton and also the REST API. So from there, okay, so now in this part we need to have the, so this one, so make sure that this one implements what, so this one implements our consultation remote data source, okay, so like that. So now, so here we need to have what, we need first of all to have the factory constructor for the dependency injection. So we're gonna say at factory, so at factory method, like that. We're gonna say factory, so factory, then we're gonna say consultation, so the consultation remote data source implementation, that one. So what we need to pass it is our dio package, then we're gonna name it what, dio. Then from there we need to make sure that you have what, the consultation, so consultation remote data source. So what I'm gonna do, I need to copy this one so that I can be able to use it here. So we're gonna say underscore, then I'm gonna paste that one there. Okay, so that is it. So now that the next thing that we need to do, I'm gonna paste what, so I need to copy this once again, so because I've just copied the other. So then we need to do what, we need to come with them here. So then from there we need to have the override. So just need to make sure that we have what, the override for these ones. Okay, so we need to come here, so we're gonna say at override. So at override like that. So here we need to have what, the first one, it is the post method. So the post, so we need to make sure that it is a post. So post from what, so post, so post like that. So then the path, it is what, I say consultations. So remember we created these ones endpoints, so initiate. Okay, so to initiate we just need to do what, so this one should be in our what, in our field. Okay, so we need to provide them as a field. So we need to make sure that this is a field. Okay, so like that. So the field here, we need to make sure it's what, we need to make sure that it matches what the backend expects. Okay, so we're gonna say consultant, so consultant ID. Okay, so that is for the consultant ID. And then from here gonna say we're gonna have the another field. So the field here, we need to make sure that it is a what, it is a call type. So remember you are matching what the backend expects there, like that. So that is the part for the call type. So now the next thing that we need to do, it is the one to start the call. Okay, so this is the call. We need to make sure that in our URL we have the session ID. Okay, so we're gonna say override. So we're gonna say override here. So then we need to do what, we're gonna say at post. Okay, so at post this one, so the path here will be what, be consultations. So consultations, then we're gonna have the sessions. So sessions, then we're gonna say what, we're gonna have the session ID, so the one that we're gonna pass here. So the session ID also, we need to make sure that you do it. So remember, don't forget about the / here, so that you won't experience the resource not found and others. So session ID, then you're gonna say what, gonna have the start. Okay, so like that with the /. So this one session ID, it's the one that we need to provide in the path. Okay, so we need to say path. So path here, so path here, we need to do what, we need to make sure that you provide it there, like that. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to this method, the one that's gonna end the call. So we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say at override. So at override, so what I'm gonna do, because it's the same with this one, we're just passing them to what, so we're gonna copy that one, then I'm gonna come and paste it here. So then this one sessions, so then the session ID, then we need to do what, we need to have the end. Okay, so the end one. So then from there, the path here, gonna make sure that we provide what, gonna provide this one in the path, so like that. So that one will be passed in our path there. So then the next one, it is the field. So this one, it might be there or not. So field, then we're gonna say what, consultant. So consultant, so consultant what, consultant ID, like that. Then we need to close it there, so like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have also the field. So we're gonna say at field. So at field here, we're gonna say what, the patient. So the patient feedback. Okay, so feedback, like that. So like that. So that is it. So make sure that you have the spelling well. So that is the what, so this one should be D or not, like that. So like that. Okay, so that one should be the type. So then after we have done that, now we can be able to go to our what, repository. Okay, so the one that will be responsible for handling the repository. So we need to come here in the repository, and then we need to create a new file. So we're gonna say what, consultation. So consultation repository, so repository implementation dot. Okay, so what we need to do here, first of all, we need to have at Redis singleton. So at Redis singleton, so singleton, like that. Then we need to make sure it's as what, as the consultant. So consultation, not consultant, consultation repository. Okay, so repository, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the class. So the one that we're gonna name it consultation repository implementation. So this one implements our what, the consultation. So consultation repository. Okay, so this one. So then from there we need to have what, first of all we need to have this one. So we need to pass it here, and then we're gonna import it there. Then we need to have the missing what, so missing overrides. so just need to create them there. So then from there we need to have what, the network info and others. So we're gonna say final, the consultant, so consultation, not consultant, consultation remote data source, so remote data source, so that one. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna name it a remote data source. Okay, so that is it. Then we need also to have the network info, so network info. Okay, so network info, so that one. So then we're gonna name it what, network info. Okay, so network info like that. Then we need to create the constructor with the what, with the final feeds, so for these variables, so that we have injected here. So we need to make sure that we have them like that. Then also we need to make sure that this is a constant. And then for this part, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna come here in the appointment repository. So remember we were doing the same thing, so we just need to copy this one from the async here. Then we're gonna copy this one, so we need to come and use it here. So the first one, it is the what, the one that we're gonna start with the initiate call. So we're gonna paste it this one here. So then what we need first of all, it is to import this one, so the ones that will be from the darts package. Then also we need to import the network failure like that. Then also we need to do what, we import the DO exception, so like that. Then also we need to import what, also even the server failure, we should have it, so we need to import them. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have the DO error, so the one that will be responsible, which we said later we need to add it to what, we need to have a file that will be responsible for all of these ones. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do it, so we need to make sure that we be able to do it. Okay, so instead of having in every repository, even though it's good if you want to have custom information. Okay, so then, so here the first thing that we need to do for the, so for the network info, that we're gonna remain like that. So now we need to have what, to have the call session, which we're gonna get from the what, so we're gonna get from the backend, so which we're gonna say await. So we need to await remote data source, so remote data source, so data, so remote data source. Okay, so remote data source dot what, so we need to get the initiate call, so initiate call, then the consultant ID, we're gonna pass that one, and then the call type, so the call type, we're gonna pass our call type here. Okay, so call type like that. So then we need to put semicolon there. Then from there, so we don't want this one to be constant, so this one we need to return what, our call session. Okay, so the call session that we're gonna get. So then the next one, so we're gonna leave the others like that. So now I'm gonna save that one. So now the next one that we need to do, we need to have the one that will be responsible for starting the call. So we just need to come here, and then we need to replace this one, not all of that one. We need to make sure that we start there. Then we're gonna paste it here, so not like that. So what I'm gonna do, I need to copy this one, so that we'll be able to do it. So we're gonna copy that one. Then we're gonna come here and we do what, we replace this one like that. So then what we need to do here, instead of what, so instead of the initiate call, then we're gonna say what, start call. Okay, so in the start call, what we need to provide it is what, just need to have the session ID. So we're gonna say session ID. Okay, so we're gonna provide the session ID there. So then from there, just return the call session. Okay, so that is it. So now the next one, it is the one that gonna end the call. So we need to do what, we need to come here and we do it. So here we need to come and paste this one there. So then the remote data source, then we need to call what, the end call. So then the end call here, what we need to have is, first of all, we need to have the session ID. So the session ID, so we're gonna provide what, the session ID. Okay, so session ID there. Then also we need to have what, the consultant notes. So consultant notes, gonna provide our consultant notes. So we're gonna say consultant notes, and also we need to have what, we need to have the patient feedback. So patient feedback, so then we're gonna provide what, the patient feedback. Okay, so patient feedback like that. So that is it. So that is the part for what, for the repository, even though later we're gonna add many more later. Okay, so now we need to come to our what, to our UI here, so that we'll be able to have what, to have the different blocks that we need for consultation. So we're gonna say consultation, so we're gonna have the consultation block. Okay, so dot. Also we're gonna have what, we're gonna have the event. So we're gonna say consultation, so consultation event. okay. So consultation event dot dart, and also you're gonna have the one for the state, so which you're gonna name it what, consultation. So consultation state dot dart, okay. So that is it. So now we need to start working on the events that we want here, okay. So now the events that we need, first of all, we need to have what we're gonna say this is part of what, so we're gonna say part of our consultation block, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the abstract class. So abstract class for what, consultation. So consultation event, so it's gonna extend what, so extends equatable, okay. So equatable, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need first of all to have the constructor. So we're gonna say consultation event, okay. So consultation event, so which is a constant there. Then from there we need to have the override. So we're gonna say at override. So at override here, so we need to do what, we need to have the list of the objects, okay. So the object nullable, then you're gonna say what, get props, okay. So then we need to return here, we're gonna return an empty list there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna remove that one. So then I'm gonna copy this one so that we're gonna be able to use it in our event. So the first event that we need to have, it is the one that gonna initiate the call, okay. So we're gonna say class, so class initiate. So we're gonna say initiate call. So this one extends what, it extends the consultation event. So we're gonna say consultation, so consultation event, like that. Then we need to do what, so for you to be able to initiate the call, you need to provide what, to have the string of what, consultant ID. So consultant ID, like that. And also you're gonna have the string of what, call type, okay. So call type, like that. So that is it. Then we need to create the constructor. So we need to create the constructor with the required feeds there. Then we need to make sure that this is a constant. So then from there we need to make sure that this one for the call type, as you have been doing, we need to initialize it with a what, with the default here. Then the default will be what, we're gonna say video, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and we have the override. So then we need to provide what, the consultant ID, and also the call type, okay. So that is it. So that is the one that will be responsible for that. So then from there we need to have the class. So we're gonna say start call, so the one that's gonna start the call, so this event. So then you're gonna say what, consultation, so consultation event. Then from there we need to do what, we need to come here and you're gonna have the string, so the string of what, session ID. So session ID, like that. Then we need to create the constructor here. So we need to create it with what, with the required parameter there. Then we need to declare it as a constant. Then from there we need to have the override. So the override, then we need to pass what, the session ID, okay. So session ID, like that. So now the next one that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna end the call. So we're gonna say class, so class, then we're gonna say end call. So end call, then we're gonna say extends. So then extends what, consultation what, so consultation event, like that. Then we need to do what, first of all we need to have the string of what, so string of the session ID, okay. So session ID there. Then also we need to have the string that is nullable. So we're gonna say what, the one that will be for consultant nodes, okay. So consultant nodes, like that. Then we're gonna say final, so final string nullable. So this one will be what, the patient, so the patient feedback, okay. So feedback, like that. So then we need to create the constructor. So we need to create it here. Then we're gonna say what, so we need to create it as a what, as a required there. Then we need to make sure that the others are not what, not all that are required, like this one and also this one, okay. So then from there we need to have the override. So we're gonna paste it there. Then we need to pass them here. So the first one, it is the session ID. Also we need to have the consultant nodes, so consultant nodes, and also the patient feedback, okay. So like that. So that is it. So that is the part for what, for events, even though we're gonna add them others if you're gonna require them. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have our states, okay. So this one will be a part of what, so will be the consultation block, so like that. Then we're gonna say what, so here we need to say abstract class, so abstract class consultation state, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to say extends equatable, okay. So this one extends equitable, so this one should not be here. Can remove that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the constructor. So we're gonna say consultation. So consultation state there. Then we need to do what? Then we need to have the override there. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to have the initial state. So class consultation. So consultation initial. So initial gonna say what extends our consultation state. Okay, like that. So then we need to do what? To pass nothing there. So then, so because we're gonna get nothing from it, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the one that gonna have the call initiated. So we're gonna say class call initiated. So this is when the call is initiated. So this state extends, so extends what? So we're gonna say extends our consultation state. So consultation state, like that. So then from there, so for that one, what we need to return it is what? Our call session. Okay, so we're gonna say call session, like that. Then we need to name it what? Call session. Okay, can name it the way you want to name it. So then from there we need to have what? We need to do what? We need to add it in the constructor. So then like that. So then from there gonna say constant, and then from there we need to have what? Gonna paste that one. Then we need to pass it here, the call session. Okay, so the call session there. So that is it. So then the next one is, it is what? When the call is started. Okay, so this state, when we are in the state of what? Call started. So when we move to this state, we need to do what? So we're gonna say, so this one extends the consultation state. So consultation state here. Then we need to do what? So here gonna say final call session. Okay, so call session, like that. Then we're gonna say call session, like that. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need to create the constructor for this one. So we're gonna do what? We're gonna make sure it's a final field. Okay, so like that. Then we need to make sure that it is a constant. So we need to have what? We need to have our override there. Then we need to pass what? The call session. Okay, so call session. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have the one that is responsible when we are in the state of call ended. So we're gonna say call ended. So this one will be what? We're gonna say extends. So this one extends our consultation state. So consultation state, like that. Then we need to do what? So we're gonna say final. So final call session. So call session here. So we're gonna name it what? Call session. Okay, so call session, like that. So then from there we need to create the constructor. So for the final field, and then we need to do what? So we're gonna come here, and then, so I don't want it to be required, I want it to be what? Gonna pass it as a final field. Okay, so like that. Then I'm gonna have it as a constant, like that. Then also we need to have what? We need to have the override there. Then we're gonna say what? Call session. Okay, so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? The one that will be responsible for if we are in the error state. Okay, so because we might be in the error, so this one we're gonna say consultation. So consultation error. So this one gonna extends what? So extends the consultation state. Okay, so the consultation, so the consultation state there. Then so this one we need to have what? Gonna have the string of what? Message. Okay, so message, like that. Then also we need to have what? So this one will be constant of, instead of constant we need to just use the what? The helper. So we're gonna say this one just need to pass what? As a final field there. Then we're gonna say constant. Then from there we need to have the override. Then we pass our message there. Okay, so message, like that. So that is it. So that one, like that. So then we need to make sure that we remove this one from this part, like that. So now we need to come to our block. So the block, this is where now we need to handle them, so that we'll be able to link them to our what? To our use cases, and then we're gonna handle the events, then like that. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So the first thing that we need to do, we need first of all to have what? We're gonna say this one is part. So part, then part of what? The consultation event, like that. And also you're gonna say part. So part, then you're gonna say part of what? The consultation state. Okay, So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do is to have the injection. So we're gonna say injectable like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So we need to have the class. So class consultation what? So we're gonna name it consultation BLoC. Okay, so this one extends the block. Okay, so we're gonna say block, so like that. Then this one will have what? Gonna take it the consultant, so the consultant event. Okay, and then gonna have what? The consultation, so consultation state like that, then like that. Okay, so then from there, so this one is what? Consultant, so consultant, so consultant event. Have you named it well? So let me check here. So we need to come here and we check. So this one, it is the consultation, not consultant, so remember that one. So this one is consultation, so we're gonna say consultation. Okay, so consultation event there. Then we need to do what? We need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to have what? We need to have this one, so the injectable. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to have our use cases. We need to have them here. So we're gonna say initiate call, so the one that gonna initiate call use case. So then we're gonna name it what? Gonna say initiate, so initiate call use case like that. Then we need to have the one that to start the call. Okay, so the start call use case, then we're gonna name it what? Start call. Okay, so like that. Then also we're gonna have the one that will end, so we're gonna say final end call, so end call use case. Okay, so end call use case like that. Then we're gonna name it what? End call use case. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to create the constructor for our block here. So we need to do what? We need to come here and we create with the final feeds there. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the body, so not like this. So we need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to call the super, so the super class, because we are inheriting. So we're gonna say what? So here you just need to provide the consultation initial. Okay, the initial state there. So then from there we need to have what? The different handlers there. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to have them. Okay, so these ones will be just simple methods, so because most of the heavy lifting will be done by our WebSocket and WebRTC services and the managers. Okay, so we're gonna say void, this one gonna return void. So we're gonna say on initiate, so on initiate call, on initiate, so initiate call, so like that. Then we're gonna say initiate call, so we need to make sure that we have initiate call. Okay, so initiate call like this. So this one gonna name it what? Event. Okay, so make sure that you name it, it comes from our event. Okay, so the initiate call, that one. So then from there we need to have the emitter, so we're gonna say emitter. Then we're gonna say what? Consultation, so consultation state here. Then we need to do what? Gonna say emit. Okay, so that is what we need to emit. So this one will be an async method. So then from there, so the first thing we're gonna do, so we need to have what? We need to have the state that will be responsible for loading. Okay, so we need to come here. So here we have the initial, so now we need to have the one that will be responsible for loading. Okay, so we're gonna say class consultation loading, so we're gonna say consultation, so consultation loading. So this one we're gonna say extends what? So extends consultation state. Okay, so consultation state. So this one it's returning nothing, so we just need to pass it like that. So that is it. So now we need to come here. So we need to do what? We need to come here and then we need to emit that one, so the one that will be responsible for that. Okay, so consultation loading. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the result from the backend. So final result is equals to what? We need to await. So what we need to await here is the initiate. So we're gonna say initiate, so we named it what? Initiate call use case. Okay, so this one. Then we need to do what? We need to have the initiate call the parameters. Okay, initiate call parameters. So initiate call params. So the consultation, the consultant ID gonna get it from the event. So event dot what, so you have the consultant ID, then from there the call type, we're gonna do the same, okay, from the consultant, not that one, so this one should be the call, okay, so the call type, that is it. So then we need to work on it, so we're gonna say result, so result dot fold. So if it is left, that is a failure, so we didn't get our what, we didn't get the call, so we're gonna emit what, so this one we need to emit the consultation error, okay, so the consultation, so the consultation error, so that is it. So the message you're gonna get it from the failure, we're gonna get, so dot message, okay, it has the message there. So then if it is right, we just need to get the consultation, okay, so you can say the consultation, or you can call it a call, so then, or you can just say the call, okay, I'm gonna say call session, so that we'll be able to know what we are doing there. So then, so the call session, then gonna say emit, so we're gonna say what, call initiated, gonna make sure this is caps lock, so this state, so the call initiated, so we need to make sure that we name that thing well. So then we need to do what, to put semicolon there. So what we need to do here, so first of all I'm gonna rename this well, so that we'll be able to know what it is. So call initiated, okay, so initiated, like that, so that is it. So now the next one is the one that will be responsible for what, for starting the call, so we're gonna say future, so future here, then we're gonna say what, future void, so void, then we're gonna say on start call, so this one, so this one we have the start call event, so we name it event. So then from there we're gonna have what, the emitter, so the emitter here will be what, the consultation event, so the consultation state, then from there you're gonna name it emit. So this one is an async method, then we need to do what, so the first thing that we need is to emit the consultation loading, so consultation loading, okay, so then from there we need to make sure that we put like that, so it's a method. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the result, so we're gonna say final result, so we need to use that one. So final result is equals to what, is equals to await, so what we need to await it is the start, so the start call use case, okay, that one. So then we need to pass what, the start call params, okay, so start call params, so for the session ID gonna get it from the event, okay, so event session ID, so that is it. So then from there the next thing that you need to do, we need to work on the result, so result dot fold, so if it is left we're gonna say failure, so like that. Then we need to do what, we need to emit, so what we need to emit is the consultation error, okay, so consultation error, so this one, then we're gonna get the failure from what, so the message from the failure, okay, so then if it is right we're gonna get the call session, okay, so like that. Then we need to do what, so we need to emit, so what we need to emit here, it is what, call started, okay, so we're gonna say call started, okay, so call started, like that. So then the call session there, so that is it. So now the next one, it is what, the one that is responsible for ending the call, so we're gonna say future, so future void, so future void here, gonna say what, on end call, so on end call, okay, so then we're gonna do what, we're gonna say end call event, so this one event. So the reason, so it's just simple as that, because I've done it multiple times, so you just know it's just the flow. So we're gonna say consultation, so the consultation state, like that. Then we need to do what, we're gonna say emit, okay, so then from there we're gonna make sure it's an async method. Then from there we're gonna do what, so we need to emit loading first of all, so the consultation loading, like that. Then we need to put semicolon there. So then the next thing we need to get the result, so we're gonna say final result, so final result is equals to what, we need to await our use case, so we're gonna say what, end call, so end call use case there. Then we need to pass what, the end call params, okay, so end call params there. Then we need to, the session ID, gonna get it from the event, so event, then we're gonna say what, session ID. So the consultant notes, we're gonna say event dot what, the consultant notes. Then for the feedback, we're gonna say event dot patient, so patient feedback, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on it, so we're gonna say result, So in this session, I'm going to, most of the time I want to cover in the how do we handle the WebSockets and WebRTC. So that's why I'm not dwelling in this one. So failure. So then we need to do what we need to emit. So emit the error. So we're gonna say the consultation. So we're gonna say consultation what? So consultation, the consultation error. So that one, then the message you're gonna say failure dot what dot message. Okay, so then for if it is right here, so we need to have what the call session. Okay, so call session, so like that. Then we need to do what? So we need to emit. So what we need to emit it is what the call. So we need to create the one that we're gonna say what. So what we need to do, we had what the call. So the call ended. Okay, so that one, then we need to pass the call session there. So that is it. So now we need to use them in our what, so that we'll be able to handle them. So to handle them, so that will be used in our block. So just need to come here. So then we need to do what? So we need to come here. The first thing is gonna say on. So on initiate call. So on this event. So what we need to do there, we need to return what? On initiate call. Okay, on initiate call. So then we need to make sure that these things are not there like that. So then we need to put what? So we're gonna put semicolon there. Then we're gonna say on what? So on the start call. Okay, so when we start the call, that event, so we need to call what? On start call. Okay, so we're gonna say on start call. So like that. So that is it. Then from there we need to have what? So on end call. Okay, so on end call here, then we need to do what? So we need to say on end call. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to remove this one. So that is the part for what? For our block. So then we need to make sure that we do what? So we need to come here and we need to import these ones. So we need to import them here. So we need to make sure that you have them there. Then also we need to have the call session. We need to import it here so that we're gonna have it like that. Okay, so now before we start working on the UI, so the first thing that we need to do, first of all, before we come to the UI, we need to create the services that will be responsible for handling our WebSockets, WebRTC, like that. Okay, so we need to do what? So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So here I think we had a place where we have what? The services. So in the core folder, even though you can put it also in the what? The consultations if you feel like. So but I want to put it in the what? In the core folder. Okay, so we need to have a new folder here. So the one that gonna have what? The services. Okay, so the services. So the first service that we need to have here, it is the WebSocket service. So this one gonna handle the WebSocket. So we're gonna say WebSocket. So WebSocket service dot dat. Okay, so the WebSocket here to be this is the real-time communication layer. So this service we're gonna handle the persistent bidirectional connection between the Flutter and the Django backend using the WebSocket. Okay, so as we said, the WebSockets are good for what? When you want an open connection, for instant two-way communication. Okay, so it's perfect for the real-time features like incoming calls, chat, live updates, like that. Okay, so the thing that you're gonna learn in this one, so the key concepts that you learn, so you're gonna learn the WebSocket connection life cycle. So that is the connect, communicate, and disconnect. Okay, so then the message serialization, so the data objects to what? To JSON strings and vice versa. So then we're gonna have the auto reconnection strategies for network resilience. We're gonna have the stream-based architecture for the reactive programming, and also we're gonna have the connection health monitoring. Okay, we're gonna use the ping pong heartbeats. Okay, so then from there, the first thing that we need, first of all, we're gonna have the notification. So we're gonna have the call type, the notification type. Okay, so we're gonna say enum. So we're gonna say call notification. Gonna say call notification. So call notification type. Okay, so like that. So we need to have them here. So one thing, we need to have the incoming. So the incoming. Okay, so also we're gonna have what? We're gonna have the call response. okay. Then also you're gonna have the call status update. So status, so call status update, so status update, so status update. Also we need to have what, we need to have the WebRTC signal. So we're gonna say WebRTC signal like that. Also we're gonna have what, gonna have the participant joined, so participant. So remember these things, we had them in the backend. So participant joined. So then we need to have what, we're gonna have also an error, okay. So if the call, the notification type, it's an error, okay. So let me save that one. So what is happening here, this we define all the possible message types we can receive from the server, okay. So think of it as a what, we can say like a table of content for WebSocket messages, okay. So the reason why we use the enums here, it is for the type safety. So the compiler catches the typos. So if it is the call notification like .incoming call, okay, so we need to, so like this one, we need to make sure that is a call, okay. So that is it. So then it's good for self-documenting, so clear list of all message types, okay. So then also for refactoring, it's easy to rename without breaking the code, okay. So then we start with the incoming call. So this one is sent when another user initiates a call to you, okay. So the payload includes the caller name, call ID. So when you remember what you did in the backend, the session ID, the consultation fee, okay. So then the call, this one, the call response here. So this one is the response to your call request, okay. So either to accept or to decline, okay. The payload includes the session ID, then the response will be what, accept or decline, okay. Then the call state changed, okay. So that is the one, it is the status updates, okay. So the call state changed, that is initiated, ongoing, or completed, okay. The payload includes the session ID and the status. So then we have this one for the WebRTC signal. So the WebRTC signaling data, so that is SDP, offers or answers, the ICE candidates, like that. So these are the technical messages for establishing the peer-to-peer video stroke the audio call, okay. So then from there we have what, the participant joined. So another participant joined the call room, so critical for the initiator to know when to start the WebRTC negotiation, okay. Then this one is when we have what, the error occurred, so the connection lost, invalid action, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a model, so the notification model. So we're gonna say what, so here we need to have a class. So we're gonna say class, gonna say call notification, okay. So call notification here. So we need to do it. So the first one we need to have, it is the so this class we're gonna wrap the WebSocket messages in a structured format. Instead of working with the raw map of string dynamic, we need to what, we're gonna have a type data. So the benefits of this one is that we're gonna have the type safety. Notification dot type is guaranteed to be notification, the call notification type. Then easy pattern matching, so that when we want to choose the switch like notification dot type, then like that, okay. Then we're gonna have a clear structure, okay. So the first one that we need to have, it is the category for notification, either incoming, status update, like that. So we're gonna say final call notification, so call notification type, okay. So call notification type, then we're gonna name it type. So then from there we need to have the call session. So the call session, this notification relates to, so used to match the notifications with what, with active calls. So we're gonna say final string, okay. So final string session ID, so session ID, like that. Then we need to do what, we need also to have additional payload data, so specific to the notification type, okay. So for example, if you have the incoming call, we need to have the caller name and also the call ID, okay. So we're gonna say final, so final map, okay. So final map here, so map of what, string, so string dynamic, okay. So then we're gonna name it data. So then from there we need to create the constructor, so just need to create the constructor for this one with the required fields there, okay. So that is it. So now we have that one for the, so remember we have the the enum for notification type, and also the call notification. Okay, so the one that will be responsible for handling the notifications. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do now, we need to have our WebSocket service. So we're gonna say class, so class web or WebSocket service. Okay, so we need it to be like that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I want this one to be capital, so like that. So then after that we need to do what? So what we're gonna do here, we need to use the singleton pattern. So the singleton pattern, it's only one instance of what? WebSocket service gonna exist in the entire application. Okay, so no matter how many times you call the WebSocket service, you get the same instance. Okay, so the reason why we have the singleton for our WebSocket, because we need to have the single connection to server, so multiple connections would waste resources. Then shared notification streams, so all the screens gonna listen to the same messages. Then consistent state, so the connection status and also the user info. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, so for us to be able to do, first of all we're gonna, so for us to have the singleton, we need to first of all gonna have the private static instance, so the instance that will exist. Okay, so we're gonna say static, so static final, so we're gonna say WebSocket service. Okay, so WebSocket service, this one. Then we're gonna say instance. Okay, so this one will be WebSocket, we're gonna say WebSocket service. Okay, so WebSocket service, so we're gonna have what? Underscore internal. Okay, so internal like that. Okay, so that is it. So what we're gonna do, so the instance will be, this is the private static variable holding the one instance. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to declare it here. So we're gonna say factory, so we're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket service, this one. So then we need to return what? So we need to return our instance. Okay, so we're gonna say instance, so we're gonna return the instance here. So we need to make sure this is instance like that. Okay, so we're gonna say instance like that. Okay, so that is it. So now what we need to do, we need to have the WebSocket, the private constructor, so the one that gonna prevent the external instantiation. Okay, only this class can create instances. Okay, we're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket dot what? Internal. Okay, so the internal there, so the internal like that. So that is it. So we do it like that. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do it so like that. So that is the WebSocket. So we need to make sure that this is what? Dot internal like that. So the factory constructor returns what? This one, the factory, this one returns the existing instance. Okay, so that is the reason, and also this one prevents from instantiating from outside. Okay, so like that. So now the next thing that we're gonna do after we have done that, now we need to start working on the properties, the WebSocket properties here. So the first one that we're gonna start with the WebSocket channel. So this is the actual connection to the server. So when we have null, it is when disconnected, and null when connected. Okay, so that is it. So we're gonna say WebSocket, so we're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket channel. Okay, this one, so like that. So this one comes from our WebSocket, so we're gonna say channel, we're gonna name it channel like that. So that is the one that will be what? Will be holding that information. Then from there we're gonna have what? We need to have the stream controller, so for the notification controller, so we're gonna say final, so final stream, so final stream controller. Okay, so we name it like that, so stream controller. So this one will come from the data sync. So then we need to have the type of what? The call notification. Okay, so that one. So then we're gonna name it notification, so we're gonna name it notification controller. Okay, so controller. So what we need to do here, we need to assign it to what? We need to initialize it with the stream of what? Stream controller. Okay, so stream controller of what? Of call notification. So call notification like that. Then we need to broadcast. Okay, so like that. Okay, so what is happening here, so the stream controller broadcasts the notification to all listeners. So the stream is like, maybe you can view it like a water pipe, so the data flows through continuously So the stream controller is the valve, okay? You control what goes through the broadcast. So where the broadcast means the multiple listeners that can subscribe simultaneously, okay? So for example, in our app we have when the server sends the message, then we add this to the stream, okay? So the video call screen gonna listen, and then we're gonna react to the WebRTC signal. Then the home screen listens, then shows the incoming call dialog, okay? So that's why we need to have we need to have the stream controller there. So then the next one we need to have it is we're gonna have the timer. So this is for reconnection attempts after maybe disconnection. So then we're gonna use it to implement the exponential backoff like that. So each retry, okay? We're gonna say timer. So the timer here gonna say what? We need to name it reconnect. Gonna say reconnect. So reconnect timer, okay, like that. So then from there we need to have the timer for sending the ping messages, okay? So this one is we're gonna send maybe like after 30 seconds you need to send the ping to the server. So remember the server, we had the part that gonna respond with the pong, okay? So if no pong received, the connection likely dead, okay? So proactively detect the connection issues before user notices, okay? So we're gonna set timer. So timer gonna say ping. So we're gonna say ping. So this one should be capital. So this one gonna say timer. So we're gonna say what? Ping. So ping timer, okay? So that is it. So then from there we need to have the counter for reconnection attempts, okay? So where we're gonna use it to implement the exponential backoff and also to give up the threshold, okay? So we're gonna say integer. So reconnect attempts, okay? So reconnect attempts. So reconnect attempts here, we need to have what? We're gonna initialize it to 0. So then the next one that we need to do, we need to have we're gonna cache the credentials. So for auto reconnection, okay? So if the connection drops, we gonna automatically reconnect without user action, okay? So we're gonna say string. So string here gonna say what? Last user ID. So last user ID, like that. So ID, then we need to do what? We need also to have the string nullable. So the last auth token, okay? So auth token. So remember when we are going to that endpoint, we need to provide what? The user ID and also for the token, okay? So then we're gonna have a flag to prevent the simultaneous connection attempts. So this one gonna prevent the race conditions. So if they connect code multiple times rapidly, okay? So we're gonna say bool. So it's connecting, okay? So we're gonna say is connecting. So it's connecting here. So we need to have it like this. So it's connecting. So we're gonna initialize it with what? We're gonna initialize it as false, okay? So like that. So now, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what do we call it? We need to now to have the public API. So the notification stream, okay? The one that gonna expose the notification stream to other parts of the application to listen, okay? So we need to have it here. So we're gonna say stream. So we're gonna say stream. So call notification. So call notification like this. Then we're gonna say get. So we're gonna say notification. So this one, it's not a private. That's why we need to do it like this, so that we'll be able to call it from other parts. So notification stream, like that. Then we need to return our private one, okay? So the notification controller dot stream, okay? So like that. So then from there we need to have the getter that we're gonna get if it is connected or it is connecting, okay? So this one gonna return true if the WebSocket is currently connected. So this one gonna use it in our UI to show the connection status indicators, okay? So we're gonna say bool. So bool gonna say get. So it's connected, okay? So it's connected here. So this one is gonna return what? Channel. So our channel here. So we need to make sure it's not equal to what? It's not equal to null and it is not what? So and it is not connecting, okay? It's not connecting, like that. So that is connected, okay? If it has those ones like that. So now we need to have the URL configuration, which we can be able to put it outside this one. So this one gonna have a method. so the getter that gonna return the appropriate WebSocket based on the build mode. Okay, so the concept that you need to understand here, you need to make sure that the WS, that is for WebSocket, so that is like the HTTP without the S. Okay, so then the WSS, so we need to, when you have the W and SS, that is for the secure WebSocket. Okay, like the HTTPS. Okay, so in the development, so we're gonna use the local IP, the one that we are still using in the what, in our application here, so that we're gonna use the phone to reach the dev machine. So then, but in the production, you should not use what, the local host. Okay, so that is the thing that you should put into consideration. When in the production, you need to make sure that you use the WSS, so with your domain. Okay, so that is the secure WebSocket over the TLS or the SSL. Okay, so the one that will be required also even for the App Store submission. So we're gonna say string, so we're gonna say string get, so we're gonna say what, get, we're gonna say get WebSocket URL, so WebSocket, so WebSocket, so we're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket URL, so this one. So we need to do what, so we need to check if it is debug, so we're gonna say kdebug, so kdebug mode, if it is in that mode, so we just need to return what, so we need to return, so what we need to return here, so remember, you can just use the one that we had the base URL, or you can just say WS, then you do what, you can put that one like that one to get what, so you can put the $, then use the one that we had the base URL, or you can just do what, so currently mine it is 192, so the way we are getting our local what, so the local IP, so remember, you get it if you have not yet, so 104, so which we did in the first session, like that. So make sure that you do it like that. So for you to get the that one, you can find it in the MacBook. You need to use the system, then the system preference, then you go to the network, you're gonna get it there. If it is Windows, you need to open the CMD, then you type the IP config, and if it is Linux, so like I'm using it here, so because I'm using Ubuntu, so you're gonna do what, if config. Okay, so else here gonna do what, so this one we're gonna replace with your what, production domain. So here gonna say return, so return here, then you're gonna say WSS like this, then you're gonna say what, your production, so your production domain.com. Okay, so like that, so that is it. So now we have that one like that. So now the method that we need to handle is what, our method for connecting. So we need to have it here, so we're gonna say filter, so filter void, so void, then we're gonna say connect. So connect, what we need to provide here when connecting, we need to make sure that we have the user ID. So remember, as in the backend, we need to have what, these ones. Okay, or the token, so we need to make sure that you have them, so that we'll be able to do it, so that we'll be able to connect. So this is an async method, so like that. So what we're gonna do here, the first thing that we need to do, so this one will be the one that will be establishing the WebSocket connection. So this one, then it's gonna connect to our Django backend. Okay, so the flow that we're gonna do here, we're gonna check if we are already connecting. So we want to make sure that we don't have the duplicates, so then we need to disconnect any existing connection, so for cleanup. So then we're gonna build the WebSocket URL, so the URL with what, authentication. Okay, so after we create the URL with authentication, so we're gonna create the WebSocket channel, then we're gonna set up the message or the error or the disconnect handlers, and also we're gonna start the ping timer for the head checks, then we're gonna send the initial connection confirmation. Okay, so then what we need to provide here, we need to provide the user ID as a parameter. So also we're gonna provide the parameter for the other token, so that is for JWT token for authentication. Okay, so then from there, so we're gonna get the user's ID, we're gonna get it from the users, so who is already logged in. Okay, so the authentication flow, the token is will be passed to our URL parameters, the way we did in the backend. Okay, So the first thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is connecting. So we're gonna say if this bool, so if it is true, so we need to do what? We need to return. Okay, so we just need to return like that. So we're gonna say return like that. So that is it. So then from there, so this one is just the guard. So this one just prevent the multiple simultaneous connection attempts. Okay, so without this one, we can have the rapid calls to connect could create what? Could create the multiple connections. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do after we have done that, now we need to do what? We need to try. So we're gonna use the try catch here. So we're gonna say first of all, so we're gonna set the connecting flag first to prevent the risk condition. So we're gonna say it's connecting. We're gonna set it to what? We're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to clean up. Okay, to disconnect existing connections if any. So this one we're gonna handle where the connect is called while already connected. Okay, so we're gonna say if the channel, so if the channel here, so if the channel is not equal to null, so if it's not equal to null here, so if it is not equal to null, what we need to do, we just need to disconnect it. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do like this. So here we need to do what? We just need to await. So we need to await what? The disconnect. Okay, so we're gonna say disconnect. So disconnect. So disconnect. So we're gonna create this method that will be responsible for what? For disconnecting. Okay, so then from there, after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So first of all, we need to cache the credentials to store for auto reconnection data if the connection drops unexpectedly. Okay, so we can be able to reconnect automatically. So we're gonna say the last, so the last user ID. So you're gonna pass what? The user ID. Okay, so the user ID like that. So then gonna get the last token. So the last of the token, gonna say the auth token that is provided there. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to build the URL. So remember that the backend expects it to have the user ID and also the token. Okay, so when you go back there, you can remember the way we did. So we're gonna say ws URL is equals to what? So we're gonna say, gonna come here, and then we need to get the WebSocket URL. So then we need to do what? We need to add the WS. So remember we have that one. So then we're gonna say consultations. So consultations like that. Then we have what? The user ID. Okay, so user ID, we're gonna pass it here. Then from there we had what? / and then we had the question mark. Then we had the what? The token. So the token here, gonna say what? We're gonna assign our token here. Then we're gonna say what? Our auth token. Okay, so the auth token like that. So remember that one. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the WebSocket channel. So the WebSocket channel gonna wrap the low level WebSocket connection. Then we're gonna provide the stream interface for receiving messages, and then gonna provide the sync interface too for sending messages. Okay, so we're gonna say channel. So we're gonna say channel here. So channel is equals to what? We're gonna say WebSocket channel. So WebSocket. So WebSocket channel. So we're gonna say WebSocket channel, this one. So dot what? So dot connect like that. So then the URL. So we're gonna say URI. So we need to make sure that it's capital URI like that. So then we need to pass what? So we need to dot pass. Okay, so because we need to pass it, then we need to pass our what? Our WS URL. Okay, so that is it. So now from there we need to set up the message handling. So the one that gonna handle the message, we're gonna have the stream listeners where the listen. So the listen gonna subscribe to the incoming messages, and then if we have an error, so on error we're gonna do what? We're gonna have the code when the error occurs. Then we're gonna have also on done, so which will be called when the connection closes gracefully. Okay, and then if it is on cancel on error, so this one is false when it is false means that the stream continues after errors. Okay, so we're gonna say channel. So then we're gonna say channel here. So we need to make sure it's not now there. Then we're gonna say stream. Okay, so stream dot what? Dot listen. Okay, so what we need to listen here on data. So this one we're gonna say what? We're gonna handle. So we're gonna have this method to handle the message. Okay, So we need to have that one. And then so what we're gonna do, so I think we're gonna do it later, so remember that one. So now we need to have on error. So on error we're gonna handle the messages also, so we're gonna handle the error. And also we're gonna say on done, we need to handle this one. We're gonna say handle disconnect, okay, when it is disconnected. Okay, so the disconnect events, we're gonna pass them there. Then we're gonna say cancel on error, so we're gonna pass it to false. Okay, so like that we're gonna keep the stream alive after the errors. Okay, so then so remember that we're gonna create these methods, so we don't have them currently. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, we need to reset the reconnection counter. So the successful connection means we should do what? We should reset the exponential back off. Okay, so we're gonna say reconnect. Okay, so the reconnect attempts here, we're gonna set it to what? To 0 again. Okay, so then we're gonna clear the connecting flag, so because now we are connected. Okay, so we're gonna say connect is connecting here, we're gonna set it to false. Okay, so then from there we're gonna start the periodic pings to keep the connection alive and to detect what? The disconnects. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so we're gonna create this method, so which we're gonna create later. So we're gonna start ping what? So we're gonna say start ping timer. Okay, the one that will be sending the timers, the ping, and then receiving the pongs. Okay, so then after we have done that, we need to have to send the initial confirmation message. So the small delay, we're gonna have a small delay here to ensure that the connection is fully established. Okay, then this one also confirms to server that the client is ready to receive the messages. Okay, so we're gonna say await, we're gonna say future. So future dot what? Dot delayed. So dot delayed here, you can have the duration. So if you put the long duration here, you're gonna wait forever, so we're gonna have some few milliseconds. So we're gonna say what? Just 500. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do now, we need to confirm. Okay, so we need to say if the channel, so if our channel here, so if the channel here it's not equal to null, if it's not equal to null here, we need to do what? So we need to send the message. Okay, so we're gonna have a method that will be responsible for sending what? The message. Okay, so we're gonna say send message like that. So this one we're gonna make sure that we have the type. Okay, so the type here we're gonna say what? Connection. So connection established. Okay, so established like that. Okay, so then we need also to have the user ID. So user ID. Okay, so like that. And also we need to have the timestamp. So timestamp, so the timestamp here gonna pass what? We're gonna say date time. So date time dot what? Dot now. Okay, so dot now, then you're gonna say to ISO string 8601. Okay, so like that. So then after we have done that, if our try fails, so we need to do what? We need to catch it. Okay, so we're gonna say catch. So what we need to catch it is what? That exception. So we just need to come here, and then we do what? We need to make sure that if the connection, obvious it has failed, so this one gonna catch any errors during the connection. Okay, so we're gonna say what? We're gonna say is connecting. First of all, we need to make sure that we set it to what? We're gonna set it to false. Okay, so then from there gonna handle the error. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna create that method also. So remember these methods, so because we're gonna create multiple of them, so as you can see, so like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so now we need to do what? We need to have what? Now the one that is responsible for ping pong, so the one that we're gonna start the ping time. Okay, so we need to come outside this one. So we need to come here, and then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say void. So we're gonna say start the ping timer. Okay, so the ping timer like that. So remember it's there. So then, so what happens here, we're gonna start the periodic ping messages to detect the state connections. Okay, so in networking, the connections can die silently without notification, like maybe the phone switches from Wi-Fi to cellular, network temporarily loses the packets, maybe the server restarts without notification. So for the solution for that one, so this one we need to have the regular heartbeats. Okay, so maybe after every 30 seconds we're gonna send the ping. The server should immediately respond with what? Pong. So if no response after timeout, so just do what? We know the connection is dead, then we need to reconnect. Okay, so the reason why we need to have it in 30 seconds, it's frequent enough to detect the issues quickly, then the infrequent enough to not waste the bandwidth, then the industry standard for WebSocket heartbeats. Okay, so we're gonna say the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the ping. So we're gonna say the ping, so the ping timer here. So we're gonna start with what? We're gonna cancel any timer first. Okay, so this is for cleanup, so we're gonna say cancel, so like that. So that is it. So then from there we need to create the periodic timer that fires every 30 seconds. Okay, so we're gonna say ping, so we're gonna say ping here, so ping, then we need to do what? We're gonna say timer, so we need to make sure that this is capital. So we're gonna say timer, so timer dot periodic of what? So we're gonna say constant duration, so constant duration of what? Seconds, so the 30 seconds there, like that. Then for the timer, so the callback will be timer, so we're gonna say timer, so we're gonna name it well, so timer there. So what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, first of all, let me have what? Semicolon there. So here in the timer, what we're gonna do, we need to have a guard. So we're gonna only send if connected and not in the connecting state. Okay, so we're gonna say if the channel, so if the channel here, if our channel here, it's not equal to null, so if it's not equal to null, so if it's not equal to null here, and it's not what, and it's not connecting. Okay, so it's not connecting, so we're gonna say if the channel is not equal to null and it is not connecting, this is where we're gonna send it. Okay, so we're gonna say the send message. Okay, remember this method we're gonna create. So send message here, we need to make sure that we pass the type. So the type here will be what? We're gonna have the ping. Okay, so when you go to the backend, we had that one, we were handling it. So in our consumers, so we're gonna say timestamp. So timestamp here, gonna say what? We're gonna say date time. So date time dot what? So date time dot now, like that. Then we need to make sure it is what? To ISO it is 601. Okay, so that is it. So now after we do that, now we can be able to do what? So else if it is in that one, we just need to cancel. Okay, so we don't want to send when it is not what? So it is not connected or it is not connecting. Okay, so we're gonna say timer, so timer dot what? Dot cancel. Okay, so that is it. So that is what we need to do there. So that is the starting ping, the timer. Okay, the ping timer. So then the next one that we need to do, we need to handle what? So we had the one for disconnecting. Okay, so this one, so this one will be responsible for disconnecting. So this one we need to close the WebSocket connection, and we need also to stop all the timers. Okay, so we're gonna always call this method when you do it, when the user logs out, the app goes to background. That is optional for battery saving, then before reconnecting to clean up the old connection. Okay, so make sure the checklist that you should have here is to cancel the reconnection timer, so stop retry attempts. Then we need to cancel the ping timer, so to stop the heartbeats. So then we're gonna close the WebSocket channels to terminate the connection, and then also we're gonna have the null out references. Okay, so we're gonna allow the garbage collection. Okay, so this one, so we're gonna come here below this one, so we're gonna say future. So future here, gonna say what? Future void. So void here, gonna say what? Disconnect. Okay, so disconnect. Then this one it will be an async method. So then we need to do what? First of all, we need to stop the reconnection attempts. Okay, so the reconnection, so the reconnect timer, this one, we need to make sure that we cancel it. Okay, so we're gonna say cancel, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to stop the heartbeat pings. So we're gonna say ping timer. So ping timer here, then we need to make sure we're gonna cancel it there. Okay, so then the next one, it is setting to clear the connecting flag. We're gonna say it's connecting. So it's connecting here, gonna set it to what? gonna set it to false. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to close the WebSocket if the channel still exists. Okay, so we're gonna say if, so we're gonna come here, if the channel, so if the channel here it's not equal to null, so if it's not equal to null here, we need to do what? We need first of all to try. So we need to try here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to sync close. So this one sends the WebSocket close frame to server. Okay, so this is the polite way to close. Okay, server knows we are leaving. Okay, so we're gonna say await. So we're gonna say await, then we're gonna say channel. So the channel, then here we need to make sure it's not equal to null. We're gonna say sync. So then we need to close. Okay, so that is it. Then that is what we're gonna do. But if that one fails, we need to catch it. So we're gonna say catch, then we need to do what? So we need to null out the reference, so it's connected returns false. Okay, so we're gonna say channel. So we're gonna say channel here, then we're gonna do what? So before we do that, first of all, this one I'm gonna, here you can just have a debug print. Okay, so debug print, so debug print here. So we're gonna say what? So here gonna say error. So error closing what? Closing WebSocket. Okay, so WebSocket, then we need to do what? To get that error. Okay, so $, then you get that error like that. So that is it. So now after we do that, now we can be able to do what? To come here. So still in the disconnect. So now we need to do what? So we need to make sure that it's outside this one, so outside our try. So we need to null out our reference. Okay, so we're gonna say channel. So channel just need to pass it as a null. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, that is the part for disconnecting. Okay, so now we need to have what? We need to have the one that gonna send the message, this one. So we need to create it here. So just need to come here. So this one, I'm gonna say void send message. So send message here to be map of what? So we're gonna pass a map. So you need to make sure that whatever is being passed, it is a map of string dynamic. Okay, so dynamic, so that is what we need to pass the message. Okay, the message should be like that. So this one, you're gonna send the message to the Django backend via the WebSocket. Okay, so we need to make sure that it is a what? Like that. So remember, in the backend we are handling this one. So we're gonna say what? So the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna only send it if the WebSocket is connected. Okay, so we're gonna say if the channel, we don't want to send if it is not connected. So if the channel is not equal to null, and also the if it is not connecting. Okay, so if it's connecting here, so if it is not connecting, then the first thing that we need to do, we need to try. So what we need to try, first of all, we need to have the serialization to convert the data map to JSON string. Okay, so we're gonna use the JSON encode to convert. Okay, so we're gonna say final. So final JSON message. So JSON message here is equals to what? We need to encode our, so we're gonna say JSON. So we're gonna say JSON. So this one comes from the dot convert. So you need to make sure that you have it. So we need to make sure that you come from there. So dot convert, then dot encode. So dot encode, not encoder. So then you need to pass our message there. Okay, so that is it. So now after we do that, we need to send to add the JSON string to the WebSocket sync. So that is our outgoing stream. Okay, so the sync is going to send be sending to the side of what? Of the channel. Okay, so we're gonna say channel. So we're gonna say channel here. So channel, then we need to do what? We need to make sure it's not null. Then we're gonna say what? Sync. So sync dot what? Dot add. Okay, so what we need to add, it is our JSON message. Okay, so that is it. So but if our try fails here, so if our try fails here, we're gonna do what? So before we do that, only first of all, so the only thing that we need to do here, we need to only log the non-ping what? Messages to reduce the noise in what? You can just in debug console. Okay, you can just log them there. So but if you don't want, you can just leave it there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I just need to catch what? Gonna first of all catch the error if it's not there. So just need to do what? we need to handle the error. Okay, so we're gonna say handle error. So this method we need to create it, the one that will be responsible for that. So if the channel it is in other things, you just need to do it. So just need to, so here you can say just what, you can just leave it like that. Okay, if it is not in that one, we don't need to do anything. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the helper methods. So the helper methods for, so the common message types, so the one that gonna send the call response, that is for accept, for incoming. So this one will be used maybe when we're gonna do what, so the one that gonna respond to the call. Okay, so we're gonna say void, so void respond, so we're gonna say respond, so respond to call. Okay, so this one we're gonna pass what, so in this one we need to make sure that we pass the string of the session ID, so session ID like that. Then also we're gonna have what, string of what, response. Okay, so like that. Then we need to do what, we need to come here. So what we need to do it is just to send the message like that. So this one is what, the message type, gonna say type here, gonna say what, it will be the call response. Remember we were handling these ones in the backend, so remember that one. Then we're gonna say session ID, so we are passing them as the backend expects them. Okay, so session, we need to pass our session ID here. Okay, so session ID. So then from there gonna have the response, so the response, so the response you're gonna say what, response. Okay, so which is gonna be either accept or what, reject. Okay, so then we need to have the timestamp, so timestamp, so we're gonna do what, so this one we're gonna say date time, so date time dot what, so date time dot now, so date time dot now like that. Then you need to make sure that you convert it to ISO string 8601. Okay, so then you need to have semicolon there. Okay, so that is it. So now the next one, we need to have the one that gonna the one that gonna handle the update, to update the call status. So we need to come here. So remember in the backend, so the consumer gonna handle what, the call status update, then it will notify the other participant. Okay, so remember that one. So then you're gonna say void, so void update, so update call status, so call status like this. Then you're gonna pass the string of session ID, so session ID like that. Then you're gonna say string status, so like that. Then you need to do it, so we're gonna send the message. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy this one because they look similar, so the only small difference, so we're gonna paste it here. So this one, the type will be what, be the call, so we're gonna say the call what, call status update. Okay, so call status update. Then from there we need to have what, so this one should be a string, so remember that one. So then we need to have the status. Okay, so the status like that, we need to make sure that this is a status, so because that is what the backend expects. Okay, so then the timestamp, so the status here, it is either ongoing, completed, cancelled, like that. So that is it. So now from there, now we need to handle what, so we had what, so we had that one for handling the error, and also we had this one for message. So we're gonna create this one, so the one that gonna handle the message. So we need to come here below this one. So then we're gonna say void, so we're gonna say void handle message like that. Then we need to do what, we're gonna pass dynamic of what, message. Okay, so like that. So the first thing that we're gonna do here is to try. Okay, so the message handler, so this one gonna handle the incoming messages. Okay, so from our backend. Okay, so the flow that we're gonna have here, it is the server sent the bytes, so the WebSocket receives, then the stream fires, then this method, so this method will be called to pass the JSON, then they determine the type, then we're gonna broadcast to the listeners. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So we're gonna say final. So the first thing that we need to do, it is the deserialization. We are gonna convert the JSON string to our data map. Okay, so we're gonna say final. So final data is equals to what, JSON. Gonna say JSON, so JSON.decode. Okay, so .decode. So then we're gonna pass our message here to decode. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to extract the message type. Okay, so this one gonna determine how we're gonna handle it. So we're gonna say final. So final type here is equals to what? Is equals to the data. So in the data, you're gonna get the type. Okay, so remember that one. So you need to make sure it's a string. Okay, like that. So then from there, we need to handle the ping pong. So because these are the heartbeat messages, so this is not the user facing notification. So we're gonna say if. So we're gonna say if what? If the type here, if the type is equals to ping. Okay, so if the type here it is a ping. So if it is a ping here, we need to do what? We need to send what? The server sent the ping, so we're gonna respond with pong immediately. Okay, so this one proves the connection is alive. Okay, so we're gonna see send message. So send message here. So what we need to have it is the type. So the type here would be what? Gonna return pong. Okay, so like that. Then from there gonna have the timestamp. So we're gonna say timestamp. So timestamp like that. So this one will be what? Date time. So we're gonna say date time. So date time dot what? So date time dot now. Okay, so then we're gonna do what? We're gonna convert it to ISO string 8601 like that. Then from there we just need to return. Okay, so that is it. So then, so this one we should put semicolon there. So then if it is pong, so if the type here, so just need to come below this one. So we're gonna say if the type, so if the type is equals to what? So is equals to pong. Okay, so if it is the pong, we just need to do what? We need to come here. So we need to just, so the server responded to our ping, so the connection is what? Is healthy, so no action needed here. We just need to do what? We just need to return. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there, if it is what? So if the type it is the connection established. Okay, so if the type here is equals to what? Connection established. So connection established. So if the connection is established here, we need to do what? We just need to, so the server has confirmed the connection is established, so we don't need to do anything. So we don't want to broadcast this one to listeners, so we just need to return also like that. So that is it. So that from there now we need to handle the notification type. So we're gonna map them. Okay, so we need to convert the string type from the server to our type to what? Enum. Okay, so this one gonna provide the type safety in the rest of the application. Okay, so we're gonna say call notification type. So we're gonna say call notification type. So call notification type here. So we're gonna name it what? Notification type. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to use the switch. Okay, so the switch here. So the switch here gonna pass what? The type here. So then we're gonna do what? So the first one, so we're gonna have the case. So the case when it is the incoming call. So remember, if you have the incoming call as a type, so you just need to do what? Another. So this one is when another user is calling. So what you're gonna do, you just need to assign it. Okay, so you need to have the notification type here is equals to what? I'm gonna say call notification. We need to map it here. So call notification. So call notification. So call notification dot what? So call notification dot, so this one you're gonna say what? The incoming call. Okay, so the incoming, so it should be call notification type. Okay, so call in notification type dot what? The incoming call. Okay, so that is it. Then you need to break. Okay, after we map that one. So if the case is what? The call, it is the response. Okay, call response here. So remember we have these ones in the backend. So I want to repeat again. So this one is the request was either accepted or rejected. Okay, so the notification type here gonna say call notification. So call notification. So call notification type dot what? Dot the call response. Okay, then you need to break. So that is it. Then we need to have the case. So the case here gonna say what? The call. So call status. So call status update. Okay, so this one you need to do what? The notification type. So notification type. So notification type here is equals to what? Call notification. So call notification. So call notification type here. We need to have the call what? The call status update like that. Then we need to break to return like that. Okay, so now the next one, it is the for WebRTC. So we're gonna say case. So we're gonna say case here if it is WebRTC, so WebRTC signal. Okay, if it is WebRTC signal here, so the WebRTC signaling data, so that is either offers, either answers, either the ASGI candidates. So this one is used to establish the peer-to-peer video stroke the audio connection. Okay, so we're gonna say notification. So notification type here, so is equals to what? Is equals to our call notification. So call notification type here dot what? The WebRTC signal. Then we need to break. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one, it is when the participant has joined. Okay, so we're gonna say case participant. So remember, you need to make sure that you spell it well as it is spelled in the backend. So participant joined. So like that, we're gonna say notification type. So this is when the other participant joined the call room. So this is important for the initiator to know when to send what? The WebRTC offer. Okay, so we're gonna say this one notification type, then we're gonna say call notification type. So call notification type. So call notification type dot what? Participant joined. Okay, so then we need to break it. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one, if we have an error, so we're gonna say case of error. Okay, so we're gonna say case of an error. We just need to do it. So if it is that, we just need to, maybe the server has encountered an error. So the notification type here would be what? We're gonna say call notification. So call notification type. So call notification type, we're gonna say dot what? Dot error. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to break. So that is it. So then we need to have the default. So if it is not in those ones, so here we need to do what? We're gonna, first of all, because I want to be able to know what is happening, so we're gonna say debug. So the debug print here, so we're gonna say debug print. Then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say unknown. So unknown, so unknown message, so message type received. Okay, so received, then you need to get that type. Okay, so that you'll be able to know if we have some few issues, then we need to return. Okay, so that is it. So that is the one that gonna handle that one. So now after we do that, now the next thing that we need to do, if it is, we need to now to broadcast. Okay, so to broadcast the notification, so we need to add to the stream to all listeners, so to all listeners to receive it. So this is how the different parts of the application gonna react to the WebSocket messages. So if it is in the incoming call screen, we're gonna show dialog. Okay, so if it is in the video call screen, we're gonna receive the WebRTC signals, and then if it is in the home screen, we're gonna update the call list. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we need to come here, gonna say notification. So the notification controller here, then we need to add, so what we need to do, we need to add the call notification. Okay, so that one. So for the type here, we're gonna pass the notification type. Okay, so then from there, the session ID, we're gonna get it from the data. So we're gonna say session, so session ID like that. So but if it is data, we're gonna pass the data there. Okay, so but if the session ID does not exist, we need to make sure that we do it, we check. Okay, so we need to make sure we pass an empty there. Okay, so that is it. So then after we have done that, so if our try fails, so we have the try there, so we need to cut it. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do it, so just outside this one, after try there, we need to cut it. So this is critical for us to be able to debug the error. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna say debug print. So debug print here, gonna say what? Gonna have the raw message. Okay, so we're gonna say, first of all, we're gonna say error handling. So error handling WebSocket what? WebSocket, so WebSocket message. Okay, so we're gonna pass that error there. Okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna say what? We need to have the message. So we're gonna say debug, so debug print, so debug print. So then you're gonna say what? We're gonna say the raw message. So the raw message here, so provide that message. Okay, so that is it. So like that. So that is the one for that one. So now the next one, it is the one that gonna do it. So we need to have the one that gonna handle the error. So we need to make sure that we have that method here. Okay, so now this one will be the one that will be what? Used to handle the errors. So like the common error scenarios, maybe the network disconnected, either maybe server crashed or restarted, the either authentication expired, malformed message, and others. Okay, so we need to be able to clean up the current connection, and then we're gonna attempt to do what, to do the automatic reconnection. Okay, if we have an error, so we're gonna say void, then we're gonna say handle, so handle error, so we need to pass the error there, that is dynamic. So we're gonna say what, the first thing that we need to do, it is to clean up, so the connection automatically here it is broken, so we're gonna say channel, so channel here we need to assign to null, like that. Then from there we're gonna say the ping timer, so our ping timer here gonna do what, we're gonna cancel it. Okay, so like that. Then from there gonna say what is connecting, so it's connecting here, gonna set it to false. Okay, so then we need to create a new method that we're gonna use to attempt to reconnect automatically. Okay, so we're gonna name it attempt, so we're gonna say attempt reconnection. Okay, so this one we're gonna when we be creating this one, we need to make sure that it is doing what, reconnection. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, it is the one that gonna handle the disconnect, so the one that will be responsible for disconnecting, so this one. Okay, so we need to handle this one, so the one that gonna handle what, the disconnection. Okay, so we need to come here below, so we need to do what, so this one, it's called when the WebSocket connection closes gracefully. Okay, so this one we need to trigger the scenarios that they can trigger this one, maybe when the server closed connection, so that is maybe the maintenance restart, or the network dropped, so maybe the phone went into the airplane mode, like that. So it will be also called when we are doing the disconnect here, so where is it, our disconnect? Okay, so we are handling the disconnect. Okay, so that is it. So then after doing that, now we need to do what, we need to come here, so we need to say what, we're gonna say void, so we're gonna say void. So the difference this one from the handle error is that on done, that is the normal closure, so that is the clean disconnect. Then we have on error, so that is the unexpected problem. Okay, so that is the crash, like that, network issue. Okay, so when you come here, so when you come to our what, when you come to our on error here, then on error, then on done, like that. So that is the difference. So then, so here gonna say void, so gonna say handle what, so handle disconnect, so handle disconnect, so handle disconnect, like this. So we need to come here, so first of all we need to clean up, so gonna say channel, we need to assign it to null. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to make sure that we do it, so I'm gonna just copy this one instead of typing all of it, because we're gonna use the same logic here. So that is it. Okay, so we need to make sure that we close here, like that. So that is it. So that is one for handling what, so the disconnect. Okay, so then from there we need to have this method, so for handling what, the reconnection. So the reconnection logic here, we need to have the exponential backoff strategy, so we're gonna attempt to reconnect with the exponential backoff. Okay, so what we're gonna do here for exponential backoff, so we need to do what, we don't want to spam the reconnection attempts, so we're gonna wait progressively long. Okay, so we're gonna have maybe the attempt 1, we're gonna wait for 2 seconds, attempt 2 4, attempt 3 6, and then 8, then 10, up then the 6 plus, we're gonna do what, we need to give up. Okay, the maximum that we need to do, we need to have the maximum of 5 what, retries. Okay, so the reason why we use the exponential backoff, so this one avoids overwhelming the server during the outage. Okay, so then we're gonna give the network time to recover, and then reduces the battery drain from the what, constant retries. Okay, so the industry standards practice that is used by AWS and also Google and others. Okay, so that is it. So we're gonna say void, so we're gonna say void, then we're gonna say attempt, so attempt reconnection, so reconnection here. So we need to do what, we need to come here. So we say the maximum retry check. So we're gonna do after 5 failed attempts, we're gonna stop trying. Okay, so we're gonna say if reconnecting, so we're gonna say if reconnecting attempts, so we're gonna say if reconnecting, so where are we? So this one should not be here, so we need to make sure that we do it like that. We're gonna say if reconnecting, so if our reconnecting here attempts, it is greater than or equal to 5. Okay, so if it is greater than or equal to 5, we don't want to do it. We need to come here, then we need to broadcast the error notification so you can show the message. Okay, so we're gonna say notification controller dot what dot add. So then we need to have the call notification. So call notification, so the type here will be what? Be the call notification dot what? Notification type dot error, like that. Then for the session ID, we need to pass an empty string there. So then for the data, so this one we're gonna have the message. So the message you're gonna say what? Connection. So connection lost. Okay, so lost. Then we're gonna say please, so please restart the app. Okay, so like that. Then from there we need to do it. So we're gonna say the fatal state. So the fatal state here will be what? Gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So then from there you're gonna have that one. So then we need to do it. So we need to return. Okay, like that. So we are doing nothing else there. So then from there we need to cancel any existing reconnection timer to avoid duplicates. Okay, so we just need to come here, then we're gonna say reconnect timer. So this one timer, then we need first of all to do it, to cancel it, like that. Okay, so we need to make sure that we come here. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to calculate the back off delay. So the formula that we're gonna use here, it is 2, then you multiply it by attempt plus what? Plus 1. Okay, so where it is capped at 30 seconds. Okay, so like that. Okay, so we're gonna say final delay. So final delay here is equals to what? You're gonna pass the duration. So the duration here, so I'm gonna say seconds. So the seconds here, we need to make sure that we do 2. Then we need to make sure that we do it. So the reconnect attempts. So the reconnect attempts, then we need to add 1. Okay, so remember that one. Then we need to do it. We need to use the clamp. Okay, so it should not exceed what? So for the lowest it is 2 seconds, and then for the highest, the limit, so we need to come here, the upper limit, it is what? 30 seconds. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to do it. We need to put semicolon there. So after we have done that, we need to do it, to schedule the reconnection attempt after delay. Okay, so we're gonna say reconnect attempt. So gonna say reconnect timer. So the reconnect timer here, gonna say what? Timer. So then we need to do it. So this one should be timer. So the timer here, so the duration, gonna have the delay. So then the callback, so the callback here gonna pass empty there. Then we need to do it. We need to say the async. So then from there we need to do it. We need to increment. Okay, so to increment our attempts. Okay, so just need to increment it like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we only reconnect if we have what? We have the cached what? Credentials from the previous successful connection. Okay, so we're gonna say if the last user ID, this one, it's not equal to null. Okay, if it's not equal to null, and also the our last odd token. Okay, so last odd token, so if our last odd token here is not what? It's not equal to null. Okay, if it's not equal to null, so we need to do what? So that is when you need to await. So then we need to connect. Okay, so we need to connect. So then in the connection, the user ID, you're gonna pass our last what? Our last user ID. So where you need to make sure it's not null. And also for the token, we're gonna have the last of the token. Okay, so we need to make sure it's not equal to null there. So but if it is, we just need to do it. So we need to come here, you can just debug, you can have the print. Okay, so that is it. So now from there we just need to do what? We need to dispose our we need to clean up all the resources when the WebSocket service is no longer needed. Okay, so this one will be called when the app is closing, the user logs out, so which might be optional. So then during the testing cleanup. Okay, So this one we're gonna stop all the timers, so to prevent the memory leaks. Then we're gonna close the stream controller, so to release the listeners, and also to disconnect the WebSocket, okay, to close the connection. So just need to say void. So we're gonna say void here, so void dispose, okay. So dispose here, then we're gonna say what. So what we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna cancel the timers to prevent them from firing after dispose, okay. So we're gonna say reconnect timer, this one, so dot cancel, like that. So then from there gonna say ping timer, so we're gonna say ping timer dot what, cancel, okay. So we need first of all to check if it is null, so we're gonna say cancel, like that. So then from there we need to close the stream controller, so which notifies all the listeners that the stream is done, okay. So this is good for proper cleanup in widgets, okay. So we're gonna say notification, so notification controller dot what, close, okay, like that. Then we need to call the disconnect, okay. So we just need to disconnect, so that one, okay. So that is it. So that is our what, our WebSocket service. So make sure that you understand what we have done that in that place, so that we'll be able to do the next one. So the next service that we need to have here, it is the one that will be responsible for managing what, the WebRTC, okay. So the one that is responsible for that. So what we're gonna do, so we need to create a new file. So the one that we're gonna say what, gonna say web, so WebRTC, so WebRTC service, so service dot what, dot dat, okay. So this one will be responsible for managing our WebRTC, okay. So the WebRTC service gonna manage the peer-to-peer video stroke the audio connections, okay. So this service handles the real-time communication between our patient and also our consultant, okay. So this one, unlike the HTTP request, so where we have the request and the response, so the WebRTC creates a direct connection between the two devices for the ultra low latency video or the audio, okay, streaming. So the concepts that we're gonna have here, we're gonna have the peer connection, so that is the direct link between two devices. Then we're gonna have the ASGI candidates, so the network paths the WebRTC tries to establish, connecting, okay, so to establish the connection, okay. So then you're gonna have the signaling, so the initial handshake data exchange through the WebSocket, okay. So then also we're gonna have what, we're gonna have the media streams, so the actual audio and or the video, okay. So the audio or video data flowing between the peers, okay. So we're gonna say class, so we're gonna say class WebRTC, so WebRTC service. So I'm gonna make sure that this is capital because this is a real-time communication, okay. So WebRTC there. So what we need to do here, so first of all, gonna use the singleton pattern. So as I said, for one instance that manages all the calls, okay. So we don't want to have the multiple simultaneous video calls in our application. So we're gonna say static, so we're gonna say static, so static final, gonna say web, so WebRTC service, this one. So we're gonna say instance, okay. So this one is equals to what, gonna say WebRTC, so WebRTC service dot what, dot internal, okay. So dot internal, like this, like that, okay. So then from there, I'm gonna say factory, so the factory you're gonna say WebRTC service. Then we need to do what, we need to return our instance, okay. So instance, like that. Then from there we need to have our internal, so WebRTC dot what, dot underscore internal, okay. So like that. So that is it. So that is the singleton. So now we need to have the core WebRTC objects. So we're gonna say the RTC, so RTC, so the RTC peer connection, so peer connection, that one. So we need to make sure that it can be null. So we're gonna say, gonna name it peer connection. So this is the actual peer-to-peer connection. So then from there we need to have the media stream. So where we're gonna have what, the camera and also the microphone, okay. So this one we're gonna say media stream, so media stream, so media stream there. Then nullable, then you're gonna name it what, local. So local stream, okay. So we're gonna say local stream. So local stream like this, like that, okay. So then also you need to have the other person's video stroke the audio stream, okay. So which you're gonna name it media stream also. So media stream is a type of that one. So media stream, this one will be the remote, okay. That remote, so remote what, remote stream. So remote stream there. So that is the other what, the other person's video or the audio stream, okay. So yeah, they have what, their microphone and their camera, okay. So then from there we need to have the stream controllers, so the ones that gonna broadcast the media stream to our UI widgets, okay. So the reason why we use the stream controllers here, so that we're gonna have, so the multiple widgets can listen to the same what, stream, okay. So for example, the main video view plus our thumbnail view, so both will be showing the local what, camera, okay. So that is what we need to do here. We're gonna say final, so final local, so we're gonna say final local, so final local stream, so stream controller, so stream controller here is equals to what, we're gonna say stream, so we're gonna say stream controller, so stream controller, so stream controller, this one gonna use this one from the date async, then for the media stream, okay. So this is for media stream, like that. Then from there we're gonna do what, we're gonna broadcast, okay. So like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need also to have what, we're gonna copy this one to have for the remote, okay. So this one will just be what, remote, for the remote stream control, okay. So that is it. So then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one for the connection state control, okay. So we're gonna say final connection, so final connection here, so final connection state, so state controller, okay. So state controller here gonna say is equals to what, gonna say stream, so gonna say stream, so stream controller, so stream controller here, so stream controller, I want this one. So then you're gonna say what, so this one will be a type of RTC, so the RTC peer connection, okay. So we're gonna say RTC peer connection state, okay, that one. So then you're gonna do what, we need to broadcast it, so like that, then like that, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here. So now we need to have what, we need to have the public streams that UI widget subscribes to, okay. So because the other are the private, so we're gonna say public, so we're gonna say stream, so stream of what, so the media stream, so media stream, so media stream here. Then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say get the local what, so the local stream, so the local stream here we need to return what, our local stream controller dot what, dot stream, okay, like that. So that is it. So then we're gonna have the stream for, gonna copy this one, control CV, so this one will be what, the remote, okay. So we're gonna say remote, so remote here, so remote stream, then we're gonna say what, so this one will be our remote, okay. So the remote stream controller dot stream there, okay. So then also we need to have what, for the one for the RTC connection, the peer connection state, okay. So we're gonna say stream, so this is a type of stream, so of the what, RTC what, RTC peer, so peer connection state, like that. Then you need to say get, so what you need to get it is what, the connection, so we're gonna say connection state, okay. So the connection state here we need to return what, we need to return our connection, so our connection state controller dot what, dot stream, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the, we're gonna have the variables to track the call state, okay. So we're gonna say string, so we're gonna say string, so then we're gonna get the session ID, so we're gonna say session ID, so the session ID, so that is the unique ID for this call session, okay. So then we're gonna have bool, we're gonna say is call active, is call active, So this is equals to false, like that. Then by default, then we need to have the bool is audio only. So we're gonna have, if it is audio only, so the audio calls, so that is the audio only mode, so no video. So this one gonna say what, we're gonna set it to false by default. And then from there gonna have what, the bool is mic muted. Okay, it's mic muted, so it's mic muted here, gonna set it to false. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, is video off, is video off, so it's video off. Okay, so gonna say it's video off, we're gonna set it to false, like that. Then also we're gonna have what, so it's the front camera, we need to track if it is the rear camera or it's the front. Okay, so we're gonna say it's front camera. Okay, so like that, we're gonna set it to true. We need to make sure that we have those ones. So now from there we need to have what, we need to have a completer. So we are gonna have the initialization completer. So the problem here is that the WebSocket messages can arrive before the peer connection is ready. Okay, so the solution here is to queue the operations until the initialization completes. Okay, so this one prevents the risk conditions where the ICE candidates arrive before the setup. Okay, so we're gonna say completer. So completer here, so this one is a type of void. So we're gonna say what, initialization is initialized. Okay, it's initialized like that, so it's initialized complete. Okay, so like that. So then from there we're gonna have the pending ICE candidates queue. Okay, so the reason why we need this one, it's the ICE candidates can arrive before the remote description is set. Okay, so the WebRTC requires the remote description first, then the candidates can be added. Okay, so we queue early the arrivals and then process them later. Okay, so we're gonna say final. So final list of what, the RTC, so final of RTC what, so the RTC ICE candidate. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, gonna name it pending ICE. Okay, so ICE candidates, so candidates is equals to what, gonna pass, first of all gonna have it as an empty list. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the ICE server configuration, where we're gonna have the stan, so which discovers our public IP address, so that is needed behind the NAT or the routers. Okay, then we're gonna have the turn, so the one that relays the traffic when the direct connection is impossible. Okay, so this one is strict for the firewalls. Okay, so the reason why we have multiple servers, that is for redundancy. So if one fails, we're gonna try another. So but in production we're gonna use the paid turn servers like the open relay. So we're gonna use the paid turn servers, but here because we're gonna use the open relay because that's the limits. Okay, and also it has the issues of reliability. So we're gonna say final. So we're gonna say final, so final map. So what I'm gonna do, I need to just come with them here, then I'm gonna paste them here. Okay, so I need to paste them here, so I'm gonna replace this one here, so like that. Okay, so these are the ICE servers that we're gonna use. So we're gonna use these ones. So for the Google that one, and also we have what, the open relay, so which you have said it has a lot of limitations. So when you are doing in the production, you need to use the paid ones, so that you'll be able to do what, to not to experience the outage and other things. So okay, so the first thing that we need to do, first of all, here we need to initialize the peer connection. So this one will be the main setup function. Okay, so this one will be called when joining a call. So this one gonna set up everything, so which gonna get the camera or the microphone access, gonna create the peer connection with the ICE servers, gonna joins the WebSocket room for signaling. Okay, so we're gonna create this one. So we're gonna say future, so we're gonna say future here, so future void, so we're gonna say initialize. So we're gonna say initialize what, so initialize the peer connection. Okay, so we're gonna say peer connection, so initialize peer connection here. Then we're gonna pass what, string of what, session ID, so session ID like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have an option here. So the bool is so audio only. So audio only here, we need to do what? We're gonna set it to false by default. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, so this one will be an async method. So then we need to do it. So the first thing we need to try, so we need to come here. So first of all, we need to prevent the double initialization. So we need to check if our is call active. So this one, if it is true here, we just need to do it. We just need to return. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to get the session ID and others. Okay, so we're gonna say session ID here. We need to assign the session ID that will be passed. Okay, so we're gonna say session, so session ID like that. Then from there, gonna say what is call active here, gonna set it to true. Okay, so then also we're gonna say is audio only. So we need to pass what, the one that will be passed. Okay, the audio only. Okay, so the audio only like that. Then from there, gonna say what, we're gonna have the pending what, the pending ICE candidates. So we need to clear them. Okay, so if there are any state candidates. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to create the completer to block the message handlers until ready. Okay, so we're gonna say is what, initialized completer. So is equals to what, we're gonna say what, we're gonna create that one. So we're gonna say completer. So you're gonna say completer void. Okay, you need to initialize it here, then we're gonna do like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to join the WebSocket room. So for this one, we need to call what, for this one to get the call session. So then the backend will route the signaling message to this room. Okay, so we're gonna say WebSocket. So we're gonna say WebSocket. So WebSocket. So WebSocket. Okay, so WebSocket what? So we had the WebSocket service. We're gonna say WebSocket. So we're gonna say WebSocket service, that one. So we created that one. Then we need to do what, we're gonna say send message. Okay, so the message that we need to send here, we need to do what, we're gonna say type. So the type that we want to do, it is the join. So to join the call what, the call room. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, you need to have the session ID. So session ID. From there, gonna pass what, the session ID that we get. Okay, like that. So that is it. Then we put semicolon there. So now the next thing that we need to do, so after we do that, now we need to do what, we need to, the first step, it is to get the local camera or the microphone, stroke the microphone. So which you're gonna say await. So what we need to await, you're gonna say get local what, so get local stream. Okay, so this one will be responsible for getting the what, the camera and others. So we're gonna do what, so here we need to come here below, so outside this one. So to get the local media stream, so that is the camera and microphone, so you need to request the user permissions, so and the captures. So we are gonna have the video stroke the audio what, from the device. Okay, so this one gonna trigger the OS permission prompts. Okay, so we're gonna say future. So future void. So future void here, we're gonna say what, get local what, so get local stream, like that. So this one will be an async method because you need to wait. So first of all, you need to have the different constraints for the audio only and also versus the one for the video calls. Okay, so we're gonna say final. So final map. So final map here string. So final map string here dynamic. So dynamic like this. So we're gonna say media what, so media constraints. Okay, so constraints. So constraints like that. So then you're gonna say what, if it's audio only, if it is audio only. So if it's audio only here, we need to do what, so the media constraints here. So here we don't need to have the video stream. Okay, so which also saves the bandwidth. So we're gonna say what, we're gonna say media constraints. So the media constraints here, gonna say what, we're gonna get the audio. So the audio gonna set to true. So but for the video, we're gonna set it to what, to false. Okay, so we're gonna say false like that. So that is it. So else here, if it is not that one, we just need to set what, so we need to make sure that it is video plus the audio with the quality constraints. Okay, so we're gonna say media constraints. So media constraints here gonna say what is equals to, so for the audio gonna set it to what, gonna set it to true. Also for the video here, so the video we need to set some few things here. So first of all gonna have what, mandatory. So mandatory here, so we need to do what, we need to come here, so the minimum width, okay, so the minimum width here, so make sure that you spell it well. So here you need to have 640 like that. So this is for VGA quality, so it's not a bad one. So we're gonna say minimum height, okay, so minimum height, so minimum height you're gonna say what, we're gonna say 480. So this is a good balance of quality versus the bandwidth, okay. So we're gonna say minimum frame rate, okay, so minimum frame rate, so this one will be what, so this one we're gonna set a value of what, 30, okay, 30 frames per second, okay. So that is good for smooth video, okay. So then from there we need to have a comma here, so then you're gonna say facing mode, so facing mode here, so this one you're gonna set it to what, to user, okay, so like that. So that is the front camera, so the selfie mode, okay. So then you're gonna have the optional, so the optional here gonna say what, gonna pass an empty list, okay. So that is it. So then from there we need to put what, we need to put the semicolon here, so just above this one like that. So we do it like what, so this one is there, then this one should not be here, should be here, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to request, okay, so to request the media from device, okay. So this one gonna show the permission prompts, okay. So what we're gonna do, here, we need to have what, the method that we're gonna use to get the user media. So we're gonna say what, so here, so we need to come here and we say what, we say, so still make sure that you're outside that one. So here gonna say final, so we're gonna say stream, so final stream here gonna say what, await. So what we need to await, we're gonna say navigator, so navigator, so navigator dot what, so dot media devices dot what, get user what, so get user media, this one. So then we're gonna pass our media constraints there, okay. So now after we do that, we need to do what, we need to come here. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to set the local stream, so we need to assign to our what, to our stream, okay, so the one that we get there, those ones. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to broadcast to UI, so widgets can display the preview, okay. So we're gonna say the local stream controller, that one. Then we need to add our what, we need to add our stream, okay. So we're gonna say stream like that. So that is it. So we need to put semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to enable the speaker for the video calls, and then the earpiece for the audio only. And so the reason, so the video calls here we have the hands free, so audio only, so which it is a private conversation, okay. So we're gonna say await, so we need to await here. We're gonna say helper, so the helper dot what, set the speaker, so that, so we're gonna say set speaker what, so set speaker phone on, okay. So we're gonna make sure it's not audio only, okay. So it's not audio only when it is not audio only, okay. So then if our try face, we need to catch it, so we're gonna say catch, so we're gonna say catch what, so did we put it in the what, in the try? So we need to make sure that we check. So this one, all of this one, we should put it in a try because it might end up with a fail. So we need to come here, we're gonna cut this one, okay. So we're gonna cut it, then we're gonna say try. So then from there we need to paste that one there. So then the next one we need to do what, we need to catch it, okay. So we need to make sure that we try and catch, okay. So we're gonna say catch, then we need to do what, catch that exception. So which we're gonna do what we need to do here is that we need to throw the exception, okay. So here the user denied the permission, or the device doesn't have the what, the camera or the microphone. So we're gonna say throw. So here we need to throw the exception, so we're gonna say exception, so throw exception here. So then this one we're gonna say the camera, so the camera stroke the microphone, so stroke the microphone here, so access denied. Okay, so access denied like that. Then we need to put semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to after we get the local, so then we need to do what? Now we need to create the peer connection. Okay, so just need to come here. So here we get the local stream. So then we need to, so this is the second step. We are gonna create the peer connection, so and set up the event handlers. Okay, so we're gonna say we need to create a method for that one. So we're gonna say create peer what? So create peer connection. Okay, so create peer connection here. Then we need to do what? We need to come here. So we can just come below this one, so that we'll be able to do what? To create that one. So this one gonna create the peer connection. So this is the heart of our what? Of the WebRTC. Okay, so this one sets up the actual peer to peer connection with what? With the event handlers. Okay, so this is where everything happens. Okay, connecting to the other person like that. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna say future. So future void. Okay, so future void, then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say create. So create peer connection. So we're gonna say create peer connection. So peer connection like that. So what we need to do, so this one will be an async method. So then we need to come here. Then we're gonna first of all need to create the connection with what? With our ICE servers. Okay, config. Okay, so what we need to do here, gonna say peer connection. So our peer connection here is equals to what? Is equals to await. What we need to await is what? Gonna say create. So gonna say create peer connection. Okay, so that one. So then the configuration, we're gonna pass our ICE what? ICE servers. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to add our local tracks. So that is the video plus the audio, so to the connection. So this will be sent to the remote peer. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say the local. So the local stream, this one. So then we're gonna say get tracks. Okay, so get tracks. Then we're gonna say for each. So for each we need to do what? So for each here, the action that we're gonna say for each track here. So what we need to do, we need to add it. Okay, so we're gonna say peer connection here. So it should not be null. So we're gonna say add track. So then we're gonna pass the track, and also we need to pass what? The local. So the local stream. Okay, so like that. Then it should not be null there. Then we need to put semicolon there, and also semicolon there. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the ICE candidate handler. So for the network discovery. Okay, so as the WebRTC discovers network paths, so that is our IP, the router IP, the relay servers, it generates the ICE candidates. Okay, so we send this to the other peer via the WebSocket. Okay, so think of the ICE candidates as here are the different ways to reach me. Okay, so that is the ICE. There's nothing big that is happening. So we're gonna say peer. So peer connection here. So it's not now there. Then we need to do what? On ICE. Okay, so on ICE candidate. So is equals to what? We're gonna say is equals to. So here gonna say the RTC. So the RTC ICE candidate. Okay, so then we need to make sure that we do it. So we need to make sure that this is ICE what? ICE candidate like that, so that I'll be able to have it. So gonna name it candidate. Okay, so like that. So then from there we need to do what? We need to say if the candidate. So if the candidate here. So if the candidate. So if it's not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null here, what we need to do here, we need to send the signaling message. Okay, so we're gonna say send. So we need to create this one, the one that will be responsible for sending what? The signaling message. Okay, so that one we need to create it here. So this one we just need to come here below. So this one will be responsible for sending the signaling message so that we're gonna route them to our WebSocket. So all the signaling gonna goes through our WebSocket connection. Then the backend routes the messages to our participant in the call. Okay, so we're gonna say void. So void, we're gonna say send signaling. So we're gonna say signaling. So signaling what? So signaling message. Okay, like that. We're gonna say map. So map of what? map of string, so map of string dynamic, so that is the message. Okay, so then gonna name it well, so make sure that you have a good name there. So then first of all you need to check if you have the session ID. Okay, so we're gonna say if the session ID here is equals to null, so there's no need to continue, just need to do what, just need to return. Okay, so then if you have it, we need to use the WebSocket. So the WebSocket service, this one dot what, we now have them, they send what, WebSocket. So WebSocket here, then we need to do what, gonna say send message like that. So then the message here, the type will be what, so the type will be the WebRTC, so WebRTC signal. Okay, so like that. So then this is the backend knows the to route this one, so we're gonna say session, so we're gonna say session ID. So remember we handled that one in the backend, so we're gonna pass our session note, our session ID. Okay, so session ID like that. So then from there we're gonna have what, so this one is the correct what, to the correct core room, that is the session ID. Then we need to have the signal, so the signal here it is what, gonna pass the message. Okay, so the message that is there, so that is what, the actual WebRTC signal. Okay, so like that. Then we need to put what, semicolon. So the message here might be the offer or the answer or the candidate. Okay, so now we need to use it. Okay, so to use it we just need to come here and we say signaling what message. So here we need to do what, we need to pass our message here. So for the type, so remember it is accepting what, map of string, so this one is accepting map of string dynamic. So then we need to have what, the ICE, so the ICE candidate, so candidate like that. So then from there we need to have the candidate. Okay, so we're gonna say candidate, so candidate like that. So we're gonna say what, so this one will be a map again, so we're gonna say candidate, so candidate like this. So then we're gonna say candidate, so candidate dot what, so candidate dot candidate. So this is the actual network path. Then from there we're gonna have the SDP mid, so we're gonna say SDP mid. Okay, so this one we're gonna say candidate, so in the candidate, so from our candidate here, so candidate dot what, so we have the SDP mid. Okay, so that one, so this is the medium, so the media stream ID. Okay, so the media stream ID. Then the next one you can have what, SDP, so SDP m line index. Okay, so m line index here gonna say candidate, so candidate dot what, so candidate dot SDP like that index. Okay, so this is the media line what, candidate. Okay, so index. So then from there we need to do what, we need to save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do it is what, so we need to make sure that we put semicolon here like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the connection state handler, so the one that gonna monitor the connection health. So the states that we're gonna have here, it is new, checking, connected, completed, or failed, either disconnected or closed. Okay, so the UI can show the loading spinners, the reconnecting messages and others. Okay, so we're gonna say peer, so the peer connection here, so dot what, on connection state. So on connection state here gonna say what is equals to, gonna say the RTC peer connection state. So we're gonna say peer connection state, this one, so we're gonna name it what, state. Okay, so this one we need to do what, we need to come here. So then we're gonna say the connection controller, connection state controller dot add. Okay, so what we need to add, it is our state, that is the state here. Okay, so the state here that is passed there for RTC, the connection state. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to track the handler, so that we're gonna receive the remote media. Okay, so when the other person videos, so the other person's video or the audio arrives, so this one gonna fire. Okay, so we need to extract the stream and then be able to broadcast to the UI. So here, so we need to first of all check if the stream is empty. Okay, so because some events fire without the actual media. Okay, so remember to put that semicolon there. So we're gonna say peer connection, so the peer connection here, it's not now, then you're gonna say on track. Okay, So on track there, then we need to do what is equals to the RTC. So RTC track, okay, so the RTC track event, like that. We're gonna name it event. So then we need to do what we're gonna say, if we have the event, if the event dot streams, okay, so dot stream is not what is not empty. So if it is not empty here, we just need to do what now. We're gonna say final stream, okay, so we need to have this variable. So we're gonna say final stream is equals to the event dot what dot streams, okay. From the streams you need to get the first one, okay. So that is it. So we're gonna check if the remote stream, so if the remote stream here is equals to what is equals to null. If it is equals to null, we need to do what we need to assign it, okay. I'm gonna say the remote stream here, we're gonna say the stream, okay. Gonna have the stream there. Then the next thing that we need to do, the remote, so the remote stream controller, we need to add the new stream, okay. So like that. So that is it. So this one gonna show in the UI, so show UI there, so show in UI there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to create what, so now we need to create the offer, so the one that will be responsible for creating the offer. So to start the connection, so this is the initiator only. So the offer is the initiator's proposal. So this is where I'm gonna say here's what I can send or receive, okay. So it's gonna contain what the codecs we support here, maybe the VP8, H2, H.264 and others. So what we want to send, that is the video or the audio, our IC credentials. Then also we're gonna have the flow. So the flow that we're gonna have here is what the initiator gonna create the offer, then the offer gonna be what so the offer, we need to send it to the receiver, then the receiver gonna create the answer, okay. So that is what we need to do here. We're gonna say future. So we're gonna say future. So before we do that, so we need to do what before we work there, we need to come here on top. So we need to do what before we work on that method. First of all, we need to mark the initialization complete. Now the handlers can process what the messages, okay. So we're gonna say if it is not what, so if it is not initialized complete, okay. So here, so we need to make sure it's not another is completed. If it is not completed here, we need to do what we need to say is initialized completer. So then we need to complete it, okay, so that we're gonna be able to have the messages, okay. So then from there, so if our try phase, we need to catch it. So we're gonna say catch. So this one, we need to come here, gonna say catch. So catch that exception there. So first thing we need to do, if anything fails, we need to complete with the error, okay, and cleaning up, okay. So we're gonna say if it's initialized completer, okay. So if it is initialized completer is not equal to null, if it is not equal to null and it is not what, so it's initialized completer is initialized, so initialized what, initialized completer, so the completer here. So if it's not what, so if it is not completed, so I'm gonna say what is completed here. So if it is not completed, we just need to do what, we need to complete with an error, okay. So I'm gonna say is initialized completer, like that. Then we need to do what, gonna complete error, okay. So then we're gonna have that exception there. So then the next thing that we need to do, so after we check that one, now we need to end call, so which we're gonna create. So we're gonna say end call. So we need to create this method that will be responsible for that, okay. So then we need to throw out, so to throw the exception, okay. So we're gonna say exception. So the exception here gonna say what, failed. So failed to initialize. So initialize what, initialize the call, okay. So with that exception there. So that is it. So now what you need to do, we can work on what, on the end call, okay, the one that gonna end the call, okay. So we need to come here. So this one will be our what, gonna say, so the end call gonna clean up everything. So this is critical. So we need to clean up properly to release the camera stroke the microphone, otherwise the device will think the camera is still in use, okay. So we're gonna say future. So future void. So future void here gonna say what, end call, okay. So then we need to do what, gonna say async. So async here gonna say first of all need to is active, we need to set it to what, gonna set it to false, like that. Then from there we need to stop all the tracks, so to release the camera and microphone. So gonna say the local stream, this one. So then we need to do what, to get the tracks, so the tracks there. So then from there, gonna say for everyone, so for each we're gonna say what, we're gonna get the for each track. So we need to do what, we just need to close it. Okay, so we're gonna say track, so track dot what, dot stop. Okay, so dot stop like that. Then you need to put that semicolon there. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to close the peer connection. So we're gonna say await, gonna say peer connection. So peer connection here, we need to do what, we need to close. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to dispose all the streams. So we're gonna say await, so we're gonna say await here, so await, then you're gonna say what, the local stream. So the local stream, then you're gonna say what, dot dispose, like that. Okay, so then you're gonna say await, so await, you're gonna say remote, so the remote stream, then you're gonna say what, dot dispose. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to reset all the states. Okay, so we're gonna say the peer connection here, we need to set it to null. Okay, so also we're gonna have the local stream, so the local stream here, gonna set it to null also. And also we're gonna say what, the remote stream also, we need to set it to what, gonna set it to null. Okay, so then also the session ID, so the session ID, you're gonna set it to null also. And then from there, gonna say what, the pending ICE candidates, so this one list, we need to do what, we need to clear everything. Okay, so that is it. Then we're gonna say it's initialized completer, gonna set it to what, to null. Okay, so that is it. So we're gonna do it like that. So that is the method for what, for ending the call. Okay, so make sure that you have it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to work on the what, on the method that I was talking about, the one that we're gonna clear what, so the one that's gonna create the offer. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So we need to come, can just come below this one, so just below this one. So we're gonna say future, so as I said, this one gonna create the offer. Okay, so what you need to do here, so the one that gonna start the connection, so we're gonna say void, so void here. So then we're gonna name it what, create offer, so create offer. Then we're gonna say what, this is an async method, so async method here. So then the first thing that we need to do, we need to check if the peer connection, so first of all, we need to make sure the peer connection, so if it is equals to null, so just need to do what, just need to return. Okay, so just need to return there. But if it is not, so we need to try. So what we need to try here, first of all, we need to create the offer with our requirements. Okay, so we're gonna say final offer, so the final offer here is equals to what, is equals to await. So what we need to await it is the peer connection, so the peer connection here. So then it's not now, then we're gonna create what, we're gonna create the offer. Okay, so create offer there. Then we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say offer to receive, so offer to receive, so offer to receive video. Okay, so receive, so offer to receive video, so offer to receive video there. Then we're gonna say what, so we're gonna say it's audio only, I'm gonna say it's audio, so it's audio only there. Then if it is audio only, we need to pass what, 0. Then if it is, we just pass 1. Okay, we want the video like that. Okay, so with a ratio of 1:0. So then from there, so the next thing that we're gonna do, so that is offer to receive, so remember that is for the video. Then the next one, it is what, gonna have a comma. So then we need to make sure that we do what, so this one we need to make sure that it is a map, so we need to open it here. So then we need to come here and we close it here. Okay, so make sure that you do like that, so that you'll be able to see the offer to receive the video. And also we're gonna have what, offer to do what, to receive. Okay, so to receive audio. Okay, so like that. So then we need to do what, gonna have a value of 1. Okay, so that is it. So then after we do that, we need to do what, we need to put that semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to set as our local description. Okay, so then this one we commit the offer. Okay, so we're gonna say await, so await here the peer connection. Then we're gonna say set what, set local description. Okay, so then we pass our offer there. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to send the signaling message. So we're gonna say send, so send signaling message here. Then we're gonna say what, so the type here, so we're gonna say offer, so we're gonna say offer like that. Then also we're gonna say what, the SDP. So SDP here we need to pass what? We're gonna say SDP. So the SDP here will be what? Offer. So offer dot what? Offer dot SDP. Okay, like that. Then we're gonna have what? The type. So the type here will be what? Offer dot what? So offer dot type. Okay, so that is what we need to pass there. So we need to put what? We need to put semicolon there. So but if it fails, we need to just to debug that one. So we're gonna say catch. So catch here, we need to do what? We need to come here and you just use the debug print. So we're gonna say debug. So debug print here. So debug print like that. Then we need to do what? We're gonna say error. So error creating what? So creating. So error creating offer. Okay, so offer. Then we need to do what? We need to get that exception there. So that is it. So that is that part. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, so that is the one that gonna create the offer. So now the next one that we need to do, we need to create the one that gonna create the answer, okay, to respond to the offer. Okay, so this one will be used by the receiver only. So the answer is the receiver's response. Okay, yes, I accept your offer. So this one gonna match the offer's format and gonna confirm what can be exchanged. Okay, so after the answer is sent, so the IC candidates flow and connection established. Okay, so just need to come here, say future. So the future here be what? Future void. So future void, then you're gonna say create answer. So create answer. So create answer here, then we need to do what? We need to make sure it's an async method. So like that, then you're gonna try. So what we need to try here, then you're gonna say, so first of all you need to create the answer based on the what? On the received offer. Okay, so we're gonna say final answer. So final answer here is equals to what? We need to await. So we're gonna say peer connection. So a peer connection here, then we need to do what? Need to make sure it's not null, then we need to create the answer. Okay, so like that. So then from there, so after that one we need to set our local description. Okay, so we're gonna say await. So we need to await here, then we're gonna say peer connection. So peer connection dot what? So first of all we need to make sure it's not null, then we're gonna say set. So set the local what? So set the local description like that, then we need to pass our answer. Okay, like that. So that is the local description. Then from there we need to send the answer back to the initiator. Okay, I'm gonna say send. So send signaling message. So this one we're gonna have what? So the type here we're gonna say what? It will be an answer. Okay, so like that. Then from there we're gonna say what? We need to have the SDP. So SDP like that. So then we need to do what? So here we're gonna say SDP. So SDP there, then we need to say answer. So answer dot what? SDP. Okay, so then from there we need to have what? We need to have the type. So the type will also be what? Answer. So answer dot what? So answer dot type. Okay, so dot type like that. So then we need to put what? We need to put semicolon there. But if our try fails, we need to catch it. So we're gonna say catch. So we need to have that exception. Then we need to do what? We need to use the debug print. Okay, so what I'm gonna do? So what I'm gonna do? I just need to copy this one. So this one debug print. So just come here and you paste it here. Okay, so that is it. So that is the part forward for creating the answer. Okay, so then from there, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to be able to handle the signaling messages. Okay, so we need to process the WebSocket signals. So this one here we need to wait for the initialization to complete before processing. Okay, so the reason that we are doing this one is that messages can arrive while we are still what? Setting up the camera or the peer connection. Okay, so the message types here we can have it is what? The offer, the initial connection proposal from initiator, the answer, the response to offer from the receiver, then the IC candidate, the network path discovery from either P. Okay, so we need to have it here. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so we need to come here. So we're gonna say future. So future void. Okay, so future void, we're gonna say what? Handle signaling what? So signaling. So signaling message. Okay, so this one will be what? So we need to make sure that you name it well. So here this one gonna receive the map of what? String and also dynamic. Okay, so dynamic like that. So the message. Okay, so that is it. So we do like that. Then we need to make sure it's an async method, so like that. So then the first thing that we need to do, we need to wait for the initialization to finish. So this one prevents the risk condition. Okay, so we're gonna say if it's initializing, so if it is initializing completer, this one, so if it's not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null, here do what? So we need to come here, we need to await. Okay, so we need to await its initialized completer, this one. Then we're gonna say what? Future. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the type. Okay, so the type, you're gonna get it from the message that we're gonna get, so we need to pass the type there. Okay, so we're gonna get the type there. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to try. So first of all, we need to switch. Okay, so the switch here based on the what? On the type. Okay, so we need to make sure that we pass type there. So then what we need to do, the first thing that we need to, if it is an offer, so the offer received, we are the receiver. Okay, so the steps that we're gonna follow here, we're gonna set the remote description, so the offer. Then we're gonna process NAC candidates that arrived early, and then we're gonna create and send our answer. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna say case. So case here, so if case is offer. Okay, so if it is offer here, we need to await what? We need to await our peer, so peer connection. So then you're gonna say what? Dot set a remote description. Okay, so here gonna pass what? The RTC, so the RTC session description. Okay, so here the message, so the RTC description here gonna say what? Message. Okay, that is what we need to pass there. Then we need to get the SDP. Okay, so then from there we need to get what? So in the SDP you need to get the SDP. Okay, so that is it. So then the next one, it is what? We're gonna say the type, you're gonna get what? The message. Okay, from the message you have what? We have from the SDP. So SDP, then we need to get what? We need to get the type. Okay, so like that. Then we need to put what? Semicolon here. Okay, so we need to have the semicolon here. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to await. So we're gonna say await. So we need to process what? We're gonna say process. So this one method, so process the pending what? The pending ICE. Okay, so the ICE candidates. Okay, so candidates, like that. Okay, so we need to create this method that will be responsible for adding the queued what? Candidates. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So what we're gonna do here, we just need to come here. So we're gonna copy this one. So we're gonna copy this one. I'm gonna come here. Then I'm gonna say future. So we're gonna say future here. So future. So future what? So future void. Okay, so future void. Then I'm gonna paste that one there. So then this one will be an async method. So then from there, you're gonna say what? You're gonna say if you have the pending ICE candidates. So we're gonna say pending ICE candidates there. So if it is empty, so if it is empty here, we need to do what? We just need to return. Okay, so then the next thing that we're gonna do, so we need to go through them if we have them. So for every candidate, here, so in what? In our pending ICE, so we're gonna say pending ICE candidates here. We need to do what? First of all, we need to try. So what we need to try here, gonna say what? We need to await our peer connection. So our peer connection here. So then we need to add the candidate. Okay, so that candidate there. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, but if it is not there, we need to, if we have an exception, we just need to do it. So we're gonna just come here and have a debug print. So debug print. Then we're gonna say what? So we're gonna say error. So the error in what? Error adding pending what? Pending candidates. Okay, so candidate. So then we need to get that error there. So that is it. So that is what? So then from there we just need to clear them. So we just need to have the pending what? So the pending ICE candidates dot what? Dot clear the queue. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So then after we have done that, now we can be able to do it. So now we need to put semicolon here. So then from there we need to create the answer. Okay, so we're gonna say create answer. So that one we created there. So then from there just need to break. Okay, so if the case is what? Is answer. So this is when we have what? So we are the initiator. So we're gonna set the remote description first, so the answer, then we're gonna process NIC candidates that arrived early, then the connection will establish as IC candidates are exchanged. Okay, so we're gonna say await. So we need to say peer connection here, so we're gonna set the remote. Okay, so set a remote, so the IC candidate dot what, set remote, so set a remote description, so we're gonna get what, the RTC, so the RTC session what, description, like that. You need to get a message. Okay, so in the message you need to get the SDP, so then you need to get the SDP also, like that. Then from there the type here, so the type here will be what, message. So the message here, you're gonna get what, you're gonna get the SDP, and then in the SDP you need to get the type. Okay, so the type, so remember spelling there. So that is it. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, it is to have what, semicolon there. Then we need to await. We're gonna process what, our pending ICE candidates, like that. So then we need to break. Okay, so like that. So just need to say break, so we're gonna say break, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we're gonna do, so after that we have the ICE, so we have them, so the network path from the other peer. So here we can only add the candidates after the remote description is set. Okay, if the remote description isn't set yet, we need to queue the candidate for later. Okay, so here we're gonna use the WebRTC. Spec requires the remote what, the remote description first. Okay, so here we need to say if the case here it is what, the ICE candidate. Okay, so the ICE candidate here, so like that. So this one we're gonna say final candidate. Okay, so final candidate, so candidate is equals to what, is equals to the RTC, so the RTC ICE, so the RTC ICE what, so RTC ICE candidate. Okay, so candidate, so candidate, like that. So the first thing that we need to have, it is the message. So in the message you need to get the candidate. Okay, so then from there you're gonna say what, candidate, so candidate, like that. So that is the first one. So then the next thing that we need to have from the message, we need to get the candidate. From the candidate we need to get what, so candidate, like that. We need to get the SPD mid. Okay, so SDP mid. Okay, so we're gonna say mid, spelling like that. So remember them, so as you are passing them in the other part. Okay, so then we can have the message. So the message here gonna say what, the candidate. From the candidate we need to get what, we need to get the SDP line what, index. Okay, so we're gonna say SDP capital L, then we're gonna say I, like that. Then we need to have the index there, then we need to put semicolon there. So first of all, you need to check if you have the remote description yet. So we're gonna say if the peer connection here, so if the peer connection here dot get remote description, so dot get remote description, so this one, so we need to check if it's not equal to null. If it's not equal to null here, if it's not equal to null, just need to do it. So yes, here we need to add the candidates immediately. Okay, so we're gonna say await, then we're gonna say peer connection, so peer connection, then we need to do it, we're gonna add the candidate. Okay, so add the candidate here, so the candidate there. Okay, so that is it. So then else, so we're gonna say else here, so else here gonna do what, so there's nothing, so we need to queue it for later what, processing. Okay, so we're gonna say pending ICE candidates, so then we need to add our candidate. Okay, so we need to add the candidate there. So then we need to do what, we need to break. Okay, so just need to break like that. Then from there, so then after that one we need to do what, so if our try phase we need to catch it, so we need to catch it here. Then we're gonna say what, so here we need to debug print, so debug print here. So what we need to do here, gonna say error, so error handling what, so error handling signaling, so signaling message. Okay, so like that. Then we need to get what, we need to have a gap, then we're gonna get the type first, so the type for that one. Then also we need to make sure that we get that exception. Okay, so that is it. So that is the part for what, for handling the signaling message. Okay, so now after we have done that, now we can be able to do it, now we can have the methods, so the ones that gonna control the medias. So we're gonna come here below, so we're gonna have what, so we need to make sure that we have what, so this function is gonna let the users control their media during the call. Okay, so either to toggle the microphone, to mute and mute, like that. So then, the first method that we're gonna have here is to toggle the microphone, the one that gonna disable the audio track without stopping it. Okay, so we're gonna say future, so we're gonna say future here, so future void, so future void here, gonna say what, toggle, so toggle microphone. So remember these things, we're gonna call them, so toggle microphone, so it's an async method. So then here gonna say if what, if our local stream, so if we are in the local stream here, if it's not equal, if it's equals to null first, so if it is equals to null, just need to return. Okay, so we don't need to continue. But if it is not, we just need to make sure that it's mic muted. So we just need to do what, when you call this method, you just need to pass the opposite of it. Okay, if it was true, to false, and false to true, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna say the local stream. So the local stream here, gonna say what, here it is not null, so we're gonna get the audio tracks, like that. Then we'll get tracks here, then we need to do what, we need to say dot what, so get audio tracks here, then we need to say for each. Okay, so for each one of them, so we need to do what, for every track. So here we need to do what, we need to say track enabled, so track, so we're gonna say what, track, so track dot what, so track dot enabled. Here we're gonna send to what, to the opposite of what, of its mic muted. Okay, so like that. So then after we do it like that, so that is the one to toggle what, the microphone. So then the next one, it is what, that the one that gonna toggle the video, that is to turn the camera on stroke off. Okay, so this one is useful for privacy or the bandwidth saving during a call. Okay, so we're gonna say future, so future here gonna say what, so future void here gonna say toggle, so gonna say toggle here, so toggle video, so toggle video here. Then we're gonna say what, so this one is an async method. So then we're gonna say if what, if the local stream, so if the local stream here is equals to null, so and or it is what, is audio only, so is audio only, so just need to do what, we need to return. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to what, is video, so it's video off here, so this one you just need to do what, to toggle it. Okay, so toggle and pass it is video off. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to, I'm gonna copy this one, so for the local stream. Okay, so the local stream there, then I'm gonna use it here, gonna paste it here. Then we need to do what, now for the each here, we're gonna pass what, is what, is video off. Okay, so it's video off, like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do from there, we need to have the one that gonna switch the camera. So we need to come here, so then we're gonna say future, so future, then we're gonna say what, void, so this one will just toggle the front or the back camera. Okay, so this one works on mobile devices with multiple cameras. Okay, so we're gonna say switch, so we're gonna say switch camera, so switch camera there, gonna say what, it's an async method. So then we're gonna say if, so if what, so if the local stream here is equals to what, is equals to null or is audio only. Okay, so if it is audio only here, we don't need to do what, don't need to do anything. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do is the front camera. So we're gonna pass what, gonna say is equals to what, is equals to the opposite of that one. Okay, so it's front camera. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to await, so what we need to await here is the helper. So from the helper, then we need to do what, we need to switch the camera. Okay, gonna say switch camera there. So then from there, to switch it, we just say the local stream, so the local stream here, then we need to get what, to get the video tracks. Okay, so we're gonna say get, so get the video tracks here. Okay, so then we need to get the first one, so the first there. Okay, so that is it, then we need to put there. So then the next one that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna enable what, that gonna enable the we're gonna enable the speaker, so the one that will be used to toggle the speaker, so either true to the loudspeaker or false to the earpiece. Okay, so we're gonna say future, so future void, so future void here, gonna say what, enable, so we're gonna say enable speaker, so enable speaker, then we're gonna say what, so this one accepts bool of what, enable, so then from there gonna say what, async, so then you're gonna say await what, you're gonna say await helper, so helper dot what, set the speaker, so set speaker phone on, so then you're gonna pass the enable there. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the getters that will be used for our UI. So we're gonna say bool get is mic muted, so it's mic muted, so is equals to what, so we need to return is what, is our mic muted. Okay, so if it is true or false, so we're gonna say it's bool, so bool here is what, is video off, so it's video, so it's video off. Okay, so it's video off here, gonna return what, gonna return is video off. Okay, so it's video off. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to make sure that this is a getter like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna say bool get, so bool get here is what, is call active, is call active here, gonna say what, so this one gonna return is call active. Okay, so it's call active there, so that is it. So now the last thing that we need to do, we need to dispose our what, so our controllers and others. So we need to come here, so just below here, then we're gonna say void, so void dispose. Okay, so void dispose, so dispose here, so we need to do what, so first of all we need to dispose our local what, so our local stream controller, then we need to close it like that. Then also we need to have the remote, our remote what, our remote stream controller, then dot close. Okay, so like that. Then also we need to have what, the connection, so the connection state controller, so then we need to close it. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to end the call. Okay, so we're gonna say end call like that. So that is it. So that is what we're gonna do there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on the what, now the manager that gonna manage our what, our WebRTC. So we're gonna create a manager here, so still in our what, in our services. So we need to come here and you do what, gonna say web, gonna say web what, WebRTC, so WebRTC here manager. Okay, so manager dot what, dot dat. Okay, so this one gonna orchestrate the entire call flow. So think of, so this one would be like what, so this is everything we're gonna put. So this one will be like the one that is controlling everything from the WebRTC service, and also the one that handles the actual WebRTC, and then the WebSocket service gonna handles the signaling, and also now the manager. So that is our what, so that is our manager here, the one that coordinates everything. Okay, so the reason why I separated the manager from the service, that is just for separation of concerns. So where the service, just the low level WebRTC mechanics, so the peer connection, the ASGI, the SDP, then the manager here will be the high level call logic. Okay, so who starts, who waits, what order, like that. Okay, so this one makes the code maintainable and testable. Okay, so we're gonna say class, so we're gonna say WebRTC manager, so manager. Okay, so like that. So we need to have a singleton as usual, so we're gonna say static, so static final, gonna say WebRTC manager. So then we need to do what, we need to say, we're gonna have the instance. Okay, so the instance here, we're gonna say what, we're gonna say WebRTC, so WebRTC, so manager. Okay, so then we need to have the internal, so we're gonna say what, we're gonna say internal, so internal, like that. So make sure that you do it like that. Okay, so now the next thing, you need to have the factory, so the factory of WebRTC manager. Okay, so then we need to do what, we need to return, what we need to return here, it is what, the instance. Okay, our instance there. Then from there, we're gonna have the WebRTC, so the WebRTC dot what, internal. Okay, so internal like that. So that is it. So now we need to do what, So we need to have now some few variables here. So the first one, we need to have the WebRTC. So we're gonna say final. So we're gonna say final, gonna say WebRTC what? WebRTC manager here. So the WebRTC service, we need to make sure that we do what? So here what we need to do here, we need to initialize it. So we're gonna say what? WebRTC. So WebRTC service, then we need to do what? So we need to assign to our what? WebRTC, okay? So so the WebRTC service there, okay? So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the WebSocket subscription. So we're gonna say stream. So this one will be a stream of what? So stream subscription. So stream subscription there. So this one will be of call notification, okay? So call notification here, then we need to make sure it's there, then it can be null. So we're gonna say WebSocket. So we're gonna say WebSocket here. So we're gonna say WebSocket subscription, okay? So subscription like that. So that is it. Then we're gonna have string nullable. So we're gonna say active. So active session. So active session ID, okay? So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do. So now we need to have when the participant joined the completer. So the key to solving the race conditions. So what happens is that in WebRTC, someone must create the offer first, someone must wait, but both users click the join call at roughly the same time, okay? So without this one, so both will try to create the offers, okay? So which will lead to the connection failing, okay? So what we're gonna do here, so the solution that we can offer, it is the backend designates what one person as initiator, so which is usually the consultant. So then from there, so the initiator waits for the participant joined signal, then only after the receiver joins does the initiator create the offer, okay? So here we need to have the completer, the one that blocks the initiator until the signal arrives. So we're gonna say completer. So we're gonna say completer here. We need to say void. So then we're gonna name it what? Participant. So participant joined, okay? So participant joined. So participant joined complete, okay? So we're gonna say completer there. So then from there we need to have some few the public accessors for UI. So we're gonna say bool. So we're gonna say bool get. So has what? Has active call. So we're gonna say has active call. So then from there gonna make sure that is what? So active session. So the active session now ID is not what? It's not equal to null, okay? So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna have the string. So this one gonna return a string. So we're gonna say string. So string nullable. So we're gonna say get active session ID. So active session ID. So active session ID is equals to what? So we need to return our active what? Active session ID, okay? So that is it. Then we need to have the WebRTC service, okay? So we're gonna say get the service. Gonna name it service there. Then we need to return what? We need to return our WebRTC service, okay? Like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so now we need to have the first method that gonna start the call. So as I say, this one will combine everything. So here in the main, so this one will be the main entry for joining a call, okay? So this function gonna handle two different flows, okay? The initiator, so it's usually it's our consultant, so gonna wait for the receiver, then creates the offer, okay? So the receiver usually the patient, so needs to wait for the what? For the offer, okay? So that is what we're gonna do. So what happens is that the initiator gonna join the room, then the receiver gonna join the WebSocket room, then we're gonna initialize the peer connection, then we're gonna wait for the participant, so we're gonna send the participant joined, then we're gonna create the offer, so we're gonna wait for the offer for the receiver, and then we need to send the offer. So where they gonna receive the offer, the receiver, and then the receiver gonna create and send what? The answer. So where the initiator gonna wait for the answer, then the exchange for ASGI candidates, so which will happen bidirectional. So and then the connection will be established. So we're gonna say future. So future here, gonna say what? Future void. So future void, we're gonna say start call. So start call like that. So this one you're gonna pass what? String. So the session what? So the string for session ID like that. Then you're gonna have the bool to know the initiator. So the initiator here. So the initiator like that. So then from there we're gonna have the bool for if it is audio only. So audio only. So it's gonna set to false. Okay, so that is it. So then this one will be an async method. So then the first thing that we need to do, we need first of all to check if we have what we are already in what in a call. So we need to end it first, so because we can't have multiple calls. Okay, so we're gonna say if the active session, so if the active session ID it's not equal to null, so if it's not equal to null and active session ID, so it's not equal to what, it's not equal to session ID, the new session ID. So session ID like that. So if it is not, we just need to do what, we need to have a method. We are gonna wait what, then we're gonna say end call. Okay, the one that will be responsible for ending the call. Okay, so the one that we're gonna use to end the call. So what we're gonna do, we need to create that method that will be responsible for what, for ending the call. Okay, so to end the call you just need to come here first of all. So you're gonna say future, so future void, so future void, then you're gonna name it end call. So like that, then we need to do what, we need to come here. So this one will be an async method like that. Then we need first of all to check if the active session ID it's null, we need to do what, we just need to return. Okay, so we're gonna say active, so we need to come here. So where are we? So here, so we need to do what, we need to have if the active session ID, so active session ID is equals to what, is equals to null, we just need to do what, we need to return. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need, for the first step that we're gonna do, we need to stop listening to the WebSocket messages. Okay, so we're gonna say await, so we're gonna say WebSocket subscription, then we need to do what, we're gonna cancel. Okay, so like that, then from there we're gonna set it to null. So WebSocket subscription, we need to make sure that we pass it to null. Okay, so that is it. So then the next step that we need to do, we need to clean up the completer if the initiator was still waiting. Okay, so we need to complete with the error so it doesn't hang up forever. Okay, so we're gonna say if our participant joined completer, so that one, so if it's not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null and also the what, our participant joined completer, this one, so this one it's not what is completed. Okay, so if it is completed here, we need to say what, the participant, so the participant joined completer, then we need to make sure it's not null here, then we need to say what, complete error. So we're gonna say call ended, so call ended before, so before what, so we're gonna say call ended, so call ended before participant, so but before participant, so before participant joined. Okay, like that, so that is it. So we need to put that semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of that one, then we need to do it to make sure that our completer is assigned to null. Okay, so like that. So then the next step that we're gonna do, so we need to do what, we need to clean up the WebRTC, so that is the peer connection streams and others. So this one gonna release the microphone and camera, and we're gonna close the connection. Okay, so we need to say await, so WebRTC service dot what, dot end call. Okay, so WebRTC service, so dot end call. Okay, like that. So that is it. Now the step 4, we need to do what, we need to reset the state. Okay, so we're gonna say the active session ID, we're gonna set to null. Okay, so that is the one that's gonna do that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here, so still in our what, so in our method for handling that one. So then after doing that, now we can be able to do what, so now we can just come here below. So here we need to do what, first of all we need to assign the active session ID to the session ID that we get. Okay, so session ID like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to subscribe to WebSocket notifications. So then we're gonna cancel any old subscription to prevent memory leaks. Okay, so we're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket subscription, so dot cancel like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna say, WebSocket subscription, this one we need to do what, we need to say WebSocket, so WebSocket service. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, notification stream like that. Then we need to listen, so what we need to listen here is the notification, so we're gonna say notification, so notification here. So what we need to do here, we need to do what, we need to come here and then we need to handle the notification. Okay, so we're gonna have a method that will be responsible for handling what, the notification. Okay, so the one that's gonna process the WebSocket messages, and for this call, then this one gonna route it for the call related events. Okay, where the different messages types gonna trigger different what, actions. Okay, so then we're gonna use the session ID to filter, so because WebSocket might carry messages for other calls. Okay, so we're gonna say void, so we're gonna say void, then we're gonna name it what, handle, so handle notification, so handle notification, so handle notification, this one. Then we need to pass what, the call notification, then we're gonna name it notification. Okay, so then also we're gonna have the session ID. Okay, so session ID like that. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, so we need to first of all, we need to ignore the messages not meant for this call. So we're gonna say if notification, if in the notification here dot session ID it's not equal to our session ID. Okay, so it's not equal to our session ID that is passed here, we just need to do what, we need to return. Okay, so then from there we need to have what, we need to have the switch. Okay, so we're gonna say switch, so switch like this. So then we're gonna say what, notification, so notification dot type. Okay, so that is it. So we're gonna use the helper here to be able to have the cases, so add the missing what, the missing cases. Okay, so the first one, it is what, we need to have the web, so the one we're gonna start with the WebRTC signaling, this one, so that we'll be able to do it. So we need to come here, so if it is the WebRTC signal, so we're gonna say WebRTC, so this one we're gonna handle what we need to do, so we need to delegate the handling to the WebRTC service. Okay, so WebRTC service dot what, dot handle, so handle signaling, that one. Then we need to get from the notification dot data, so dot data, so in the data we need to get what, the signal. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then from there we need to break. Okay, so that is it. So now the next one, it is when the participant is joined, so we need to, so when the receiver joins the call, the backend sends this notification, so sends this to the initiator, so this one gonna, so this completes the completer and blocking the initiator to create the offer. Okay, so this one is the one that gonna prevent the risk condition, so in the call setup. Okay, so we need to do what, we need to come to the participant joined here, and we need to do what, we need to come here. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we need to check, so if the participant joined, so if the participant joined here completer, it's not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null and what, and it is not what, so it is not the participant completed join there, then we're gonna do what, is completed. Okay, so we need to do what, we need to come here, so just need to do what, to unblock the initiator. Okay, so we're gonna say the participant, so our participant joined completer, so we need to make sure it's not null, then we need to do what, we need to complete it. Okay, so like that, then we need to do like that, so then we need to break, so that is it. So now we need to have the, when it is update, this one, so what we need to do here, so here you can have different statuses, so either active, the call is ongoing, completed, call ended normally, cancelled, call was cancelled before connecting, failed, So like that. Okay, so we're gonna say first of all we need to get the status. So we're gonna say final status is equals to what? So this one gonna say notification. So from the notification dot data, so dot data here, gonna say what? We're gonna get the status like that. Then we need to do what? So first of all we need to check the status. So if the status is equals to what? Completed. Okay, so if it is completed, or the status is what? Cancelled, is equals to what? Is equals to cancelled. Okay, so if it is in that state, so this one, the UI should handle the navigation to pop to the previous screen like that. Then but we could just end the call here if the UI doesn't handle it. Okay, so then that one we're gonna handle it later. Okay, so just need to leave it like that. So then from there we just need to do it, we just need to break. Okay, so like that. So then what I'm gonna do, so instead of having the others, so what I need to do, I'm gonna remove these ones. So the incoming call, so they shouldn't be handled here. So then we need to do it. So instead of error, so here gonna have what? Default. Okay, so the default, so the default here will be what? We're gonna just break. Okay, just ignore it like that. So for any other what, so we need to pass it there. So that is any other, so that is the unknown type. Okay, so just ignore it there. So now what we need to do, we need to now to come to this part. So first of all, you need to put semicolon here. Then from there, you're gonna do what? So this one you're gonna handle. So handle notification there, the notification. Then we're gonna pass them like that. Okay, so that is it. So that is what we needed there. Okay, so now after we have done that, so let me save that one. So we need to come what? We need to first of all need to use the try. So the first step here, we need to do what? We need to, so both participants should initialize their peer connections. So this one gonna set up the camera and microphone, and then we're gonna prepare the WebRTC machinery. So the reason why we need both to initialize, that both need the local media ready. Okay, so we're gonna say await. So we need to await. So we need to await what? WebRTC. So WebRTC service dot what? Initialize peer connection. Then with the session ID. Then here audio only. So audio only. Gonna pass audio only. Okay. So audio only like that. Okay. So then the next step here, it is now to do what? To branch. Okay. So here you must wait for the receiver to be ready before creating the offer. Okay, so the reason being that if the offer is created before the receiver joins, it gets lost. Okay, so we're gonna say if the is initiator, so if it's initiator here, we need to do what? First of all, it's gonna say the participant completer is equals to what? Completer. Okay, so completer here gonna say void. Okay, so like that. Then we do what? We do it like that. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to block. What we need to do here, we need to block here until the receiver sends what? Participant joined. Okay, so the signal we're gonna time out after 20 seconds. Okay, so user might have what? Closed the app, maybe network issues and others. So here we need to prevent even the risk conditions. So we're gonna say await. So we're gonna say participant joined completer. So then we need to do what? We're gonna say future. So future dot what? Timeout. Okay, so then we're gonna say the constant of what? Duration. So the constant duration of what? Seconds. I want it to be 20. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have on timeout. Okay, so on timeout here, what we need to do, just need to come where? Just need to come here in this body. So then we need to draw. Okay, we need to draw. So we need to draw the timeout exception. Okay, so timeout exception there. Then we're gonna say the other participant. So the other participant did not what? So did not join in time. Okay, like that. So that is it. So then we need to do what? We need to have that one there. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to wait for, now we need to create the offer. Okay, so I'm gonna say await WebRTC dot create offer. Okay, so that is it. So else you're gonna say what? So we need to come here. So we need to say else. So else here we need to, So the receiver path here, it simply means that we need to wait for the offer to arrive via the WebSocket. Okay, so when it arrives, we just need to do it, the handle notification, we process it. Okay, so the receiver is passive, so we don't just wait for it. Okay, so we can just have a debug print there if you want, but if you don't, you just need to come here. So then we need to do it. If our try fails this one, so we need to catch it. Okay, so we're gonna catch it like that. Then we need to do it, we need to await. So we just need to end the call. Okay, so we just need to end the call there. Then from there we need to do it to read through. Okay, so we're gonna let the UI to do it, to handle that one. Okay, so that is the end of what, our WebRTC manager. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our consultation. Then we need to create the new presentation. So the one that we're gonna start with, the incoming call. Okay, so we're gonna say incoming, so incoming call screen. Okay, dot. Okay, so now we need to start working on this one. So now for the incoming call screen, what we need to do here, this one will be a stateful widget. So we're gonna say st, so gonna say stateful widget. So here gonna name it what, incoming call screen. Okay, so then we need to import these things from the material.dat. So before we continue, so we need to do what, so the first thing that we need to do, we can do the data run before we continue. So let me open the terminal here, and then we're gonna do it. So you can have the data run, so it's this one, so that will be able to generate this one. Okay, for another to update the others. Okay, so what happens is that, so as this continues to run, so what I'm gonna do, I need to first of all gonna see what we are building for the incoming call screen. Okay, so let us come to the design here. So as you can see, we have this one for the animated. So then we need to have the type of the call, either if it is an incoming voice call, we say voice call. If it is an incoming video call, we say a video call here. Then we say from the person and also the fee. Okay, so then we're gonna have this one to reject and this one to accept. Okay, so make sure that you remember all these things so that we'll be able to build them. Okay, so now let us come back to our code so that we'll be able to build that one. So as we wait for that one to complete, so let us do it. So this the incoming call screen, so this one will be responsible for the ringing screen. Okay, so the one that will be shown when receiving the call. Okay, so this screen is displayed when a doctor maybe receives a call from a patient, or a patient receives a call from a doctor. Okay, so the key responsibility that we need to put here, we need to be able to display who is calling, to show the call type, either the audio or the video, and the consultation fee, then to allow user to accept or to decline the call. Then we need to navigate to the appropriate call screen when accepted. Okay, so that is what we need to do here. So what we're gonna do, so first of all, you have this error. So let us first of all import that one. So the pass error logger, so we need to import it here. So we're gonna import it there. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I need to create this screen here. So the first thing, I'm gonna remove that one. So then we need to define some few variables here, so the ones that we need to have. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that we're gonna track the session ID, so the unique identifier for this call session. Okay, so this one is used to track the call in the WebSocket messages and the WebRTC connection. Okay, so we're gonna say final, so final string, here, session, so session ID, like that. Also we need to have the one we're gonna have the caller information displayed to the user. So we're gonna say final, so final string, here we're gonna say what, caller name. Okay, so the caller name, so the one who is calling, and also we're gonna have the caller ID. So we're gonna say string, then we're gonna say caller what, so caller ID, like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna determine the call type, so which we're gonna use to navigate to a specific screen. Okay, and also to show a specific icon. So like that, we're gonna say final, so final string caller id, so caller id like that. So then from there, so this one should not be call id, this one should be call type. Okay, so call type like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that gonna display the consultation fee. So we're gonna say final, so final string, then we're gonna say consultation what, so consultation fee. Okay, so like that. Then we need to pass them into our what, into our constructor here. So we need to initialize them there. So then they're gonna save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, so here because I want to have animation, so we're gonna use what, our what, with ticker. Okay, so we're gonna say with ticker, so with ticker, gonna say with ticker, so ticker provider state mixing. So because this one we want to have multiple, so multiple animations, so the ticker provider state mixing, it's needed for that, for those animations. Okay, so here we need first of all to have the animation controllers. So for the passing what, the passing the call icon, and also this one gonna create what, a visual of ringing effect. Okay, so gonna say let, first of all we're gonna define them let here. So animation controller, so animation controller, so animation controller, so gonna say what, gonna say pills, so pills controller, so pills controller there. And also you're gonna have the one for the what, for the animation. Okay, so gonna say let animation, so animation, then you're gonna say double. So if you want to understand this about the animation and others, so remember you have that course. Okay, so in the Udemy, so for the 111 hours, so we go through this one in depth. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a flag to prevent multiple responses to the same call. Okay, so this one, it's because it's important, because when the user types the accept or decline, we need to prevent them from typing again while we are processing the first response. Okay, so we're gonna say bool, so bool is processing, so we're gonna say is, so it's processing, so it's processing response. So we're gonna set it to false here by default. So then from there, what we need to do, we need now to have what, the initial state when this widget is called. Okay, gonna say init, so the init state here, what you need to do, first of all gonna remove the to do, then gonna have here, so what I'm gonna do, we need to have the animations to show the animation. So what we need to do here, we need to set up, gonna say set up animations. So we need to have this method to do it, to set up the animation. So we need to come here below, so this one gonna set up the passing animation for the call icon. So then this one we're gonna just create the visual of what, ringing effect, so to draw the user attention. Okay, so gonna say void, gonna say set up animations, so set up animations like that. So then we need to do it, we need to come here. So first of all we need to create the animation controller that will repeats every second. Okay, so gonna say pulse, gonna say pulse, where is it, so gonna say pulse animation, so pulse controller is equals to what, gonna say animation, so our animation controller, so animation controller, so this one, so we need to pass what, first of all we need to pass the duration. Okay, so the duration here to be what, constant of what, duration. So then we need to have how many seconds after that second, so just 1 second. Then from there we need to have the vsync. Okay, so the vsync, this one will be provided by our ticker provider state mixing, so we need to use this. Okay, so for us to be able to have the pulse in and out, we need to be able to repeat. Okay, gonna say repeat, so to repeat here, then we need to have what, we need to have the reverse, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so this one just helps us to have that one, the pulse in and out. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to define the animation, where we're gonna be able to scale from 0.8 to 1.2. Okay, so we're gonna say pills, so pills animation is equals to what, we're gonna say twin, so twin is just between, so like that. Then we're gonna say double, so double here, so we're gonna have the begin, so when it will start, so 0.8, and then from there we're gonna say what, and it will be what, 1.2. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to animate it. Okay, So to animate, then we're gonna use what? The curved animation. So curved animation there. So the parent here to be our piece what? Our piece controller. Then for the curve, we're gonna say curves. So curves dot what? Is in out. Okay, so is in out like that. So then we need to put semicolon there. So after we have done that, now we can be able to dispose our controller. Okay, so I'm gonna say dispose. So we're gonna say dispose this one. So what we need to dispose here, first of all, we need to clean up the animation controller to prevent the memory leaks. So we're gonna say what? We're gonna say piece controller dot what? Dispose. So now after doing that, now we can be able to do what? To start working on the builder. So on the build method, so the first thing that we need to do here, we're gonna use the block listener because we want to listen for the state changes from the consultation block. So this is how we know when the call has successfully started. So then we'll be able to do what? To navigate to the call screen. Then if we have an error occurred, we just show what? The message. Okay, the error message. As we said, because our block listener is for having those side effects, so that's why we need to do what? To use the block listener. Okay, so block listener. So then from there we need to have what? The consultation. So consultation BLoC. Okay, so consultation BLoC. So then from there gonna have what? The state. Okay, consultation. So consultation state like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to come here to have the, so this one should not be like that. So we need to do what? We need to come here. So we need to have the listener. So the listener here to gonna pass what? The context and also the state. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do here, so first of all, we're gonna have a guard only to process if we are mounted and processing a response. Okay, so we're gonna say if mounted. If it is not mounted here, if it is not mounted, we just need to do what? We're gonna say if it is not mounted and or what, or it is not processing, so it's not processing the response, we just do what? Just need to return. Okay, so then from there we need to check when the call starts successfully. So we need to navigate to what? To the call screen. Okay, so we're gonna say if the state here is what? Call started. Okay, so if it is in that state, we need to do what? So here we need to have a method that will be responsible for us to be able to navigate to what? To the screen. Okay, so that is it. So we're gonna do a simple thing. So we just need to come here. So this one we're gonna say what? Void. Then we're gonna say navigate. So navigate to what? We're gonna say navigate to call screen. Okay, so to call screen there, then we're gonna say what? So this one gonna pass the call session. So call session there. So we're gonna name it what? We're gonna say call session. Okay, so call session like that. Then from there, first of all, we need to close the incoming call screen. Okay, so just need to pop it. Okay, so navigator dot of context. So then from there we need to do what? We need to pop. Okay, so we need to pop like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to navigate to the appropriate call screen based on the call type. Okay, so we're gonna say if the widget, dot what? The call type that we get here, we need first of all to convert it to lowercase. So if it is equals to what? Is equals to audio. Okay, if it is audio here, we need to do what? Or if the widget, so if the widget, the call type, so the call type is equals what? So first of all, we need to have the lowercase of it. So then we're gonna say the voice, not the voice, let us use the voice or the video, the way you're gonna call it. So like that, so it can either be, so this one is for the audio. So we need to do what? We need to navigate to the audio screen. Okay, so this one we're gonna say navigate. So we will do it later. So navigate to audio call screen. Okay, so we're gonna say call screen like that. Okay, but if it is what else, we need to navigate to what? To the video. Okay, so we're gonna default to what? So default to video screen. Okay, so video call screen, like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do after you have done that, now we can be able to do it. So now we can be able to, now we need to use that method here so that we'll be able to do it. If we are in that state, we just need to navigate to it. So navigate to the screen. So we're gonna say state. So from the state we need to get the call session, like that. So that is it. So that then the next thing that we need to do, if it is not in that state, so we need to check if it is an error. So we're gonna say else if the state is what, is consultation error. Okay, so here the consultation, if the state is, so make sure that you do what, you pass is there, is consultation error. So if it is consultation error, we need to do it. First of all, you need to set the is processing response to false. Okay, we need to make sure that you pass it there. So we're gonna use the set state. So we're gonna be able to update this state here. So then we're gonna set it to what? We're gonna set it to false. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to show an error. So to show the snack bar, so we're gonna say scaffold. So scaffold messenger dot of context. Then from there we need to do it. We need to show the snack bar. Okay, show snack bar like that. So then from there we need to say snack bar. So snack bar like this. Then from there, what we need to do, the content will be what, we're gonna pass the text. So we're gonna say failed. So we're gonna say failed to start what? So to start call. So then we need to do what? We need to have the error. Okay, so we're gonna get it from the state dot message that error. Okay, so that is it. Then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have the background color. So the background color of our snack bar, gonna say colors dot what, so colors dot red, like that. Then also we need to have the duration. So the duration that we want to show this one, just need to show it in just 3 seconds. Okay, so gonna say second, so seconds 3. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, now you have worked on that one, so now we need to work on the child of our block listener. So we need to come here. So still in the block listener here, we need to have what, we need to have the child. Okay, so then, so in this child, what you're gonna use, you're gonna use scaffold. So scaffold like that. So then from there we need to have what, first of all we need to have the background. So as usual, so the background was what, was dark. Okay, so we're gonna say colors. So we need to make sure that we're gonna pass what, so black, want it to be black what, black 87. So black 87, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the body. So the body here we need to use safe area. So safe area. So then from there just need to have a column, because we want multiple widgets in the same what, the same column. So here the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here gonna say what, first of all we need to have a gap there, so the one that gonna squeeze the widgets down there. So the first one that we need to do, so the first thing that we want to do, so before we continue, so let us first of all come here in the design, so that we're gonna do what, we're gonna understand what we want here. So when you come here, as you can see, we have what, we have this icon. So this one will be the color information section. Okay, so we need to create this one. So as you can see, it's a column with the different what, where you have the different widgets here. So this one we want it to be animated like that. Okay, so now let us come back to our code, then we work on that one. So when you come here, so just below this one, so below the spacer, so this one will be what, so the first thing that we're gonna have, it is that icon that will be animated. So we need to make sure that we put them in the column. Okay, so we're gonna say column like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have the children. So the children here gonna say what, so here gonna use the animated builder. So animated builder, so animated builder, so animated builder, so animated builder like that. So the animation here gonna pass what, our piece animation. Then for the builder, so here builder gonna pass the context, and also gonna pass the what, the child. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to come here. So the thing that we need to return here, we need to return transform. Okay, so transform dot what, we need to scale. Okay, so that we'll be able to enlarge and to minimize it. Okay, so the thing that we're gonna say, the scale here. So we want to use our pills what? So our pills, so the pills animation dot value, okay, like that double. So then from there we're gonna have the child. So the child here be what? To be a container. So we need to have it as a container here. So the container here we're gonna have what? We need to have the width. So the width we're gonna have a value of 120, and then from there we're gonna have what? Gonna have the height. So the height will be 120 also, like that. Then from there we need to have the decoration. So decoration will be box decoration, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have the shape of our of that part. So that color, the call what? The one that gonna be showing will be showing the call. So we're gonna say what? So what we need to do, that is a circular one. So we're gonna say box shape. So box shape dot what? Dot circle, okay. So then from there, the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have a gradient. So the colors here, so we're gonna say what? So you're gonna use the linear gradient. So then the colors here gonna pass what? We need to have colors dot blue, okay. So dot blue with what? We're gonna have a shade. I want to have a shade of what? 400, like that. Then also we're gonna have what? Colors dot blue, colors dot blue dot what? Dot shade of what? 600, okay, like that. That is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so let me save this one. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the box shadow, okay. So now after that we need to do what? So the box shadow. So still in our what? In our decoration. So we need to have what? We need to have the box shadow. So it is a list. So then we need to do what? We're gonna say box shadow, okay. So box shadow. Then we need to have what? We need first of all to have the color. So the color here will be what? Colors dot, so colors dot blue, okay. So then we need to have the alpha of what? So we need to say alpha of 0.3, then you multiply by 255, then you do what? You round it, okay. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the blur radius. So the blur radius there, then we're gonna have a value of what? 20, and also we're gonna have the spread radius. So this one we're gonna have a value of what? 5, okay. So that is it. So let me save that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child for what? For our container, okay. So just need to come here and we say child. So the child here, we need to have an icon, okay. So this one we need to make sure that we're gonna get the call icon based on the type of the call. So we need to create a method that will be responsible for showing the call, the icon based on the call. If it is a video, we need to have a different one. So we're gonna say icon data. So this one gonna return the appropriate icon based on the call type, okay. So the phone icon we're gonna use for the audio calls, and the video camera icon for the what? For the video calls, okay. So we're gonna say icon data. So the icon data here, so we're gonna say what? Get call what? Get call type icon, okay. So like that. So then from there we need to do what? We need to come here. So the first thing that we're gonna say here, we need to save the widget. So if the widget dot what? Dot call type. So dot call type dot to lowercase. So then you're gonna say is equals to what? Is equals to audio. If it is equals to audio or the widget. So the widget here dot what? Dot the call type. So dot call type then to lowercase, like that. Then from there, if it is what? If it is voice, okay, it can either be, but majorly we are using the audio. So but if you want to change to voice, you can still use it. So it will just work the same, okay. So here you need to say what? Icons dot what? Dot phone, okay. So else we just need to do what? Else we're gonna show the video cam, okay. So we're gonna say return. So we're gonna return the icons. So icons dot what? Video. So video cam, okay. So video cam, like that. So that is it. So now we need to use it in our what? In our we needed to use it in our what? In our icon here. So we're gonna say what? This one we're gonna say, so we're gonna say what? So what we need to say here, we just need to call our method. So we're gonna say get. So get the call icon, okay. So then we need to have the size. So the size will be 60. So then from there the color. So the color will be what? Gonna say colors dot white, okay. So that is it. So that is the part for the what? for the icon. Okay, so from there we need to still in the same column. So after we have that animated builder, so now we need to have what? We need to have a gap. So we're gonna say constant sized box. So we're gonna say sized box. So then we need to have a height. So we're gonna have a height of what? 24. So that we'll be able to do it, to have that part for the call type label. Okay, so here we're gonna have a text. Okay, so the text here, what we need to do, we need to have a method that's gonna get the label. So if it is a video, we need to show it's a video, and if it is a what? It is a voice, we need to show it's a voice. Okay, if it is a what? It is a audio. So here this one gonna return the string. So this one gonna say what? We're gonna say get. So get call type. So get call type here, the call type label. Okay, so okay, label like this. So then we need to do what? So we need to come here and we do what? So we're gonna say if the widget. So what I'm gonna do, I just need to copy this one. So we're gonna copy this one. Here, then I'm gonna replace it here. So then instead of the icon here, so what we need to do here is just we need to return the string. Okay, so we're gonna say voice call. Okay, so you can name it what you want to show the what, that if it is a voice call or the audio call, so the video call, like that. So that is what we need to do so that we'll be able to use it. Okay, so we need to come here. So here in our text we're gonna say what? First of all we're gonna say incoming. So we're gonna say incoming, then we need to get the call type. Okay, so we're gonna pass the get the call type icon, not icon, get the call type label. Okay, so get the call type label like that. So that is it. So then we need to style it. So to style it here, gonna say what? Constant of what? Text style. Okay, so text style here gonna say color. So the color here will be what? Colors dot white. So colors dot white 70. So white 70, and also the font size that we want here is what? We need to pass a value of 16. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one. So that is the part for what? For the incoming call. Okay, so then from there we need to also to have a gap. So still in the same column. So constant of what? Sized box. So sized box, then we need to have a height. So here we need to have a height of what? 8. Okay, so we need to have the color name. So we're gonna say text. So then we're gonna get it from the widget, the one that is passed here in the widget. So we're gonna say widget color. So the color name like that. So then from there we're gonna have the style. So the style here will be what? So we're gonna say constant of what? Text style. So text style. So this one, then we need to have what? We need to have the color. Okay, so the color. So the color here gonna say what? Colors dot white. Okay, like that. Then also we're gonna have the font size. So the font size here we're gonna have a value of 28, and also from there gonna have the font weight. Okay, so the font weight here will be what? Font weight dot, so font weight dot weight of 600. Okay, so weight of 600 there. Okay, then we need to align the text. So we need it to be in the center. So we're gonna say text align. So we're gonna say text align. So text align here. So text align dot what? Dot center. Okay, so that is it. Then from there we need to have a gap also. So here here the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the part for what? For the for the fee, consultation fee. Okay, so we're gonna say first of all we need to have a gap. So constant of what? Sized box. So sized box. So we need to have a height. So height of what? We're gonna have a height of 16. Then from there we need to have what? We're gonna say container. So we're gonna say container like that. Then we're gonna say what? So we're gonna say padding. So first of all we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets. Okay, so edge insets dot what? Symmetric, like that. Then for the symmetric here, gonna say what? So horizontal will be 16, and also the vertical. So the vertical will be what? Will be 8. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So decoration here, we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration there. Then you're gonna say color. So the color of our container will be what? We're gonna say colors dot green. So we need to have alpha. So alpha of what? 0.2, 0.2. So 0.2, then you multiply by 255, then you do what? You round it. Okay, so you round it there. So then the next thing that we need to do after that, we need to have what? We need to have the border radius. So border radius, we want them to be circular. So we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So then you're gonna have a value of what? 20. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border itself. Then we're gonna say what? Border all. So we're gonna say border all sides. So we're gonna have the color. So the color here, we're gonna say what? Colors dot. So colors dot green. Okay, so colors dot green. Then the width, we're gonna pass a value of 1. Okay, so let me save this one. So then the next thing that we need to do, so here still in the container, we need to have the child. Okay, so the child here will be a text. So the text here gonna say what? So we're gonna say fee. So fee, then we need to do what? We need to have the $sign. So we're gonna say $sign there. Then we need to do what? Gonna put it there. Then we're gonna have the widget. So widget here. So widget dot what? Consultation fee. Okay, we get it from there. So then we need to style it. So to style it, I just need to do what? Gonna just copy this one. So this one. Okay, so like this. Then I'm gonna come with it here. So then from there, I need to do what? So the colors, we need to change from that one to green. Then from there, the font size, you want it to be 14. And then this one, I want it to be weight of 500. Okay, so I say weight of 500, like that. So that is the part for what? For that one. So now we need to save this one. So just outside this column, so we need to have another space. So we're gonna use the spacer. So constant of what? Spacer. Okay, so we need to use the spacer there. So then after we have done that, we have what? So what we need to do, so when you come to the, when you move from, so when you come here, when you press that one, so when you press the to accept or to reject, we need to show something. So if it is processing, we need to show it. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let us come back here so that we'll be able to see that one. So what we're gonna do here, we need to show to have the processing indicator. So this one will be shown when the user has accepted or declined. So and we are waiting for the response. Okay, so we're gonna say if it's processing response. Okay, if it is in that state. So if you are processing that one, we need to use the spread operator to add it. Okay, so we're gonna say constant of what? Padding. So constant of padding. Then you're gonna have the padding here. We're gonna say edge insets. So edge insets. So edge insets here. So we need to have what? Edge insets only. Okay, dot only. So just only in the bottom. So the bottom, we're gonna have a value of what? 20. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have what? We need to have the child for our, so this one should be like that. So we're gonna have the child. So the child here, what we need to do, we're gonna have a column. So you need to have a column here like that. So here we need first of all to have the children. So the children here, gonna say what? So we need to come here. So the first one, we just need to show the circular progress indicator. So the circular progress indicator, like that. Then we're gonna have a value color. Okay, so the value color here, gonna say what? Gonna say always stopped animation. So this one will be what? Of the colors dot what? Colors dot white. Okay, so we need to make sure that we pass it here, the type. So then we're gonna say what? Color, like that. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to do what? We need to come here below. So we need to have a gap, a small gap there. So we're gonna say size the box. So size the box here, gonna have a height of what? Height of 12, like that. So then from there, we need to do what? We need to have the text. Okay, the one that gonna say we are connecting. So gonna say text. So text here, gonna say what? Gonna say connecting. Okay, so connecting. Then we're gonna have the 3 dots there. Then from there, gonna style it. So to style this one, we're gonna say text style. Okay, so text style here. So then we need to have what? We need to have the color. So the color, gonna say colors. So colors dot what? Dot white 70. Okay, so white 70, like that. Then from there, gonna say font size. So font size here, we need to do what? Gonna have a value of 14. Okay, So that is it. So let me save that one. Okay, so that one we add it when we are in the processing state. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the action buttons. So just below this one, so we need to have the ones that we saw for accepting or declining. Okay, so that is what we need to work here. So what we're gonna use here is padding. So we're gonna say padding. So padding widget here. So the padding here, gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets dot what, symmetric. So then you're gonna have the what, horizontal. So the horizontal just want to have a big gap for 40. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to have the child for padding. So this one we want to have them in the row. Okay, so as you saw them, they are in the same row. So then we need to have a space to space them evenly. So we're gonna use what, min access alignment. Then we're gonna say min access alignment dot what, space evenly. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here, so we're gonna say the children. So the children here, we're gonna do what, so the first one we're gonna have the decline button, so which we're gonna position on the left, so because that is the standard for UI convection. Okay, so we're gonna say gesture detector because we want it to be clickable. So then we're gonna say on top. So on top here, we need to first of all check if it is processing. So if it is processing here, just do nothing. So just say null. Else we need to do what, we need to decline the call. Okay, so we need to create a method that we're gonna use to decline the call. So the one that gonna disconnect it from the what, from the WebSocket. So we're gonna come here up. So we need to come here on top. So we just need to do what, we're gonna say void. So this one, what happens is that this function we're gonna prevent the duplicate responses. So then we're gonna send the decline message via the WebSocket to the caller. Then we're gonna close the screen. Okay, so we're gonna say void. So void, then we're gonna say decline. Okay, decline call. Okay, like that. So then here we need to do what, first of all need to have the guard to prevent the processing if we are already responding. Okay, so we're gonna say if it's processing response, we just need to do what, we just need to return. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to set the state here. So we need to update our processing. So it's processing here, gonna update it to what, gonna set it to true. Okay, because we are processing it. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to send the decline message, so the decline response to the backend via the WebSocket. Okay, so this one gonna notify the caller that we've declined the call. Okay, so we're gonna say WebSocket. So WebSocket this one. So WebSocket, we want to use the WebSocket service, this one. So WebSocket service, then we need to do it, gonna say respond to call. So the session ID, gonna get it from the widget. So widget dot what, session ID. So then for the response, so this one we just say what, decline. Okay, then from there we just need to do what, we need to pop. Okay, so just a navigator. So navigator dot what, navigator dot, so navigator dot of context, then we need to do what, just need to pop. Okay, like that. So then we put semicolon. So we do just a simple thing there, so that we'll be able to do what, to decline that call. Now we need to use it in our what, in our gesture detector, so that we'll be able to decline the call if it is not processing. So we just need to come here, so we just need to pass it here. So we're gonna say what, decline. Okay, so decline the call there. So then from there we need to have the child. So the child here to be what, we're gonna use the opacity. Okay, so the opacity here, so the opacity that we're gonna do, so this one we need to fade out when processing to indicate the disabled state. Okay, so we're gonna say is processing response. So we just need to have opacity of what, 0.5, else we're gonna just have full opacity. Okay, so that is the 100%. Okay, so we're gonna say child. So the child here will be a container. So the container, so then we're gonna do what, so we need to have the width. So the width here, gonna say what, gonna have the value of 70, and then we're gonna have what, we're gonna have also the height. So the height here gonna have a value of 70 also, And then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So it should be box decoration. So box decoration like that. Then you're gonna say color. So the color will be what? Colors dot red. Okay. So then from there you need to have the shape. So the shape here, you're gonna say what? It will be box shape dot what? So box shape dot circle. Okay, that is it. So then from there we need to have the box shadow. So we're gonna say box shadow. So this one we need to say what? So we need to have the box shadow here. Okay, so box shadow. Then we need to have what? We need to have the color. So the color, gonna say colors dot red. So then we need to make sure that we have opacity of what? So we're gonna say 0.3. so then you multiply by what? 255, then you round it. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? The blur radius. So the blur radius here, gonna say what? We're gonna say 15, and then from there we gonna have the offset. So the offset here, gonna say what? To be a constant of what? Offset. Okay, so constant of offset. So offset like that. So in the y, so in the x we just need to have 0, and for the y we just need to have a value of what? 5. Okay, so let me save this one first. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of what? Of the decoration, and then we come here and we need to have what? The child. Okay, so the child here, we're gonna say constant of what? Icon. So the icon here, so this one we just do what? Have the call end. Okay, so we're gonna say icon. So icon dot what? Call end. Okay, so we're gonna say this one should be icons. Okay, so icons dot call end. So like that. Then from there, we're gonna have the color. So the color will be what? We're gonna say colors dot white. Okay, so colors dot white, and then from there, we're gonna have the size. So the size of the icon, you're gonna have a value of what? 32. Okay, so let me save this one. So then from there, we need to have the one to accept. So what we're gonna do, so because we are still in the same row, so we just need to copy this one. So we're gonna say what? Gonna copy it up to where? Here. So, and because we are using what? We are using space, even you don't need to have any space here because it will be put by that one. So just need to paste this one here. So what happens is that we need to do what? First of all here, instead of declining the call, so this one we just accept the call. Okay, because so this one we're gonna say what? We're gonna say, so we need to create this method accept call. Okay, the one that gonna send the response to that one. Okay, so then from there, so what we need to change here is just the color. So instead of the red, we just pass the green. Okay, so and also this one also be green also, so like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have what? So here in the child, so the child here, first of all we need to do what? First of all, you need to check if it is what? So first of all, you need to check if it is processing. So we're gonna say is processing. So we need to have underscore is processing. So it's processing response. If it is, we just need to do what? We need to show the circular progress indicator. Okay, so constant of what? Sized box. So sized box, then we need to have a width. So the width here gonna pass a value of 24, and also the height. So the height we're gonna pass a value of what? 24, and also we need to do what? We're gonna remove that one. Then we need to have the child. So the child will be what? Circular progress indicator. So circular progress indicator. Then we need to have the stroke width. So how fat or how wide it is. So then we're gonna say what? A value of 2. So then the next thing that we're gonna say the value color. So the value color. So this one we're gonna say always what? Always stopped animation. Okay, so always stopped animation. So the value here gonna say colors dot what? So colors dot white. Okay, so and also we need to make sure that we pass that type here. So we're gonna say color like that. Okay, so that is it. Else here, so else if it is not processing, we just need to show it. We need to show the icon. So the icon here, this one will be based on what? So we need to remove that constant. So this one we just need to get based on the call type. Okay, so we're gonna say get. So get the call what? So get the call type icon. Okay, like that. So that is it. So make sure that you have it like that. So now after you have done that, now you can be able to do it. And lastly, before we go to create that one, we need to make sure that at the end of this one, we need to have what? We need to have a gap, so that we're gonna have a gap below these ones. So just need to have a height of what, so you can just pass a value of 50. Okay, so like that, so that we will have that gap below these icons. Okay, so now, so that be able to cancel that one, so we need to create it. Okay, so we need to create the one that is responsible for canceling the what, for accepting the call. Okay, so we need to come here above, so where we were, so just need to come just here in the decline. So here we need to say what, so this one will be used for accepting the incoming call. So what we're gonna do in this function, we're gonna prevent the duplicate responses, then we're gonna send the accept message via the WebSocket to the caller, so which is gonna trigger the what, the start call event in the block. Okay, so we're gonna say void, so void, then we're gonna say what, accept call, so we're gonna say accept call, so this one. So then we're gonna do what, so first of all, need to, what I'm gonna do, I just need to copy this one. Okay, so I need to copy all of this one, so then I'm gonna paste them here. So what will happen here, instead of decline, we just need to pass what, the accept. Okay, so like that, so accept. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to trigger now the start call event in the block. So this one will just, as we said, as we did in the start call, so we were fetching the full consultation details, then we to update the application state, and then eventually to trigger the navigation to the call screen. Okay, so we're gonna say context. Okay, so context dot read, so dot read here. So what we need to read here is what, a consultation block. Okay, so then we need to add the event, so we're gonna say we need to add the state, so we're gonna say start what, we're gonna say start call. So start call, we need to pass the session ID, which we're gonna get it from the widget, so widget dot what, session ID. So that is it. Then we need to put what, semicolon there, so that one marks the end of what, of our incoming call screen. So now the next screen that we need to handle, it is the one for the audio. Okay, so we need to create it here. So we need to do what, we're gonna name it what, gonna say audio call screen. Okay, dot. So that is it. So we need to start working on this one. So now for this screen, what we need to do here, so this one will be a state widget. So we need to come here and we say what, state widget, then we're gonna call it what, audio call screen. Okay, so then we need to import our container from material.dat and others. Okay, so this one will be the main UI screen for handling the audio only calls. So this screen will be responsible for managing the WebRTC connection for audio calls, displaying the call status and duration, and then providing the call controls, that is to mute, to the speaker, the end call, like that. Then we're gonna be able to be handling the call life cycle, that is start, ongoing, and end. Okay, so that is it we're gonna do here. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to have the what, we need to have the consultation object, so which gonna contain all the metadata about this call, so who's calling, session ID, and others. Okay, we're gonna say final, so we're gonna say final call session, so call session, so we have the call session here. So then we're gonna name it what, call session. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the initiator. So the initiator, which is gonna tell us if this user started the call, that is true, or is receiving it when that will be false. Okay, this one is very important for the WebRTC peer connection setup. Okay, so we're gonna say final bool, so as initiator, so like that. So now we need to pass it here. So then we're gonna set it what, we're gonna initialize them here. So I don't want the initiator to be required, I want it to be what, I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna initialize it with what, by false. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the animation, so which we're gonna say with what, so we're gonna say with, so with our what, with our ticker. Okay, so ticker provider state mixing. So what I'm gonna do, I don't want to repeat all the code that we wrote there. So first of all, gonna come to the incoming call screen. So then we have what, we have that part for the initialization, this one. So just need to copy this one, and also gonna copy all of this one, so like that. So then I'm gonna come with it in our audio call screen here, then I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so then instead of having this one, so for the processing, that one I'm gonna remove it there. Okay, so thing also we need to have what, we need to have the WebRTC manager, so our custom service that handles the all WebRTC operations. Okay, where we wrapped all the complexity of what, peer connection, signaling, and media stream. So we're gonna say final, so we're gonna say WebRTC manager, this one. So then we're gonna name it what, manager. So we need to initialize it as what, so we're gonna say WebRTC, so WebRTC manager, like this. So manager, so like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the some variables to track the UI state. So we're gonna say the first one, it is bool, is initialized. Okay, so it's initialized here, initialized. So this one we're gonna set it to false. So this is to track if the WebRTC is ready. Then we're gonna have bool, so it's mic muted, so it's microphone muted. Okay, so this one we're gonna set it to false, so that is to track the microphone state. Then we're gonna say bool is speaker muted. Okay, is speaker muted, so is speaker on, not muted, is speaker on. So we're gonna say what, you're gonna set it to true by default. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now, so this is the to track the speaker or the earpiece state. Okay, so then like that. So let me first of all save this one. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the variables that we're gonna track the what, the duration. Okay, for the call duration tracking. So we're gonna use a timer to update the call duration every second. So we're gonna say timer, so we're gonna say timer, then we're gonna say what, call, so call duration, so call duration timer. Okay, so then from there, the next thing that we need to do here, so this one we should import it from the data sync. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the duration. So duration here, gonna say call duration, so call duration. So it's gonna start with what, we're gonna start with the duration 0. Okay, so duration dot what, dot 0, like that. So that is it. So then when we initialize this one, so this screen, the first thing that we need to do is to set up the animations. So that is for the, we're gonna have the pulsing avatar, so that's why we need that one. So then we need to initialize the call. Okay, so we're gonna say initialize, so initialize the call. Okay, so this one will be responsible for initializing the call. So we just need to come below the, gonna have it below what, below our animation. Okay, so this one, so this method we're gonna say filter, so we need to make sure it's a filter. So filter void, so filter void here. So then we need to name it what, initialize, so initialize call here. So then we're gonna say what, it's an async method, like that. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to try. So what happens here, we need to initialize the WebRTC call. So this is where we gonna start the WebRTC connection, listen for the connection state changes, and handle any what, errors that occur. Okay, so we're gonna start. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to start the call using our what, our WebRTC manager. Okay, so we're gonna say await, so we need to await our what, manager. So in the manager we have what, we have the start call. Okay, so the start call, then we're gonna have what, the session ID, so the unique identifier for this call session. We're gonna say widget, so widget dot what, console widget dot call session, then dot what, session ID. Okay, like that. Okay, so then for the initiator, we're gonna check, we're gonna get it from the what, so we're gonna get it from the widget also. So then from there we need to have the audio only, so this one we're gonna set it to true because this is the audio only. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to listen to the WebRTC connection state changes. Okay, so this one gonna tell us when the peer-to-peer connection is established. Okay, so just need to come here, so we're gonna say manager, so the manager here, then we're gonna say service. So then from the service we had the connection state, so then we need to listen. So what we need to listen here is the state. Okay, so the state here, we need to do what, we need to come here, we're gonna say if the state, So when the connection is established, we're gonna start tracking the call duration. Okay, so when the state is equals to the RTC, so the RTC, gonna say RTC peer. So we need to make sure that we have this one. So RTC peer connection what? So connection state. Okay, so dot what? So first of all, we need to import this one. So that gonna import it from the what? Flutter WebRTC. Okay, so the RTC connection state dot what? RTC. So RTC connection what? State connected. Okay, so if it is in the state connected there, so we need to do what? We need to come here. So the RTC, so the state is equals to what? So this one should be like that, not the single one. So that is for equality. So if it is equal to that one, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to start now. We're gonna have a method to start what? To start the call duration timer. Okay, so the one that gonna start the duration timer. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let me copy this one. So this one will be responsible for just starting the duration. So we need to come here. So we're gonna say void. So this one will start a timer that's gonna increment the call duration every second. Okay, so this one will be used to display how long the call has been active. Okay, so we're gonna say void, then I'm gonna paste that one there. So then from there we need to do what? We need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, we have the call duration timer. This one we need to make sure that we do what? We pass the timer dot periodic. So the duration, gonna say constant duration. So constant duration of what? So for every second, just second like that. Then we need to do what? So then for the callback, so this is what we need to have the timer here. So timer, so we're gonna give it a name timer. So timer here, what we need to do, we need to come here. So first of all, we need to check if it is mounted. Okay, so if it is mounted here, what we need to do, we just need to update it. Okay, so we need to update our timer. So the call duration, so we're gonna say the call duration here. So call duration dot what? We need to make sure, not dot, we need to say, you need to add what? That duration. So for just second. Okay, so duration, then we're gonna say seconds. So just pass one. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to make sure that we do what? We put semicolon there. So even here also we're gonna put semicolon. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we have worked on that part for what? For that one. So now the next thing that we need to do, after we have done that, now we need to show what? We need to show the snack bar. Okay, show the snack bar. So we're gonna say show the snack bar. So we need to create this one. So which we're gonna say what? Call ended, the message, call connected. Okay, so call connected, then we need to have the colors. Okay, so colors dot green. Okay, so that is for the what? For the if it is connected, but if it is not, we just need to show it. So the snack bar, so let us come here in the UI. So let us see something. So as you can see that screen, so we need to show what? We need to show this one. Okay, this snack bar here. So when it is connected. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So let us come back here and we do what? So that is the one that we have done there. So now we need to create that custom method for what? For showing snack bar. Okay, so the helper method. So we're gonna say what? Show snack bar. So show snack bar here, then we're gonna have what? So what we need to pass here, it is the string of that message, and also we're gonna have the color. Okay, so the type of color, so we're gonna name it color. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to check if it is not mounted. We just need to do what? We don't need to do anything, we just need to return. Okay, if the widget is not mounted. So then from there, just need to have the scaffold. So the scaffold messenger, so scaffold messenger dot of what? Context. Then from there, gonna say what? Show snack bar like that. So then the snack bar here, gonna say what? Snack bar. So snack bar here, the content, it will be a text. Okay, so the text here will be what? Will be our message, the one that will be passed here. So the message there. Then for the what? For the background color. So the background color here, you're gonna pass our color, the one that is being passed there, and also the duration. So the duration here. So duration. So we're gonna say constant of what? Duration. So the duration, we're gonna pass what? just seconds, 2 seconds. Okay, so then like that, then we put semicolon there, then we save that one. Okay, so then after we have done that, now we are able to do what, to start the what, to start the, so we are able to listen to the what, to the WebRTC there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here below. So then we need to do what, we need to update the UI to show the call screen. Okay, so we are going to hide the loading indicator. Okay, so we're going to say if mounted, if it's still mounted here. So if it is still mounted here, we need to do what, we need to set the state. So set state here, so we need to say is initialized. We're going to set it to what, we're going to set it to true. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to notify our block here. So we need to notify our block that the call has started. So this one, which we're gonna update the application state, and then gonna trigger the other actions. Okay, so we're gonna say context, so context.read. Okay, so that one from the Flutter block. Then we're gonna say what, consultation, so consultation BLoC, so consultation BLoC there. Then we need to add what, we need to add the start call event. Okay, so we're gonna say start call event. So then the session ID, gonna get it from the widget. So from the widget, we're gonna go to the call session. So from the call session, we're gonna have what, the session ID. Okay, so then we need to put semicolon there. Then if our try phase, we need to catch it. Okay, so we're gonna say catch, so we're gonna catch that exception. So then we need to show what, we need to, if anything goes wrong during the initialization, we're gonna show what, the error. Okay, so and then we're gonna exit. Okay, so we're gonna say show what, we're gonna say show snack bar there. The message here, gonna say failed, so we're gonna say failed, so failed to what, to start, so to start call, like that. Then we're gonna say what, gonna get that exception there. Okay, so then the color here, so this one should be exception, so we need to make sure that we do it, pass the exception there. So then the color here will be what, colors dot, so colors dot red. Okay, so then from there, if it is still mounted, so we need to come here, gonna say if mounted, if it's still mounted, we do what, so if it's still mounted here, we need to just navigator.pop. Okay, so navigator.pop, so just need to remove it, then we put semicolon there. So then now we have worked on what, so the way to initialize our call when you open this screen. Okay, and then we have set up the animations. So then from there, we just need to do what, now to dispose our what, also we need to dispose our controller there. Then also we need to make sure that we cancel our what, our timer. Okay, so we're gonna say call duration timer, this one. So then we're gonna say what, dot cancel. Okay, so then we put that semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the build method, so that we'll be able to build that screen that you saw there. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so first of all, we need to show the screen, to show the loading screen where the WebRTC is what, initializing. Okay, so that is where we need to come here. Gonna say if it is not initialized. Okay, so if it is not initialized, if it is not initialized here, we need to do what, we need to return scaffold. Okay, so we're gonna say scaffold here. So then from there, we're gonna have what, so first of all, let us have that one. So we're gonna say we need to have the background color. So the background color to be what, gonna say constant of what, of color. So then the color, gonna say colors dot what, so we're gonna say colors dot, so we're gonna say black. So we can just, instead of having this one, so we just need to say colors dot black. Okay, so we're gonna have maybe black 26 there. So then the next thing that we need to have in the body of our scaffold here, we need to do what, we need to have a center widget. So then we're gonna have the child, so the child here to be what, so this one we're gonna say, gonna have a column, because we want to have circular, and also we need to have the indicator there. So then we need to make sure that everything, it is in the center. So we're gonna say main axis alignment, then we're gonna say main axis alignment dot what, main axis alignment dot center. So that is it. So then from there, gonna have what, children. Okay, so then the first thing that we're gonna say, we're gonna have the circular progress indicator, then the color, so the color will be colors dot what, gonna say colors.blue like that. Then you're gonna have a gap, so constant of what, sized box. So then you're gonna have a height of what, so height of 16. Okay, so that is it. Then you need to have what, text. So then you're gonna say connecting, so connecting audio, what, audio call. Then you're gonna have the indicators there, so then you need to style it constant. I'm gonna say constant of what, text star. So text star here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna have the color, so the color be what, colors dot, gonna use colors dot white 70 like that. So that is it. Then you need to have the font size, so the font size here we're gonna have a value of what, 16. Okay, so let me save that one. So now we need to start working on the on the main what, on the main call screen UI. Okay, so in the main UI screen, what we're gonna use, we need to use the BLoC listener. So here we need to return the BLoC listener, so BLoC listener here. So of the what, consultation BLoC, so consultation BLoC, and also the consultation what, consultation state. Okay, like that. Then we need to close it there. So then the next thing that we need to do, first of all, we're gonna have the listener, so the listener here, so we're gonna pass the context, so context and also the state. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to do what, so first of all you need to check if the call ended from the other side. So we're gonna close this screen. Okay, so we're gonna say if the state is what, if the state here is call ended, so if it is in that state, so we need to just do what, to navigate. Okay, so we're gonna say navigator, so navigator dot what, dot of context, so dot pop. Then we need to have what, so here we need to have the state, so the state from what, the call session. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing, else, so else if it is in what, if the state is what, consultation, so consultation error, this one, if it is in that state, we just need to show the error, so to show the snack bar. So the message you're gonna get from what, gonna say state, so state dot message, and then for the color, just have colors dot what, so we're gonna say colors dot red. Okay, so colors dot red, so that is it. Then we're gonna put what, semicolon there. So now after we have worked on the listener, so now we need to have the child for BLoC listener. So here we're gonna use the scaffold. Okay, so scaffold here. So first of all we need to have the background color, so we're gonna say constant of what, so we're gonna just say colors dot black, so we can just have that black there. Okay, so then we're gonna have the body. So here in the body we need to use the safe area like that. So the child here to be a column like that. So then from there we need to have the children. Okay, so that is it. So let me first of all save that one. So before we continue, so let us see what we are building. So when you come here in the design, you will realize that we have this top part. So we have what, we have this icon, and also we have the title here. Okay, so then that is what we need to do first. Okay, so let us come back here, so that we'll be able to do what, so that we'll be able to work on that one. So the first thing that we need to do on that top bar, so with that back button and title, so here we're gonna use what, padding. Okay, so padding here, so then the padding here to be what, const edge insets, so edge insets dot what, so dot all. Then we're gonna have a value of what, 16.0. okay, so then from there we're gonna have the child, so the child, because they're in the same row, just use the row. Okay, so then also we need to have what, we need to have the space between. So we're gonna say main access alignment, so we're gonna say main access alignment dot what, dot space between. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the first one, it is that icon, so it's an icon button, so icon button like that, because we want it to be clickable. So when we click this one, so what we need to do here, I want to return the end call. Okay, so we need to create this method to end the call. Okay, so that is it. So then for the icon here, we're gonna say what, constant of what, so constant of icon. So then we're gonna say icons dot what, arrow back. Okay, so arrow back like that. Then also we're gonna have the color, so the color of our icon, we're gonna say colors dot what, dot white. So that is it. So then after we do that, now we need to create this one for ending the call, the one that will be responsible for notifying the other parts about what, about we want to end that call. Okay, so we need to come here. So this one we're gonna say future, so we're gonna wait for the backend and the WebRTC. So we're gonna say, then we're gonna say end call like that. So then it will be an async method. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we're gonna show the confirmation dialog to prevent the accidental hang-ups. Okay, so we're gonna say final should end. So should end this one, we return either true or false. Okay, we need to await the show dialog, show dialog here. So then the context, then for the builder, so the builder pass the context there. Okay, so then we need to do what, we need to return the alert dialog. Okay, so we're gonna say alert, so alert dialog, that widget, so alert dialog like that. So then from there we need to have the what, so this dialog. So here we need to do what, first of all, so let us put semicolon here. So then after doing that, now we need to come here in the alert dialog. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have the title. So we're gonna say title. So the title here gonna say what, it will be a constant of what, text. So text here gonna say what, we're gonna say end call. Okay, so end call, so like that. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the what, we need to have the, so we need to have what, so after that one we need to have the content. So the content in our alert dialog, so this one will be a text also. So we're gonna say text, then we're gonna say are you, so are you sure, are you sure that you want to do what, you want to end this call. Okay, are you sure you want to end this call? So then from there we need to do what, we need to have the actions. So the actions here, we need to do what, we need to have the text button. So the text button, so we're gonna start with the one to cancel. So this one, when it is pressed, you just do what, if you don't want to hang the call, we just need to return what, we just need to pop that one, to pop our alert dialog. So our dialog here, then we're gonna say dot pop, so then the context. So and also you need to pass false. Okay, so that we're gonna have it there. So then for the child here, so this one is gonna be what, constant of what, so the child here to be what, so the child here to be a constant of text. Okay, so text, then we're gonna say cancel. Okay, so that is it. So now after you have done that, but if it is the other one, so we're gonna use the elevated what, so the elevated button, this one. So when it is pressed, you just need to do what, we need to pop it and also to pass what, to make sure that it is true. Okay, so we're gonna say navigator, so we're gonna say navigator, so navigator dot pop, so dot pop, then we need to do what, we need to make sure that we pass here that as a true. And then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here to the child. So the child here to be what, constant of what, text. So text, then we're gonna say what, so here gonna say end call. Okay, so end call like that. So then we need to style our button, this one. So just need to come here. So to style it, we just say style. So the style, then we need to do what, elevated button. So elevated button, then dot what, dot style from. So then from there, we're gonna say what, we're gonna just have the background color. So just need to pass what, colors dot red. Okay, so that is it. So then after you have done that, now you can be able to do what, to know whether the user intends to end the call or not. Okay, so if it is true here, I'm gonna say if should end. So if should end here, if it is equals to true. Okay, if it is equals to true, so just need now to, first of all, you need to update the call status in the backend via the WebSocket. Okay, so this one gonna notify the other participant that the call has ended. Okay, you're gonna say WebSocket, so WebSocket, so WebSocket service, this one. So then we need to do what, we need to update the call status. Okay, so the session ID, we're gonna get it from the widget. So widget dot what, widget dot consultation, call session, not consultation, call sessions dot what, dot session ID, like that. Then for the status, you need to pass what, completed. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do after we have done that, now we need to notify the block to update the application state. Okay, so we're gonna say context, so context dot read. Okay, so dot read, then we're gonna say what, consultation BLoC. So consultation BLoC, then we need to do what, we need to add the event to do what, to end the call. Okay, so we're gonna say end call. So end call, then you're gonna have the session ID, which you're gonna get it from the widget. So gonna say call ID, so call session dot what, session ID. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to put that semicolon there. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to clean up the WebRTC connection. Okay, so we're gonna say await, so our manager, so await our manager here dot what, end call. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to pop with the consultation data, so the call session data. So we're gonna pass the call session to the previous screen, so we can access the updated the consultation data, maybe like the call duration, status, and others. Okay, we're gonna say if mounted, if it's still mounted, so we just need to do what, we're gonna pop navigator, so navigator dot what, of context. So navigator dot of context, then we need to do what, we need to pop. Okay, so what we need to pop here, gonna say widget, so widget dot what, call session. Okay, call session there. So that is it. So that is the method for ending the call. Okay, it's just simple as that, just calling those methods there. Okay, so that is what we need to do there. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to come what, we need to come back to our UI here. So now we have worked for the icon button. So now still in the children, in the same row, so we need to have just the title, so constant. So this one should not be in the icon button, so should be here. So we're gonna say constant of what, text. So then text, you're gonna say what, voice call, so voice call, like that. Then also you need to style it, so to style it, you just say text style. Okay, so we're gonna pass what, the color, so the color here, gonna say colors dot what, colors dot white. Okay, so then from there gonna have the font size. Okay, so the font size here gonna have what, a value of 18, and also gonna have what, the font weight. Okay, so the font weight, so the font weight, you're gonna say font weight dot what, so font weight dot weight of 600. So that is it. So then from there, after we have done that, we need to have a gap, so just below this one. So what, so then from there gonna say what, so this is space, so this space for alignment, so gonna say constant of what, sized box. Okay, so then we need to have a width, so the width here gonna say what, 48. Okay, so that is it. So then after we have done that, now we can be able to do what, now to have the what. So let us see what we are building next here. So let us come here. So we want to build that one for what, so where we have this one, so for the icon, and also this one, and also this one. Okay, so those ones there, so we need to build them. Okay, so we need to come here, so that one is just below our what, our padding. So we need first of all to have a spacer. We're gonna say spacer, so spacer there. Then we need to do what, we need to come there. So now we're gonna create what, the animated avatar. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, so remember in the incoming call we had that one animated avatar also, so which we're gonna change some few things. So I just need to copy this animated builder, so the animated builder, this one. So then I'm gonna come with it here, then I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, so then after I do that, so the thing that I need to do, so for the animation to gonna remain like that. So now this one is the height I want to change from 120 to 160. So we need to make sure this is 160, and then also this one 160, like that. Okay, so then from there the colors gonna remain the same. So then for the box shadow, we're gonna have what, this one we need to have it as a 30. Okay, so and also this one we're gonna make sure that is 0.4. So then for the spread radius, we want it to be large a bit, so we need to make sure that is 10. Okay, So then from there, the icon here, we need to do what? We need to use the icons.person. Okay, so icons.person. Okay, so like that. So then from there, the size here, I don't want it to be 60, I want it to be 80. So then for the colors, we're gonna remain like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap between that animated builder and what, and that text we had there. Okay, so for the consultant name or the patient name. Okay, so we're gonna say size box. Okay, so size box here, so we need to have a height. So the height that we need to have here, gonna have a height of what, 32. Okay, so then from there, so this one we need to display the name of the person we are talking to. Okay, so if we initiated the call, we're gonna show the consultant's name. So if we received the call, we're gonna show the patient's name. Okay, so we're gonna say text. Okay, so text here, gonna say what, widget. First of all, we need to know the initiator is initiator. So if it is true, so just say what, widget. So we're gonna say widget dot what, the call session. So call session dot what, the consultant name. Okay, like that. So else we just, so for the consultant name, so this one, so for the patient name, so we're gonna say widget dot what, call session dot what, patient name. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, we need to style it. So we need to come here and we need to style it. So then we're gonna say what, constant of what, text style. Okay, so then we're gonna have what, the color. So the color, we're gonna say colors dot what, so colors dot white, like that. Then also we're gonna have the font size. So the font size here, so this one we're gonna have a value of what, 28, and also we're gonna have the font weight. So the font weight here, so this one we're gonna say font weight dot what, so font weight dot weight of 600. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to do what, we need to have the text align. So text align here, we need to make sure that it is what, text align dot center. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one. So that is the part for what, for the consultant name. So let us see what we are going to build after that one. So now we need to have for that part for the duration. So this part for duration here, and also so the one that will be responsible for that. Okay, so we need to do what, we need to create that one. So let us come back here and we do what, we come here, and then so in the same column, we're gonna say constant of what, sized box first. So then from there, gonna have the height. So the height of what, 16, like that. Then from there, we need to show the duration. So the call duration indicator. So we're gonna show the what, so we're gonna say container. So we're gonna say container, so container here. So then we're gonna have padding. So padding here be what, constant of what, edge insets dot what, edge insets dot symmetric, like that. Then we're gonna have what, gonna have horizontal. So horizontal gonna have a value of what, 20, and also gonna have vertical. So vertical gonna have a value of what, 8. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So decoration, gonna say box decoration. So box decoration here gonna have the color. So the color gonna say colors dot what, so colors dot white. Okay, so then you're gonna have the alpha. So with alpha of what, 0.1. Okay, so like that. Then we need to multiply by 255, and then you round it. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border radius. So border radius, we want it to be circular. So we're gonna say border radius dot circular. So the value here, gonna pass a value of 20. Okay, so that is it. So then from there, so let us save this one. So we need to have what, we need to come out of the box decoration, and then we need to have the what, the child. Okay, so the child here to be a row. Gonna say a row. So the row here, so first of all, we want it to occupy the minimum size possible. So we're gonna say main access what, main access dot minimum. Okay, like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. Okay, so in the children, as you saw, we had the dot indicator. So the green dot one, so to show the call is active. And then we're gonna have the formatted what, duration. So we're gonna say container. So we're gonna say container here. So the container here, we need to have what, we're gonna have the width. So not alignment, we're gonna say what, so we need to have the width. So the width here, we're gonna pass a value of 8. And then for the height, we're gonna pass the value of 8 also, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So decoration, we're gonna say constant of what, box decoration. So box decoration there, then we're gonna say color. So the color, gonna say colors dot what, so we're gonna say colors dot green. Okay, so colors dot green. Okay, so then from there you're gonna have what, we're gonna have the shape. So the shape, you're gonna say what, box shape. So box shape dot what, dot circle. That is it. So then from there we need to do what, we need to, let me save this one first. So then we need to have a gap here. So we're gonna say constant of what, sized box. So we're gonna say constant of sized box. So sized box there, then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say width. So the width here, gonna pass a value of 8. So now we need to have the text. So for the duration, what we're gonna do here, we need to format our duration. Okay, so we need to create a method that will be responsible for what, for formatting the duration. So we're gonna just come here on top. So here, so just come below this one. So we're gonna say what, so this one we just return string. Okay, so the string of that duration. So we're gonna say format. So format duration. So format duration here, then we're gonna pass what, the duration of what, so duration. So that is the time that we need to pass there. So we're gonna say string 2 digits. Okay, so 2 digits here. So this one we're gonna say what, 2 digits. Then we need to have what, integer of what, integer of n. So then what we're gonna do here, we need to return n dot what, to string. So to string, then we need to have the pad left. So then we're gonna do what, gonna have a value of 2, and then from there we need to have what, so like that, if it is not there. So then from there gonna have the hours. So the hours here, gonna do what, gonna say 2 digits. Okay, our 2 digits here. So 2 digits, then we need to pass what, the duration. So the duration dot hours. Okay, so in hours there. So then from there you're gonna have what, the minutes. Okay, so the minutes, you're gonna say 2 digits. So 2 digits. So 2 digits. Okay, so 2 digits here. Then we're gonna say duration. We're gonna say duration dot what, in minutes. So in minutes, like that. Then we need to do what, we need to have the remainder. So the remainder of what, 60. Okay, so 60, like that. So then the next one, it is what, we're gonna have the, gonna copy this one. So we're gonna copy this one so that I can have the what, seconds. Okay, so just need to say seconds. So then 2 digits here, gonna say what, gonna say in seconds. Okay, so in seconds, like that. So that is it. So now we need to show the hours if the call is over 1 hour long. Okay, so we're gonna say if duration. So if duration here, so if duration in hours, if it is true, if it is greater than 0, okay, so we need to show it. Okay, so just need to return. So we're gonna say return. So return here, then we're gonna say what, $sign. We're gonna have the hours. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, then we need to have the minutes. So minutes, like that. Then we need to have the seconds. Okay, so the seconds there. So that is it. But if it is not there, just need to do what, we just need to return so we're gonna say return. So we're gonna say return $sign there. Then we need to have the minutes, and then we're gonna have that column there. Then we're gonna have what, the seconds. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So that is the one that will be responsible for what, for showing the minutes formatted. Okay, in form of hours, minutes, and also the seconds. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to use it in our what, in our text field here. So not in the text field, in the text widget. So just need to say what, format. So format duration. So we're gonna pass our call duration. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to style it. So here gonna say constant of what, text style. Okay, so text style dot what, not dot. So text style, then we're gonna say color. So color, then we're gonna say what, colors dot, so colors dot white, like that. Then we're gonna say font size. So font size here, we're gonna say what, gonna have a value of 16, and also gonna have the font weight. So font weight, then we're gonna say font weight of what, we need to use the weight of 500. Okay, so we're gonna say weight of 500, like that. So that is it. So let me save that one. so like that. So that is that in that row. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come out of this container, and then we need to have a spacer, so that we're gonna do what. So we need to have that one space. So what we need to build, so let us come here in our design so that we'll be able to see it. So when you come here, as you can see, now we have worked on this part, so that container and others. So then from there we need to have these three here. Okay, so we have the circular, then we have the icon and also the title. Okay, so with the color that changes, so it simply means it's the same. We can use a reusable widget, then we change the icon and the color and also the label. Okay, let us come here. So here in the code we need to do what. So here we're gonna return padding, so we're gonna say padding. So then we're gonna come to work on that padding. So what we're gonna do, I need to come here so that I'll be able to do what. First of all, to create the reusable widget builder for those control buttons. Okay, so this one gonna create the circular buttons with icons and labels. Okay, so here gonna pass some few parameters to allow the customization of size, color and behavior. Okay, so we're gonna say widget. So widget here, then we're gonna say build what. So we're gonna say build control button. So control button. Okay, so then we need to do what. So here we need to have the parameters. So the first one, it is required. Gonna say the icon data. So the icon data, like that, we're gonna say what, icon. So then from there gonna say required. So required here gonna say what, string of what, of the label. Okay, also you're gonna have what, we're gonna have required. So we're gonna say required. So required here gonna say what, we're gonna say the callback. Okay, so the one that gonna, the function that want to, gonna say on pressed, when it is pressed here. So then from there gonna say what, required. So required here gonna say color. So color, then you need to name it color. Then from there gonna say required. Okay, so required. So this one required here gonna say what, background color. Okay, so the type of color, so gonna say background. So background color. Okay, so color, then we need to have the one that is not required. So the size of icon, so which you're gonna pass a value of what, of 64. So then also you're gonna have the double. So double of what, of our icon size. Okay, so the icon size you're gonna pass a value of what. So this one we need to have it as a 28. Okay, so that is it. So then after doing that, now we need to, because they are in the column, so we just need to return column. Okay, so we need to return column because we want to have the label just below what, the button. Okay, so just we need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, so we need to have the children. So the children here, first of all, we're gonna say gesture detector because we want them to be clickable. So gesture, so gesture detector. So then from there we need to have what, on tap. When it is tapped here, we need to pass our what, the on pressed. Okay, so like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child. So the child here to be what, to be a container. Okay, so the container here. So then we're gonna say what, so the width. So the width, the width that we're gonna pass here. Okay, so also there we need to have what, we need to have the height. So the height here, so this one will be the height that we're gonna pass. So we're gonna say what will be the size. Okay, so this one should be the size, not the height, the width. So we're gonna say what, the size. Okay, so remember that because we had what, we passed it as a size there. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the decoration. So decoration, you're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration, so here in the box decoration we need to have the color. So the color will be what, background color. So background color, like that. Then also we need to do what, we need to have the shape. So the shape here we want to have it what, we're gonna say box shape dot circle. Okay, because we want it to be circular dot circle, like that. So then from there we need to have the box shadow. So box shadow, so this one is a list of box shadow. So we're gonna say box shadow. So then from there we need to have what, we need to have the color of our box shadow. So we're gonna say colors dot what, so colors dot black. So black, you can say black. Then I need to have with alpha. So with alpha, so we're gonna pass a value of what, 0.3. okay, then you make sure that you multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? We need to have the blur radius. So blur radius like that, then we're gonna have a value of 10. So then from there gonna say offset. Okay, so offset like this, then we're gonna say what? Constant of what? Offset. Okay, so we're gonna say offset. Okay, so constant of offset, then we're gonna have a value of 0 and also the value of 4. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one first. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, so in our container, so we need to have a child. Okay, so the child here it will be what? It will be the icon. So we're gonna say icon, so we're gonna pass the icon that is passed there, and also the color. So the color of our icon will be what? Be the color that will be passed. And then from there we're gonna have the size. So the size will be our icon size. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, so just below our gesture detector, so we need to have what? The label. Okay, so we're gonna say sized box. Okay, so sized box here we need to do what? We need to have the height. So the height here gonna pass a value of what? 8. So like that, then we need to do what? We need to have the text. So the text here gonna say label. Okay, so then from there we need to style it. So we need to style it here, gonna say constant of what? Text style. So text style here, then we need to do what? Gonna say color. So color gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot white. So white 70 like that. Then also we're gonna have what? The font size. So the font size here we want it to be what? We want it to be 12. Okay, so that one marks the end of our what? Our helper method. So the reusable widget here. So now we need to use it in our what? In our padding here. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to have what? We need to have our padding. So we're gonna say constant of what? Edge insets. Edge insets dot what? Edge insets dot symmetric. So dot symmetric, then we need to have the horizontal of what? Of 40. Okay, like that. So then we need to have the child. So the child, because they are in the same row, we just use the row widget. So the row widget here. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we want to have the space them evenly. Okay, so we're gonna say main axis alignment. So main axis alignment, then we're gonna say main axis alignment dot what? So main axis alignment dot space evenly. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here, the first one, as you saw, it was the microphone. So let me save that one. So this one gonna change. So gonna change the color to red when muted, to indicate it is in the disabled what state. We're gonna say build. So build control button. So the icon here gonna say what? First of all, you need to check if it is muted. So if it is muted, if it is make muted here, so we're gonna do what? We're gonna use the icons. So if it is muted, then we're gonna say make off. Okay, else we're gonna show what? We're gonna say the icons dot what? Mic. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now for the label, so the label here gonna say what? So we're gonna check if it is muted. So we're gonna say is mic muted. Okay, if it is muted, we're gonna say unmute. Okay, so unmute, but else you're gonna just do what? Gonna say mute. Okay, so like that. So then from there, if it is on pressed, so when it is pressed, we just need to have the one that gonna toggle. Okay, so we're gonna say toggle microphone. So toggle microphone like that. So that is it. So we're gonna create that method. And also for the color, so the color here gonna check if it is muted. Okay, so if it is make muted here, gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot red. Else we're gonna do what? We just need to have the colors dot, so colors dot white. Okay, so that is it. So then for the background color, so the background color here we need to do what? We're gonna check if it is mic muted. So if it is muted, is mic muted, this one. So if it is true, we just do what? So we need to have colors dot red. Then we're gonna have the alpha of what? We're gonna have the alpha of 0. Want it to be 0.3. Then you multiply by 255. Then you round it. So you round it there. Then the next thing that you're gonna do, so else you just need to do what? We need to have the colors dot. So colors dot, gonna use the white of what? white 24, okay, like that. So that is it. So let me save this one. Okay, so it looks like that. So that is the part for that one. So now we need to have the one for ending the call. So we just need to do what we're gonna say build. So build that one. So the icon here gonna say const dot what call end. So then for the label, okay, so for the label here gonna say what just end. So then for when it is pressed, you just need to pass the end call there. Then for the color, so this one you just say colors dot what dot white. Okay, so then from there for the background color, gonna say colors dot red. Okay, so then also we need to make sure that this is bigger than the other buttons. So we're gonna say size, so we're gonna pass a value of what 72, and also the icon size. So the icon size you're gonna have a value of what 36. Okay, so then we need to save this one, so like that. So now the next one that we need to build, it is the one for the speaker. So the speaker or the earpiece toggle button, so we're gonna say build that button. So then this one we're gonna say, first of all, we need to check if it is speaker on. So if it is on, so if it is speaker on, so you just need to do what icons dot volume up. So that is the icon that you want to use. So we're gonna say volume, so volume up, like that. Else we need to do what, gonna say icons dot volume off. Okay, so volume off, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come the label. So the label gonna check if it is muted, so if it is off. So if the speaker is on, if it is on, we just name it what, gonna say speaker. So gonna say speaker if it is on. So we need to have what speaker, and then so else here we need to do what, so we need to come here and we say what, so we're gonna say that, so if it is muted, so just say what earpiece. Okay, so earpiece. So then from there, so we need to come here. So if it is pressed here, you need to toggle what, so this one should not be there. So we're gonna come here, we're gonna say toggle. So we're gonna say toggle speaker. Okay, so that is one that gonna toggle. So we're gonna create that one. So then for the color, gonna say colors dot what dot white. Okay, so then for the background color, we need to use what, gonna use the colors dot what colors dot white what, gonna use the white 24. Okay, so that is it. So let me save that one, so like that. Okay, so now we need to work on what, on that method for toggling the speaker, and also for toggling what, the microphone. Okay, so we need to come here above. So we need to come here in the what, so just below this one. So the first one that we want, it is the one that gonna toggle the microphone on and off. So this is called when the user wants to do it, to tap, when the user taps the microphone, okay, button. So we're gonna say void. So we're gonna say void here, gonna say what, toggle. So toggle microphone. Okay, so toggle microphone here, we need to do it. So we just need to tell the WebRTC service to toggle the microphone. Okay, so remember we created the methods for doing that. So we're gonna say from the service we need to toggle the microphone. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to update the UI to reflect the new state. Okay, so we're gonna say set state. So we're gonna say set state here. Then we're gonna do what, so we're gonna say is mic muted. Okay, so it's mic muted here. We're gonna update to the new one. So we're gonna say manager. So from the manager, so manager dot what service. So that service is mic muted. Okay, so the one gonna say if it is true or false. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, the one that will be responsible to toggle the between speaker and earpiece. Okay, so this one is called when the user taps the speaker button, like that. So we're gonna say void. So void here, we're gonna say what, toggle. So we're gonna say toggle speaker. So toggle speaker, like that. Then this one will be an async method. Okay, so then we're gonna say what, so the first thing that we need it is to update the UI state first for immediate feedback. So we're gonna say set state. Okay, so set state here. So we just need to do what, a speaker on. So a speaker on here. So we need to make sure that it is opposite of that one, the one that was passed. Okay, so we're gonna say speaker on. like that. Then you put that one there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need now to do the change in what, so to change the audio route. Okay, so we're gonna say await, so we're gonna say manager. So from our manager, dot what, service, so manager dot service dot enable what, dot enable speaker, like that. Then we pass what as speaker on. Okay, like that. So that is it. So now we do it like that. So that is the what, so that is the UI for the audio screen, so the audio call screen. So now we need to work on the what, the one that is responsible for our video. So we need to create it here. So we're gonna say video, so video call screen. Okay, dot. So this is what we need to handle. So this one will be a stateful widget, so we need to say st. So then we're gonna say what, the video, so the video call screen there. So then from there we need to import these ones, so from the material.dat. Okay, so this one will be the main UI component for the video consultations. So this screen gonna handle the complete video call experience, including rendering the local and the remote video streams, then managing the call controls, so that is either to mute the camera, the speaker, and others. Okay, then we will also be able to monitor the connection states, and also coordinating with what, with the WebRTC services for the peer-to-peer communication. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, the first thing that we need to do, so let us first of all see what we are building. So when you come here in the interface here, you can realize that we have what, so we have this one for the one who is initiating the call, and also the receiver gonna, their video will be seen here. Okay, then we're gonna have these parts here. So then this one is just to mute. So if you don't talk, then you can also able to mute that one, and also to mute the camera, and also you can able to end the call. You can be able to stop the audio, or you can be able to do what, to toggle the camera. Okay, so when it is connected, so then you'll be able to start seeing the what, the other participant. Okay, so that is it. So let us come back to our code here. So let us build there. So the first thing that we need to do when opening this screen, we need to make sure that we provide what, the call session. So I'm gonna say call session, so call session there. Then you're gonna name it what, call session. Okay, like that. Then also you're gonna say what, so we need also to know if the initiator. Okay, so we're gonna say bool as initiator. Okay, as initiator, so that we'll be able to know the parts that to render, what to show and what not to show. Okay, so this one we need to make sure that it is not required. We need to initialize it as a what, as a false. Okay, so like that. So then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, so first of all we're gonna have what, so the first thing that we need to do, we're gonna start with the WebRTC what, components. Okay, so we're gonna start with our custom wrapper that manages the WebRTC connection, so the one we built earlier, so to handle the signaling and the what, peer connection. We're gonna say final, we're gonna say WebRTC, so WebRTC manager, that one. So we need to name it manager, like that. Then we need to do what, we're gonna say WebRTC manager, like that. Okay, so then from there we need to have the local renderer, so the one that displays our camera, so our camera feed, so either the doctor or what, the patient's own video. Okay, so that is what we need. So this one, it's like, we're gonna say what, think of this as a video player, so specifically for what, for the WebRTC streams. Okay, so we're gonna say final, so RTC, so we're gonna say RTC what, video, gonna say RTC video, so video render. Okay, so that one. So then, so this one is the one that gonna what, display our own camera feed. Okay, so we're gonna say local, so local renderer, so like that. Okay, so this one is just to have that one for that one. So then we need to initialize it there. So then the next thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the one for the remote, okay? So the other person, okay? So the one that displays the other person's video feed. So this one will show the video stream coming from the what? From the remote peer. So we're gonna say final. So final RTC. So the RTC what? So the RTC video. So video renderer, this one. So then we're gonna name it what? We're gonna name it the remote. So remote renderer, okay? So renderer, like that. So we're gonna say RTC video what? So video renderer, okay? So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so this one should be renderer. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have some few variables to manage the user interface state. So we need to do what? We need to have the ones that track whether the call setup is complete and we are ready to show the UI, okay? So this one we're gonna say bool is initialized, okay? So this one is for that purpose, initialized, okay? So this one we're gonna set it to false by default there. So then from there we need to have the one that gonna control the states of the various media toggles, okay? So then we're gonna say bool is mic muted, okay? It's mic muted here, gonna set it to false, like that. We're gonna say bool is video off, so it's video off. Then we're gonna do what? We're gonna set it to false here. Then from there we need to do what? We need to have the bool is what? Is speaker on. So is speaker on here, gonna set it to true, like that, okay? So that is for what? For this one is for the microphone to turn it off, is it off or not. So then for the video, that is either the camera is turned off or the speaker the same, okay? So either the speaker is enabled or it is the earpiece, okay? So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that's gonna control the visibility of the control buttons, okay? So we need to auto hide the controls after 5 seconds for cleaner viewing, okay, experience. So we're gonna say bool, so bool show controls, okay? So show controls, we're gonna set it to true, okay? So then from there we need to have the current WebRTC state, the connection state, okay? Either connecting, connected, failed, like that. So this one will help us to show the appropriate status message to the user, okay? So we're gonna say RTC. So the RTC what? RTC peer connection. So peer connection state, like that. Then you're gonna name it what? Connection state there, okay? So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the timer for auto hiding the controls after every what? 5 seconds of inactivity, okay? So we're gonna say let, so let timer. So let timer, then you're gonna say controls what? So controls timer. So we need to make sure that you spell it well. So controls timer, like that. So that is it. Now we need to import timer from the data sync. So like that. Then we're gonna do what? So let me save that one there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have now the one that the initial state, okay, the initialization. So we're gonna say the init state. So the init state. So this one, what we need to do, first of all, we need to initialize the call. So to initialize, let's say initialize, so initialize call, okay? So this one, so what we're gonna do here, we need to create this method. So this one gonna initialize the video call components. So this is where we need to set up the video renderers. So they need the initialization before we use them. So then we need to listen to the media streams from our WebRTC manager, and also we need to start the actual call connection, okay? So here we're gonna say future. So future void. So future void, then we're gonna say initialize. So initialize call. So initialize call, then we're gonna say what? Async. So async here, first of all, we need to try. So the first step that we're gonna do here, we need to initialize the video renderers. So as I said, these one are like the video players, okay, that need to be set up before they can display anything, okay? Without the initialization, they won't be able to render the video frames, okay? So we need to await. So we're gonna say local. So the local renderer dot what? initialize. Okay, then also we're gonna do the same for the remote. Okay, so the remote renderer dot what, initialize. Okay, so that is it. Now the next step that we're gonna do, we need to subscribe to media streams. So from the WebRTC manager. Okay, so because our WebRTC manager emits the streams as they become available. Okay, so as you remember, we use the data streams, so not the video streams. Okay, so to reactively update our UI, so we need to listen for our local video stream. So that is our camera. When the stream is what, is available, then we're gonna attach it to the local what, render. Okay, so we're gonna say manager. So here you need to say manager. So manager dot what, dot service dot local stream dot what, listen. We need to listen. So here we need to listen to every stream. So we need to do what, so if it is mounted, so if it is mounted here, if it's still mounted, okay, so we need to do what, we need to set the state. So we're gonna say set state. So what we need to do here, so I don't want to use this one, I want to return with the arrow. Okay, so we're gonna say we need to have it like this. So the arrow, so we need to do what, we're gonna come here, and then we're gonna say what, we're gonna say local, our local renderer dot source object is equals to the stream that we get. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So then we need to put what, semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to listen for the remote video stream, so the other person's camera, when their stream arrives. Okay, we need to attach it to the remote renderer. Okay, so we're gonna say manager. So manager dot what, manager dot service dot remote what, remote stream dot listen. So dot listen, here we need to pass what, the stream. Okay, so then the stream here we need to do what, we're gonna say if it is still mounted. Okay, so if it is still mounted here, we need to do what, we need to set the state. So we're gonna say set state. So then we need to do what, so we need to come here and we do what, so we need to use the arrow. So we're gonna say we need to return, what we need to return, it is our remote renderer dot what, dot source object. So we need to set it to stream. Okay, like that. So then from there we need to put what, semicolon there. So then the next thing that we need to do after you have done that, also we need to listen for the connection state changes. So this one tells us if you are connecting, connected, disconnected, or failed. Okay, we're gonna use this one to show the appropriate status message to the user. So we are gonna say manager. So manager dot what, so not that one, manager. So manager dot service dot what, so we need to say the connection state. So we need to listen it. Okay, so we just need to get the state. So for every state there we need to do what, gonna come here. So we need to say if it is mounted. So if it is mounted here, we need to do what, we need to set the state. Okay, so then we need to do what, so what we need to return here, we just need to say the connection state. Okay, so the connection state is equals to the state. Okay, so the state that is there. Okay, so then from there we need to put semicolon here also. So then the next thing, the third step that we want to do, we need to start the actual call. Okay, so this one we're gonna trigger the WebRTC connection process. Okay, so where if it is the initiator, if the initiator here is true, we need to create an offer and send it to the what, to the other peer. And then if it is the initiator here, it is false, we just need to wait for the offer and send what, the answer. Okay, where the manager handles all the complex signaling, the one that we did earlier. Okay, so you're gonna say await. So we need to say await manager. So manager dot what, start call. Okay, so start call like that. So then the session ID gonna get it from the widget. So widget dot what, call session. So call session dot what, dot session ID. Okay, so then for the initiator, so we're gonna say widget. So widget dot what, is initiator. Okay, like that. So like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, so the fourth step that we need to do here, we need to mark as initialized and notify the block, now that our UI can be able to render properly. Okay, so we're gonna say if mounted, if it's still mounted here, so we need to do what, we need to set the state. So to set the state here, then we need to do what, So first of all, you need to mark is initialized. So it is initialized, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so we need to notify our application, the application state that the call has started. So then for other things, okay, so then we're gonna say context. So context dot what? So context dot read. Okay, so dot read here gonna pass what? The consultation. So consultation BLoC. Okay, so like that. Then we need to add the event. So the event for start call. Okay, so start call. So the session ID, you're gonna get it from the widget. So widget dot what? Dot session, call session, not this one, call session. Gonna say call session dot what? Session ID. So that is it. So that is how we do it. We do it like that. So then else here we need to do it. If we had the error, so we need to catch it here. So we just come here and we do it. So what we're gonna do here, we need to show the snack bar. Okay, so we're gonna say show snack bar. We need to create this one. So we're gonna do what? I'm gonna just copy the one that we had in the audio call. So we had the show snack bar. So the one that gonna do what? Show the snack bar. So this one. So just come here and I'm gonna copy this one, show snack bar, like that. So then I'm gonna come and I'm gonna use it here. So just below this one. So then I'm gonna say what? Show. So this one, let us make sure that we remove this one there. Then we need to do it. So we're gonna say show. Gonna say show snack bar there. So the message here gonna say what? Failed. So failed to start what? Failed to start call. So then we need to have that error. So we need to say e2 string. Okay, so that is it. So then the color. So the color here will be what? You're gonna say colors dot red. Okay, so then if it is still mounted, we just need to do it to pop it. Okay, so we're gonna say if mounted. So if it's still mounted, so we just need to do what? Navigator dot. So we're gonna say navigator. So navigator dot pop. So dot pop, then we're gonna do what? We're gonna pass it like that. So that is how we initialize what? The call. Okay, so make sure that you understand that one up to that point. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to start the controls what? Time. Okay, so the one that will be calculating the time. So after initializing that call, we need to do what? We need to start the time. Okay, so we're gonna say start controls what? Timer. Okay, like that. So we need to create this one. So just need to come here. So just need to come just below this one. So this one will be responsible for doing what? For doing that work, for starting a timer to auto hide the controls after 5 seconds. Okay, so this one creates the cleaner viewing experience where the controls fade away, so the user can focus on the video, but they can tap to bring them back. Okay, so we're gonna say void. So void start controls. So start controls timer. So start controls timer. So like that. Then we need to do it. So we need to come here. So the first thing that we need to do, our controls timer, this one we're gonna initialize it here. So we're gonna say timer. So timer dot periodic. So the duration here will be what? Constant of what? Constant of duration. So constant of duration. So we're gonna have the 5 seconds here. So then from there, for the callback, we need to make sure that we pass what? The timer. So then, so now we need to do it. So this one we're gonna hide the controls only if the widget is what? Is still mounted and the controls are currently visible. Then we are actually connected. Okay, not still connecting. Okay, so we're gonna say if mounted. Okay, so if it is mounted and also we're gonna say show controls. So if it is true there, then we're gonna say what? The connection state. So the connection state is equals to what? We're gonna say if it is equals to the RTC. So we're gonna say RTC. So RTC peer. So peer connection state there. So then we're gonna say RTC. connection state, it is what, connected. Okay, so if it is connected there, so we just need to do what, gonna need to say set state. So set state there, then we need to do it. So here we need to return show controls. Show controls, we're gonna set it to false. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to come here and you put what, you put semicolon. So then you need to save it so that to get it organized. Okay, so that is the part that we needed to do. So now the next thing that we need to do it is what, to dispose our what, our controllers and also the timers and others. Okay, so we're gonna say dispose. So dispose here, the first one that we need to do, so always clean up the resources. So failing to dispose these ones can cause the memory leaks and also the camera issues. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do, we need to have the controls timer. Okay, so we need to make sure that we cancel it. So then from there, gonna say the local renderer, this one dot what, dispose. So like that. Also you need to have what, the remote, so the remote renderer, then you're gonna say what, dispose, like that. And then from there, so the WebRTC manager cleanup is handled in the web manager. So the WebRTC manager. Okay, so because multiple screens might share the same manager instance. Okay, so that is it. So now after we have done that, now we can be able to do it. Now we need to come here. So then we need to start in the UI. So the one that is responsible for what, for handling that. So now, so we need to do what, we need to come here. So here in the what, in the build. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the loading screen while we set up the call. Okay, so this one gonna prevent the showing a broken UI while initializing renderer. So what I'm gonna do, I need to come here in the audio call screen. So where we had what, just need to copy this one. Okay, so I just need to copy this one. So then I'm gonna come with it here. So just need to paste it where, here. Okay, so we're gonna put it there. So if it is not initialized, you need to show that one. So we're gonna say what, so instead of connecting to the audio call, so this one we're gonna say what, setting. So we're gonna say setting, so setting up the video call. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to come here. So instead of returning the container, we need to return what, the block listen. Okay, so what I need to do here before we continue, so I need to, so in our audio call screen, so I just need to copy this one also for the listener because it will be similar. So we're gonna just need to copy this listener, all of it, like that. So then I'm gonna come here, so in the video call screen here, so instead of returning the container, we need to return what, block listen. Okay, so block listen of what, consultation. So consultation block, and also you need to have the consultation state. Okay, like that. Then we do it like that. Okay, so then after we have done that, we need to have what, we need to first of all to listen for the call state changes from the block. So this one handles the cases where the call ends from outside this screen. Okay, so we're gonna save the state is what, call ended. So that is call ended remotely or through another means. So just pop it. So then if you have an error, you do it like that. Okay, so now here we need to have the child. So the child here to be a scaffold. Okay, so we're gonna use the scaffold. So in the scaffold, what we need to do, we need to have the background color of our screen. So this one gonna say what, gonna say colors. So we're gonna use colors dot what, black. Can just have that dark, like that. Okay, so then the body, so the body we're gonna use the safe area. So we're gonna say safe area, like that. So then the child here, we need to use the gesture detector because you want to, when you tap anywhere on the screen, to toggle the visibility. So to have the visibility, what, to be able to see the toggles. So the toggle controls visibility. Okay, so this is a common user experience pattern in what, in the video players. Okay, so we're gonna say gesture detector. So gesture detector, so like that. So here we need to do what, so first of all we need to, when we tap it, So when on tap, so on tap we just need to do what, we need to set the state. We're gonna show what, we're gonna say set state. So we're gonna say set state here. So here we need to show the controls, okay. So if they are there, just need to do the opposite of it, okay. So and if they are not there, we just need to show the opposite of that one, so let's be able to see them, okay. So that is it. So then from there we need to have the child in our gesture detector. So the child here will be a stack because we want to put some widgets on top of the other, okay. So then we need to have what, the children, okay. So the children here, so the first one that we want to do, we need to start with the what. So let us see what we need to start with. So we need to come here. So what we need to start here in the screen, we need to start with this one, okay, this the big one, so that we'll be able to put the other here on top, okay. So that is what we need to do. So let us come back. So we need to do what, so now we need to start with the remote video, so the full screen. So this one is the main video, so the other person's what, camera feed, okay. So this one gonna take up the full screen for maximum visibility, okay. So we're gonna say positioned. So positioned, we're gonna use dot field, okay. So then the child here, so this one we just need to check if you have the remote renderer. We have that the object, so the source object. So if it's not equal to what, if it's not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null, you need to use the RTC what, so the RTC video view, okay. So then the renderer, we're gonna pass what, the remote, okay. So then the next thing that we need to have, it is the mirror. We don't want to show the mirror in the remote what, so the remote video, okay. So we're gonna say set it to false. So now as we have said, this one we will do what, so the reason why we don't want to mirror the remote video. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the object, so object fit. So this one we just need to say the RTC video object fit dot what, the RTC, we need to cover, okay, everything like that. So we want it to cover there, else we're gonna do what, so this one should be where, there. So we need to have the container, okay. So we're gonna say container. So the container here, you just need to do what, we need to have the what, so we're gonna say color. So we need to have a placeholder while waiting for the remote screen, okay. So the remote stream, so we're gonna say color. So the color here, you're gonna say what, colors dot, so colors dot black, okay. So dot black. Then we need to have the child. So the child here, you're gonna say constant of what, center, okay. So center here, then we need to have what, so we need to have the main axis, not main axis, we need to have the child here. So then the child here gonna have the column, so that we'll be able to have them. So then in the column, first of all, we need to have the main axis alignment. We want them to be in the center, so we're gonna say main axis alignment dot center. Then from there we need to have what, we need to have the children, okay. So the children here gonna say what, the first one is the icon, so we're gonna say icons dot. So now, so that one we need to do what, so the icons dot person. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the size of it, okay. So these are just the placeholder. So we're gonna say size. So size, we're gonna pass what, a value of 80. So then the next thing that we need to have, it is the color. So the color, gonna say colors dot what, so colors dot white. We want to use the white 38. Then from there we need to do what, we're gonna save that one. So still in the same column, so we need to come here. So we need to have a gap, so we're gonna say sized box. So then we're gonna say what, height of what, so height of 16. So then we're gonna have a text. So here in the text we're gonna say what, we're gonna say waiting. So waiting for other what, for other participant, okay. So participant, like that. So then we need to put the 3 dots there. Then we need to style it. So to style it, we just need to use the text style. So then from there, gonna say the color. So the color, gonna say colors dot what, colors dot white. So white 70, okay. That is it. So let me save that one. So now we have worked for the main what, video. So now let us see what you are going to build next. So when you come here in the interface, you can realize we have this one. So this one for our camera, okay. So we're gonna do it, even though later we can implement how to, when you click this one to enlarge it, then you swap them, okay. So then what we need to do, we need to come back here. So what we're gonna do here, So we need to do what? So we just need to come here. So this one will be what? So our local video, so that is the picture in picture. So this one gonna show your camera in a what? In a small overlay. Okay, so we're gonna say, so we're gonna say positioned. So we're gonna say positioned. So we just need to do it. So because we are in the stack, so we need to position it. So before we start working on the what? On the child, so we're gonna say gesture detector. So that is a gesture detector. So then before we start working on this one, we need to position it because we want it to be on the top. So we need to say top. So top, then we need to make sure it is just 40 from the what? From the start there, from the head of that one up. Then from there gonna say in the right side. Okay, so we don't want it to be in the head, so just 16 from the edges. Okay, so then here on top, so here on top, this one I need to leave it as a to do so that we won't forget when we'll be coming to complete it. So we're gonna say to do. So we're gonna say to do, so like that. Then we're gonna say we're gonna implement what? We're gonna say implement. So implement view swap. Okay, view swap, like that. So that is it. So we are going to be able to tap to switch local and what? The remote. Okay, so that is it. So then the child here, so the child here to be what? We're gonna say child to be a container. Okay, so we're gonna say the container. So then the container here, we need to have the width. So the width is gonna have what? A value of 120, and also the height we're gonna pass a value of what? 160. Then from there we need to decorate it. So we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration here, gonna say border. So the border here, we need to do what? We need to say border all. So border all. Then we're gonna say color. So the color, gonna say colors dot what? So we're gonna say colors. So we're gonna say colors dot. So colors dot white. So colors dot white what? 38. Okay, like that. Then from there gonna say width. So the width here gonna pass a value of what? 2. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the border radius. So we're gonna border radius, we want it to be circular, so we're gonna use that one. So we're gonna pass a value of 12. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to have it is the box shadow. So the box shadow here gonna say what? It's a list of box shadow. So we're gonna say box shadow here, we need to do what? We need to have the color. So we're gonna say colors dot what? Dot black. So dot black. Then we need to have alpha of what? 0.5. Okay, so 0.5, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to multiply by 255. Then you need to round it. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do it is to have what? Our blur radius. Okay, gonna say blur radius, we're gonna pass a value of 10. Okay, so let me save this one first. So before, like that. So make sure that you do it like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the child for our what? So for our container. Okay, so we're gonna say child. So the child here to be our clip rectangle. Okay, so clip rect, this one. So then from there we need to do what? We need to have the border radius. So border radius here, gonna say what? Border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular, this one. So then we're gonna say what? Gonna pass a value of 10. Okay, so that is it. So then from there we need to have the child. So the child here is what? First of all, we need to check if it is the our lock render rates object. It's not what? It's not. So that one is not equal to null. If it's not equal to null, we just need to do what? We just need to use the RTC video view. So the RTC video view there. So then the renderer here is our local what? Our local renderer, like that. Then we're gonna say mirror. So the mirror here, gonna set it to true. Okay, so then, so this one we need to mirror the local video, so users expect to see themselves mirrored. Okay, so that is why we need to have it. Okay, so then we're gonna say object fit. So this one we're gonna say RTC video. So RTC video. So we're gonna say RTC video object fit. Then we need to make sure that it covers. Okay, okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, if it is not, we just need to do what? We just need to have a container. So we're gonna say container. So in the container, what we need to do, we need to have a placeholder when the camera is off. Okay, so we're gonna say color. So the color here, gonna say what? Colors dot. So colors dot black. So we need to have the black 87. Okay, like that. Then the next thing that we need to have it is the child. So the child here will be what, gonna say constant of what, constant of center. Okay, we want to center it, so the child here to be an icon. So we're gonna say icon, then we're gonna say what, icons dot what, icons dot video cam off. Okay, so video cam, so video cam off. Okay, so that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the color of our icon. So we're gonna say what, colors dot, so colors dot white 38. Okay, so white 38, like that. So that is it. You're gonna save it there. Okay, so then from there, so we have the what. So let us see what we need to have here. So when you come here in the design, we have what, the state here. Okay, so this part for the what, so this part for the state, we need to create this one. So we need to come back here and we do what, we need to create that one. So that one we need to position it. So remember, still we are in the stack, so we need to show, first of all we need to do what, so we're gonna show the status, so the status and the connection state. So this one will be only be visible when the controls are shown. Okay, so we're gonna say if the show controls, if show the controls there. So if it is true, we just need to use the positioned widget. So this one, so the top, not the top, this one should be a container first. So container. So then the next thing that we need to do, so to position it, you just need to come here. So just need to come here and then you're gonna do it. So we're gonna say top. So top, we need to make sure it's 0. We want it to be 0. So then the left, so we want it to be in the left side 0. Then also in the right, we want it to have what, 0. Okay, so like that. So it should be on the top. So then, so here we need to do what, we need to have the padding. So padding here, gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets dot what, so we're gonna say edge insets dot all. So then you're gonna pass a value of 16 there. So that is it. So then from there we need to decorate our container. So we need to say decoration. So decoration here, gonna say, you're gonna use what, gonna say box decoration. So box decoration here, we need to have the gradient. So this one is the gradient overlay for better text readability. Okay, so we're gonna say gradient. So we're gonna say linear gradient. So then the colors here will be what, so we're gonna say colors. So we're gonna say colors. So we're gonna say colors dot what, colors dot black. So colors dot black. Then we need to make sure that we have alpha of what, so opacity of 70%. So you just need to do like that, then you multiply there, then you round it. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the other color. So the other color will be what, gonna say colors dot, so colors dot transparent. Okay, like that. So let me save this one. So then the next thing that you need to have it is where it will start and where it will end. So we just need to have the begin. So we need to make sure that we are in the gradient. So we're gonna say begin. So we're gonna say begin here, we're gonna say alignment. We want it to start from the top. Okay, so alignment dot what, top center. Okay, then we want it to end in the bottom center. Okay, so we're gonna say end alignment dot what, so alignment, so alignment dot bottom center, like that. So that is it. So we do it like that. So then from there we need to have the child in our container. So we're gonna say child. So the child here to be what, it will be a column. So we're gonna say column. So we're gonna say column. So then we're gonna say cross axis alignment. So cross axis alignment, we want it to start in that column. So we're gonna say cross axis alignment dot what, dot start. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children there, you saw we had the text. So we're gonna say constant of what, so let us put it as a constant. So constant of text. Then we're gonna say what, telehealth. You can give it the name you have. So we're gonna say telehealth what, consultation. Okay, so consultation. Then we need to style it. So we're gonna say style it. So we're gonna say what, gonna say text style. So text style here, what we're gonna do, we need to have the color. So the color here, gonna pass the colors dot what, colors dot white. Okay, so then also we're gonna have the font size. So the font size here, gonna say what, so this one we need to pass a value of 18. And also we're gonna say font weight. So font weight here, we need to do what, gonna say font weight dot, so font weight, so font weight dot what, so font weight, so font weight dot weight of what, gonna use the weight of 600. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have now the what. So we need, first of all, let me save this one first. So then here, just below this one, we need to have what, a gap first. So then sized box, so sized box, then we need to have a height of what, just have a height of 4. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have the connection dot and also the state. Okay, so we're gonna say, what we're gonna say here, we're gonna say this one is in the row, so we need to use the row. So then from there, gonna do what, so the first one, we're gonna have the connection indicator dot. Okay, so we're gonna say container. So container here, we need to do what, we need to have a width. Okay, so the width here, gonna pass a value of 8, and then from there, gonna say height, so value of 8. So then from there, gonna have the decoration of our container. So gonna say box decoration. So box decoration, for the color of our container, we need to check the connection state. Okay, so the connection state, so the connection state here, if it's equals to RTC, so we're gonna say RTC. So if it is connected, so RTC peer, so peer connection, so RTC peer connection state. So if it is connection state, so RTC connection state dot what, so the RTC, if it is connected, that one. So if it is connected here, we need to do what, we're gonna use the colors dot, so colors dot green. Else you're gonna just do what, we need to show the colors dot, so colors dot orange. Okay, like that. So that is it. Then we need to have the shape of our what, so let me save this one first. So we need to have the shape of our, so just come here, so below this one. So then we need to have the shape, so the shape of our container. So this one, we're gonna say box shape, so box shape dot what, so box shape dot circle. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have our what, so to come here, so still in what, so just below this one, so in the same row, so we're gonna say constant of what, sized box. Okay, so sized box, then you're gonna say what, we need to have a width, so a width of 8, like that. Then we need to have a text for the connection state. Okay, so connection state there. So what we need to do, we need to have a method that gonna be able to get the connection state, so the one that gonna have the text based on the connection state that we are in. Okay, so that is what we need to do. So this one, we need to create it where, so we need to come here, so just need to come here on top where you have the methods. So just need to come here and we say what, so this one gonna convert the WebRTC connection state to user friendly text. Okay, so because the WebRTC connection states can be confusing for users, so we need to translate them into simple and clear messages. Okay, so we're gonna say string, this one gonna return the string, so we're gonna say get connection state. Okay, so get connection state. Okay, so state dot text, so state text, then we need to do what, so here gonna use the switch case. So then you're gonna pass what, the connection state. Okay, so the connection state, like that. Then you need to use it here to be able to have the missing use cases. So then, so this one, the case, so we have the case of null, so this one we don't need it, so let me remove that one. So then from there, we need to do it. So for the case of what, this one is connected, so the state is closed. Okay, so we just need to do what, we need to return. So what we need to return here is what, call ended. Okay, so call ended, so call ended there. So then the next one, it is what, we need to remove this one. So then the next one, it is for the, if it is failed, we just need to do it, just need to have a simple, just say what, we're gonna say connection failed. Okay, so connection failed. So even though you can just put it as capital, so connection failed, like that. Okay, so then for the, if it is disconnected, we just need to do what, we need to, because we're gonna, in our WebRTC manager, so in our WebRTC service, we were doing what, we were reconnecting, so just need to return, so we need to return what, we're gonna say reconnecting, so reconnecting, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do if it is in the new state. So this one we just say what, just need to say it's just initializing. So we're gonna say return. So we're gonna say initializing. So initializing like that. So we put it like that. Okay, so then from there we just need to put semicolon there. So but if it is connecting, so if the RTC connecting here, gonna say what, return, gonna say connecting. Okay, connecting. Okay, so but if it is connected, we just do what, we just need to, so let me first of all have that one. So then we need to do what, so this one we need to return. So we need to return what, so this is connected, we just say connected. Okay, so connected like that. So then also we need to have the default, so that our use case will not have that issue. So return, so we're gonna say if the widget, so if the widget is initiator, so if it is initiator, we just need to do what, calling. Okay, so then we need to show that one, else we just need to do what, say connecting. Okay, so connecting, then we put that one. Okay, so that is it. So that's how we do it. Okay, so make sure that you do it like that. So then from there, now we need to use it in our UI. Now to use it, we need to do what, just come here in our text. So where is it? So here in our text, then we need to do what, just need to say get what, get the connection state text. Okay, so then from there we need to style it. So we need to style it here. Then we're gonna say constant of what, text style. So constant, so constant, so constant of what, text style. So text style here, so like that. Then we need to change what, first of all we need to change the color. So we're gonna say the color. So the color here, gonna say what, colors dot white of what, white 70. So this one. So then from there we need to have the font size. So the font size here will be what, be value of 14. Okay, so that is it. So then we need to save this one. So now the next thing that we need to do, so we need to have the part for what, for the bottom bar. Okay, so the one that contains all the call control buttons, so which will be visible when the controls are shown. Okay, so just need to come here. So we're gonna say if them, we're gonna say show, gonna say if it is true, so we need to show them. Okay, so here we need to do what, so here we need to have the positioned. Okay, so we're gonna use the positioned widget. So remember we are using what, so this one will be a container. Okay, so it'll be a container like that. So then first of all we need to position them because they are just below. So we need to come here. So first of all we need to position them. So we're gonna say bottom, we want them to be in the bottom, so that's why we need to have 0 there. Then from there we need to have them in the from the left side, so like that. So 0, and also they gonna run to the right, so just do what, 0 there. Okay, so now, so here in the container, what we're gonna do here, we need to first of all to style it. So we're gonna say padding. So padding, then we're gonna say constant of what, edge insets. So edge insets dot what, so edge insets dot symmetric. So then from there gonna have what, vertical. So the vertical gonna have a value of 24, and also the horizontal, so horizontal gonna have a value of 16. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the decoration. So decoration will be what, box decoration. So box decoration, so we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration like that. So then we're gonna have what, we need to have the gradient overlay for better what, button visibility. Okay, so we're gonna say gradient. Okay, so gradient, so gradient here gonna say linear gradient like that. For the colors you're gonna say what, we're gonna, so what I'm gonna do, I want to copy the one that we are using here. So this one, so begin and end, also the colors there. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that one. So then I need to use it here. So we're gonna replace that one. So where I want them to start from the, so we're gonna start, so to begin here we need to begin from the bottom center, and then to what, so we're gonna end it is the top center like that. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. Okay, so the child here. Okay, so the child here in our container, so we need to make sure that we are outside the what, the box decoration, because they're in the same row. We just need to have them. Okay, so we're gonna say row like that. So what I'm gonna do, I want to have to space them evenly, so just say main access alignment. So main access alignment dot what, space evenly. Okay, so that is it. So what I'm gonna do, I need to create what I will do later. So we will be able to move this one from this place. So but currently, because you can just use it here, so just need to do what, just need to come here. So then from there we need to do what, not to cancel, not to cut, we need to copy, so that we'll be able to do some few changes to it. So just need to come here outside the build method. So then I'm gonna paste it here. So what I need to do, so this one is where, so block listener like that. Okay, so just need to remove one there. So then what we need to do, we don't need to have the label. Okay, because when you come to let us see how it looks like. So we don't have the labels. Okay, and then for the gradient, so the gradient that we were using, so it is this one, so that it will be able, so it will come from the bottom center like that, going like that. Okay, so then it will end here. Okay, the same case we did for the for the top to bottom like that. So that is that part. Now for these ones, so now we need to do what, we need to use them. So we need to come back to our code, so that we'll be able to have them. So what we're gonna do here, we don't need to have what, that one for the label like that, it's not necessary. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need first of all, what I'm gonna do, so we can just call them here. So just first of all gonna have what, gonna say children. So the children here, gonna first one for the microphone toggle. So we're gonna say what, so what I need to do, I'm gonna just copy this one from the audio screen for the ones that we have already, so that we're gonna have an easier time. So we're gonna copy them. So then I need to use them here. Okay, so just need to paste them here. So what we're gonna do here, so the thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to come here. So for the label, gonna remove it. So then the on pressed gonna remain like that, so like that. Okay, so then for the color gonna remain like that. So also the label, we remove that one. So the first one, it is what, the microphone. The second one, it is for, we need to have the video camera, which we're gonna add later. So the what, so let us add here the second one, so that will be able to be organized. So we're gonna say build that one. So for the icon here, gonna say, so first of all, we need to check if the video is off. Okay, so we're gonna say it's video off, this one. So if it is off, we just need to do what, we need to come here and we say what, we need to say icons dot what, video cam off. Okay, if it is off, so video cam off. Then else we need to do what, we're gonna say icons dot what, video cam. Okay, so video cam like that. So then if it is pressed here, on pressed here, we need to do what, we're gonna toggle what, we're gonna say toggle video. So we're gonna create this one method. So we're gonna say toggle video. So then for the color, so we're gonna check if it is what, if it is off. So is video off. Okay, so if it is video off here, we need to say what, colors dot, so colors dot red. Else we just need to do colors dot white. Okay, so colors dot white like that. Then for the background color, so we're gonna check if it's the video is video off. Then we're gonna say what, colors dot red. So colors dot red. And also if it is there, we need first of all to have with alpha. So the alpha here, we need to have what, gonna have the 0.3. Okay, and then we multiply by 255. So then we need to round it. Okay, so like that. So then from there, so then we need to do what, if it is like that, so then else we need to do what, so we need to come here just outside what, our this one. Then we're gonna say colors dot white 24. Okay, so white 24 there. So like that. So let me save this one. So then we need to put comma here, so that we'll be able to save this. Okay, so that is the part for toggling what, so for toggling the video. So we're gonna be able to toggle the camera. So then the next one, it is what, the one to end the call. Okay, So now for this one, for the for doing what, for ending the call, so this one we want it to be gonna say 62. So then for the icon size we want it to be that 2, okay, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here for the what is speaker on. So I think we have the issue with what, with the typo, so we're gonna do like that. So we need to remove the label, so then we need to toggle the speaker. So then from there we need also to have what, so the one that for the flipping the camera, so the front and the rear. So we're gonna say build, so build that one button. So we're gonna say icons dot what, flip camera. So we're gonna say flip, so flip camera iOS, okay, so flip camera iOS, like that. So then for the on pressed here you need to do it, gonna have the switch, okay, so we're gonna say switch, so we're gonna say switch, so switch camera, okay. So that is what we need to do. So that one we're gonna do it. So now for the color, so color gonna say colors dot white, okay. So then for the background color gonna say colors, so colors dot white what, so white 24, okay. So let me save this one. So we do it like that, okay. So what we need to do, we need to start working on these methods, and also we need to make sure that we do it. So the speaker is on, so we need to copy this one first, so that we'll be able to do it. We need to come with it here. So to make sure that we do it, we use the speaker off, okay, a speaker off, like that. So speaker on, okay. I hope I'm using the right one, so that we won't encounter issues later. So we need to make sure that we are doing what is mic muted, is video off, so that one is speaker on, okay. So then for the camera, just flip it, okay. So there's nothing that we are doing there. So now we need to work on the methods for what, for doing that task, okay. So we need to come here, so you can just have it where you want. So just come here. So the first one that we need to have it is for the what, for ending the call. So for ending the call is just simple as the one that we had in what, we had in the this one. So just need to do what, just come here, gonna copy this one, all of this one. So then I'm gonna use it in our what, in our video camera here. So just paste it here. Then we need to import WebSocket service, okay, like that. So then after we have done that, now we can be able to do it. So what we're gonna do, we need to change some few things here. So for the call here, gonna say what, consultation, okay, and consultation. Then from this one you want to end this what, this consultation. So this consultation there, then that one for the cancel, and also for the end call. So then the next thing that we need to do, so here for the it should what, end. So the first thing that we need to do here, we need to also to do what, we need to await the manager, our manager here, to end the call, okay. So like that. So then from there we just do what, update the status, then we get the session ID, and also we update the others, okay. So make sure that you do that one, the change there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to work on what, the one that is responsible for toggling the microphone, okay. So the one that gonna toggle the microphone and on off, okay. So I'm gonna say void toggle what, so remember to spell the way they are. So microphone, so we're gonna toggle the microphone here. So we're gonna say manager, so manager dot what, so manager dot service. Then we need to toggle the microphone, okay. So like that. Then we need to do what, we need to set the state here, so that we gonna be able to update our what, our state here. Then we're gonna say it's mic muted, so it's mic muted here. We need to do what, we need to get from the one that it is in what, in our manager, okay. So manager dot service, so is what, is mic muted, okay. So then the next one that we need to have it is the one to toggle the camera on and off, okay. So we're gonna say void, so toggle video, okay. So then we need to do what, we need to come here, and we're gonna say what, we're gonna say manager, so manager dot what, service, Okay, so manager.service dot what dot toggle video, like that. So this one should be capital V, so we're gonna say capital V, like that. Then from there, the next thing that we need to do is just to update our state here. So the set state here, we need to say it's video off, so we need to get it from the what, from our manager. So we're gonna say manager, so we're gonna say manager, so manager dot what, so manager dot service dot what is video off, like that. So that is it. So now we want the one that gonna switch the cameras, so to switch between the front and the rear. So you're gonna say void, so void, then you're gonna say switch what, so switch camera. So then we're gonna do what, so we need to come here and we do what, gonna say manager, so manager dot what service dot what switch camera. Okay, so then from there we need to also to have the one that gonna switch the toggle the speakers. Okay, so this is when we want to move to the earpiece and others. Okay, so we're gonna say void, so void, then we're gonna say what, toggle, so toggle speaker. Okay, so this one we just need to do it, we need to come here and we're gonna set the state first. So we're gonna say set state here, so we're gonna say what, a speaker on. So a speaker on, this one we need to do it, we need to have the opposite of it. Okay, a speaker on. Okay, like that, like that. So then from there we need to update from the manager, so we're gonna say manager, so manager dot what service, so manager dot service dot enable what speaker. Okay, so we're gonna pass this speaker on. Okay, so that is it. So that is our what, our UI for that one. Okay, so now we need to add them to our what, so to our router, so that we'll be able to use them and be able to test it. So the first thing that we need to do, first of all, we need to add them to the route names. Okay, so we need to come here. So what we're gonna do, we can have it just where, we can have it just below this one or where you want. So this one we're gonna say video, so video call routes. Okay, so let us have a standard name, so comment, so video call, so video call routes. Okay, so this one we just have the static, so static constant of what, string, so string, then you're gonna say video call, so video call is equals to what, we're gonna copy this one, so we need to copy that one, then we need to put it here, so we're gonna paste it there, then we're gonna do what, like that. So then the next thing I'm gonna copy this one, paste it there. Okay, so this one you don't want to be the video call, so this is audio call. Okay, so audio call, so make sure that you copy this one and then you replace where, there. Okay, so then also to have the incoming call, incoming, so incoming call, so incoming call, then we need to do what, copy this one, gonna paste it here. So that is it. So now we need to do what, to add them to our app router, so that we'll be able to see them. So just need to come here in our app router, so in our app router we need to add them in what, we need to make sure that they don't have the shell, so we need to have them in what, outside the shell. Okay, so we can just have them just below this one, so just below this one, the first one that we need to have it is the one for what, for the, so we're gonna say go route, so go route here, the path here will be what, we're gonna say the video, so video call, like that. So then from there gonna say the name, so the name here gonna say app route names, so app route names dot what, so app route names, so we're gonna say app route names, so app route names dot what, video call. Okay, so video call, then from there we need to do what, we need to have the builder, so the builder here we need to pass the context, so context and also the state. So then from there we need to do what, first of all we need to have the call session. Okay, so we're gonna say final call session. Okay, so final call session, you're gonna say state dot what, state dot extra, so dot extra as what, call session. Okay, so call session, like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to return the video call, so we're gonna say video call screen, so this one, so then the call session there. Okay, so that is it. So then we need also to have comma here, so then from there we need also to have the initiator, so we're gonna say it's initiator here, we're gonna set it to true. Okay, so whoever initiates there, we're gonna set it to true. So then the next one that we need to have it is for the audio. So we're gonna say go route. So go route here. So the path here, gonna say what? Gonna say audio call. Okay, so then we need to have the name. So the name here will be what? Gonna say the name. So the name here, it is app route names. So app route names. So app route names dot what? So the audio call. Okay, then from there gonna have the builder. So the builder here gonna pass what? Context and also the state, like that. Then we need to do what? So the first thing that we're gonna set is the call session. So call session is equals to what? Is equals to the state. So state dot extra. So dot extra there, gonna say what? As what? Call session. Okay, so call session, like that. So then the next thing it is what? We need to return the audio call screen. Okay, so audio call. So audio call screen there. So for the call session, it is our call session there. Then we can have what? As initiator. So we're gonna set it to true here, like that. So that is it. So now we need to do what? We need to close it there. Then also we need to do what? To have comma here. Then lastly we need to have the one for what? For the incoming call. Okay, so we're gonna say go route. So go route here. So go route. Then we're gonna say what? So this one. So later we're gonna be able to make sure that whoever access this one, they have made the payment, so that we'll be able to do it. So that we can be able to do the payment. Okay, so we're gonna enforce that one later. So we're gonna say name. So we're gonna say app route names. So app route names. So app route names. Then we need to do what? Gonna say incoming call. Okay, so then from there we need to have the builder. So the builder here pass the context. So context and also the state. So we need to come here. First of all, we need to have the arguments that are passed in this screen. So we're gonna say arguments. So the arguments here is equals to what? Gonna say state dot extra. So state dot extra is a map of what? So map of string dynamic. So string dynamic. So string dynamic here. Then we're gonna say what? So here we need to return. So we need to return the incoming. So we're gonna say incoming. So incoming call. Okay, so incoming call what? So incoming call screen. So it seems like it is not being imported, so we need to import it here manually. So we need to do it like that. So then we need to pass what? The parameters. So we need to pass them, they're required, so we need to add them there. So what we need to do, so let us first of all put what? Semicolon here, and also we need to remove these trailing commas, like that, and also even for this one, like that. Okay, so let me save this one. So before we do that, also we need to make sure that we do what? We pass the comma there. So then also we have another trailing comma, so then we need to save it. Okay, so for the session ID, this one we're gonna get it from the arguments. So arguments, then we're gonna get the session what? So the session ID as a what? We need to make sure as a string. Okay, so we need to pass that one there. Then the next one, so not there, so we need to come here, the caller name, we're gonna say args. So from the arguments we're gonna get the caller name. So caller name. Okay, so then the caller name here, gonna say what? Gonna say as a what? As a string. Okay, so we're gonna say as a string, like that. Then also we need to have what? We need to have the call ID. So we're gonna say args. So args here, gonna say what? Gonna say call ID. So call ID. Okay, so we need to make sure as a what? As a string. Okay, so then for the call type, gonna get it from the arguments. So we're gonna say what? Gonna say call type. So call type like what? So as a string. Okay, so then the consultation fee, we're gonna get it from there also. So we're gonna say args. Then we need to do what? We need to get the consultation. So consultation fee as a what? So we're gonna say as a string. Okay, so as a string here. Okay, so then after we have done that, now we can be able to do it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to our app route. So not app route here in the app app.dat. Okay, so that we'll be able to add some few things here. Okay, so now in this part for the app.dat, before we start working on it, I want to come here in the Android manifesto XML file. So make sure that you come to this one. So what you need to do here, you need to make sure that you do what? We need to add some few things that gonna handle the permissions and other things for our WebRTC to work. Okay, so we're gonna paste them here. Okay, so I need to paste them. I want to get them, so then I'm gonna paste them here. Okay, so that to be able to have it in our what, in our so that our Android will be able to work. So make sure that you do what. So I want you to copy these ones. So let me come with them here. So we're gonna paste them here. So as you can see, we have them like this. Okay, we'll be able to get the camera, then also to have the part for the audio. So these are the permissions. Then to modify the audio, so we're gonna be able to do to access the network state, to change the network state, then also to access the internet for what, for us to be able to communicate there. Then also we're gonna have the WebRTC functionality. We need to make sure that we pass what, the Bluetooth connect, and also the wake clock, and also this one, even though it's not a must, this is optional for the storage. And also here we need to have the camera features, where we get the what, hardware. So from there, then also for the autofocus like that, and also for the microphone. Okay, so make sure that you have them like that. So you need to copy them, or you can get them from the online. Okay, so make sure that you have them. So now we need to come here in our app.dat. So when you are starting the application, so in our part 3, so we say that you need to make sure that you have modified your app.dat to look like this, so that you'll be able to have the state. So that we're gonna come here in the state, then we need to start working on what, on this part for the state. Okay, so that we'll be able to handle the WebSockets and WebRTC. So we need to come here. So here in the state, we need to do what? First of all, we're gonna start with the what. So this is where we're gonna first of all, we're gonna have the stream subscription, where the subscription to listen for incoming call notification from the WebSocket service. Okay, so this one will be the main pipeline for receiving the real-time call events from the backend. So here we're gonna use the stream subscription because we need to manually cancel it when the widget is disposed. Okay, to prevent the memory leaks. So for the incoming call notification, we're gonna say let. We need to initialize here as a let. So we're gonna say stream. So stream notifications. So stream subscription first. So this one. So then we're gonna say what, call notification. Okay. So remember we created that one in the what, in our web service. So in our WebSocket, so we're gonna say notification. We're gonna name it notification. So notification subscription. Okay. So subscription like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have another subscription to listen for the authentication state changes. Okay, so this one we need because to automatically connect and disconnect the WebSocket when user logs in or out. Okay, so this one will ensure that we only maintain the WebSocket connections for authenticated users, and we clean up properly on logout. Okay, so we're gonna say stream, so stream what, stream subscription, this one. So this one we need to use the auth state. So for auth state here, we need to do what, we're gonna name it auth subscription. Okay, so auth subscription like that. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to come here, so that we're gonna manage the life cycle. So here we need to have the init state. So now the first thing that we need to do, so here in the init state, so the initial state in our widget here, we need to first of all need to set up the call notification listener first. So because this one we're gonna need it to be ready before the WebSocket connects, so we don't miss any incoming notification. Okay, so we need to have a method. So we're gonna name it setup. So setup notification. So setup notification listener. Okay, so like that. So this one will be responsible for what, for listening for the notification. So So to set up the notification, we need to, so what we need to do, we need to come here, so just below this one, so we're gonna say void. So void here, gonna say what, setup. So we're gonna copy this one, so we're gonna copy this one, not like that. So we're gonna copy this one, so we need to copy it. So then from there we need to use it here, so we just need to come here, gonna replace this one. So set up the notification listener. So then from there, what you need to do here, we need to just say what, our notification subscription. Then we need to do it, we need to get it from the WebSocket service. So WebSocket, so WebSocket service, okay. So the WebSocket service, then we need to do it, we need to have the one for notification stream, okay. So we need to listen on that, so we're gonna say listen. So then for us to be able to listen here, what we need to do, we need to have a method that's gonna handle the notification, the call notification, okay. So call notification, so like that, so like that. So then you can also, so what we're gonna do here, you can also add the on error, so we can just have the debug, and also we can have on done here. So what happens here, so we need to create the one for handling the notification. So now for this one method, so we're gonna copy this one, so we need to come here below, and then we're gonna say void, then I'm gonna paste that one there. So then what we need to do here, so this one we need to pass what, so first thing that we need to do, so we need to have the call notification, so we need to resend that one. So we're gonna name it notification, so notification, so notification like that. So then we're gonna use the switch case, okay. So the switch here gonna pass what, the notification dot what, so notification dot type, okay. So then we're gonna use the helper here, so that we'll be able to have the missing switch cases like that, okay. So now what we need to do here, we need to have what, so what we need to do here, first of all, let us put that semicolon there. So then we need to do what, so if it is the call notification type, it is what, it is incoming. So here it simply means someone is calling us, so we're gonna show the incoming call screen, okay. So we're gonna say show, so we need to create this one, show incoming what, so show incoming call, okay. So we pass what, the notification data, okay. So notification data there. So we need to, after we do that, we need to break. So then, so this one will be what, so for us to be able to do that, so we need to come here. So we're gonna say what, first of all, we're gonna say void, so void here. So we're gonna say show incoming, just show incoming what, so show incoming call, so like this. Then we need to pass what, so this one will just pass the map of what, so map of string dynamic, okay. So dynamic like this. So then from there gonna name it data, so like that. Then from there we need to do what, so we need to check, we're gonna use the app router, so app router, so app router dot what, dot root navigator dot key. Then we're gonna get the current context. Then we need to make sure it's not equal to null, so it's not equal to null here. So then we need to do what, so we're gonna say context, so context dot go named, okay. So go named here. Then you're gonna say what, so where you need to go, it is the app route, so app route names, so app route names dot what, incoming call, okay. So then we need to have the extra, so the extra here, the one that we're gonna get, so we're gonna get it from the data we're gonna get. So we're gonna say session, so session ID, okay. So session ID here, gonna say data. So then we need to do it, gonna get it from the data, gonna say session ID, okay. So remember the backend is sending like that. So then you're gonna have the caller name, so caller name, so but also our screen won't set to be like this, okay. So we're gonna say data, so this one data. Then we need to get what, the caller name like that. Then from there you're gonna have what, you're gonna have the caller ID, so caller ID there. Then we're gonna get it from the data. So we're gonna say what, so we need to say caller, so caller ID like that. Then from there, so we're gonna have what, the call type, okay. So the call type here, gonna say what, we're gonna say data. Then we're gonna say call type, okay. So like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the consultation fee, so consultation fee. So this one we're gonna say data. So then we need to do what, we're gonna say consultation, so consultation fee, okay. So that is it. So then we need to put what, we need to put semicolon here, okay. So this one, show incoming call, So did we spell it well? So this one should be equal with the one show incoming call. So it seems like we have what? So I think we have a typo. So this one, so let us copy this one first. So it is the same. Okay, so that is it. So now what happens here is that for us to be able to show the incoming call, so here we first of all display the incoming call screen when receiving a call notification. So this one is critical for the user experience moment, so where we are interrupting whatever the user is doing, so to show them the incoming call. Okay, so the considerations that we had to put here is that we use the push navigation, so not the push replacement. Okay, so user can dismiss if needed. Okay, so we pass all the call data to the incoming screen, so for informed decision. So then we use the material page, we use the material page route for platform appropriate transitions. Okay, so the data we pass here is the session ID, unique identifier for the call session, for WebRTC, like that, all the data that we require there. Okay, so that is what we pass here. So then the next thing that we need to do what? We need to, so this one is complaining about what? So the local variable can't be before it is what? So we need to make sure that we do what? So this one should be, so we need to move it on top of that one. So we need to come here. So just come here and we do what? We paste it there. Okay, so that will be able to be used there. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, if it is a call response, we need to handle it. So we're gonna do it. So this one we're gonna say, so the other part has accepted or declined our call. So we're gonna say handle. So we're gonna say handle what? So handle call response. Okay, so this one just pass the notification. So notification.data, then we need to do what? We need to break. Okay, so we need to handle this one. So we need to come just on top of this one. So here, okay, so this one we're gonna say void. So void, then we're gonna paste it here. So then we need to do what? So this one just accept the map of what? So map of string dynamic. So like that, then we name it data. Then we're gonna do what? So we need to come here. So we're gonna final response. So final response is equals to what? Is equals to data. So then we're gonna get the response. Okay, from that data. So we're gonna check if the response is what? So if the response is equals to accept, if it is equals to accept here. Okay, if it is accept, we just need to do what? So this one we just need to, the call here is accepted, so the WebRTC connection will start automatically. So the WebRTC service listens for this event and it initiates the peer connection. Okay, so we don't need to have to do anything there. So else if it is declined, so here we need to do what? I'm gonna say response. So the response, if it is equals to decline. Okay, so to decline there, then we need to do it. So here the call was declined, so we need to inform the user with a notification. Okay, so we're gonna say if the app router, so if the app router here, so if the app router here, gonna say what? So root navigator key dot what? Current context. So then we're gonna say if it's not equal to what? If it's not equal to null, we need to have the messenger. So we're gonna say snack bar. So we're gonna say scaffold messenger dot of what? So here instead of context, so you're gonna use what? The app router. So the app router, this one dot what? Root navigator key dot current context. Okay, so the current context, then we need to do what? To make sure it's not null there. Then from there we need to do what? We need to show the snack bar. Okay, gonna say show snack bar. So then we're gonna say snack bar here. So snack bar, then the content you're gonna say what? It will be a text. So the text you're gonna say what? We need to get the data. Okay, so we need to make sure that we put it there. So the data, so from the data we need to get what? We need to get the username. So username, like that. So then we're gonna say declined the call. Okay, So decline the calls. Then we need to do what? We need to have the background color. So we're gonna say colors dot what? So colors dot orange. Okay, so like that. Then we need to put semicolon there. Okay, so like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, now we need to come here for the what? So the call status. Okay, so for the call status update here, we need to do what? We need to handle it. So we're gonna say handle. So this is when the call status changed, maybe started, maybe ended, like that. Okay, so we're gonna say handle. So we're gonna say handle call what? So call status what? Update. Okay, so we're gonna pass the notification. So notification dot data, like that. Then from there we're gonna do what? We need to break. Okay, so then I'm gonna copy this one. So then I'm gonna come where? Can just come below this one. So for us to be able this one, gonna say void, then you're gonna paste that one there. So then you're gonna accept the map of what? Map of string. So map of string dynamic. So like that. Then we're gonna name it what? We're gonna name it data. So like that. Okay, so this one gonna receive the updates about the call state changes during an active call. Okay, so the common status is that, you know, we have the completed when the call ended, normally cancelled when the call was cancelled before connecting, then failed, the call failed due to technical issues. Okay, so the reason why we need this one is to inform the users about the call state even when not on call screen. Okay, so this one is also useful for logging and also for analytics, and also we can be able to trigger the cleanup actions if needed. Okay, so here you're gonna do what? So here you need to do what? We're gonna use some. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna just have one, so the one that is for completed, so where you can also handle the different statuses differently, like maybe to show the call summary, then to prompt for rating, like that. Okay, so we're gonna say here what we need to say, void, not void, we're gonna say final. So final status, we need to first of all to get the status from the data. So from the data we're gonna have what? Status. So like that. So then from there we need to do what? Also we need to have the session ID. So session ID is equals to what? Is equals to data. Then we need to get what? The session ID, like that. Okay, so but if it is not there, just pass the nil. Okay, so the NA, like that. Okay, so that is it. So now we're gonna check if the status, so if the status is equals to completed. So if it is completed, here you can just do it. So what I need to do, I just need to show a snack bar, which we can just copy this one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come here. So we need to do what? To check if the router is what? The current state is not, the current context is not equal to null. Then we're gonna show. So this one. So the what? The information that we need to pass here, we're gonna say what? We need to say consultation. So we're gonna say consultation. So consultation. Then we're gonna do what? So first of all, you're gonna say session ID. So for that session ID has what? Let's say has ended. Okay, so then the colors, you're gonna say colors dot blue. So that is for information what? Messages. Okay, so here you can also handle the can have also the handlers for the other status. So like the failed, we can show the error and suggest maybe to retry. You can show you can check also for the cancelled, so we can just inform the user. So then the missed, we're gonna notify about the missed call, like that. Then we are gonna be able to offer the call back. Okay, so but I'm not handling there, so we can do it there from your side. So now the next thing that we need to do, it is one for what? So we need to have the one that gonna do what? So we need to come here. So this one for the what? So for the WebRTC signal. Okay, so this one we don't need to do anything, so that one is handled by our WebRTC. And also even the participant when joined, that one will be joined, gonna be done by what? By our WebRTC. So we need to just break. Okay, so that one, the two there, we don't need to do anything, so because these are handled by our WebRTC service directly. so this is not at the up level. Okay, so we just list them here for completeness, so but they don't need the up level handling. Okay, so that's why we need them there. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the one that for what, so we have that one for that one. So now we need to have the one for the error. So this one for the error here, we need to handle that error. Okay, so just need to come here and we do what, so here we need to say what, handle, so handle error. Okay, so the error gonna say notification, so notification dot data, so like that. Then we need to break. Okay, so we need to handle this error. So we are gonna display the error messages to the user via the snack bar. Okay, so just need to do what, we can just come here, so we're gonna say void, so we're gonna say void handle, so handle what, handle the error. So then you're gonna say what, map of what, so map of string, so map of string, then gonna say dynamic, so like that. We're gonna name it data. So then from there gonna say what, the final message, so this one we're gonna get it from the data, so we're gonna say message. Okay, so but if it is not there, just say an error occurred. Okay, an error occurred, so like that. Okay, so then from there the next thing that we need to do, so we need to show a scaffold. So what I'm gonna do, just need to copy this one and I'm gonna paste it here like that. So then from there, so for the message here, we need to pass our what, our message. Okay, so for the text here, so we need to pass the message, and also for the colors, so this one will be red. Okay, so also we need to add the duration. So the duration here gonna say what, constant duration. Okay, so constant duration, so we're gonna have the just 3 seconds. Okay, so that is it. So now we have handled that one for the what, for the notification. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so when you come to our what, so this one, so when we set up the notification listener, where we listen to the different what, the different notifications. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what, we need to have the one after we have done that. Now we need to be able to initialize what, so after we listen up to that notifications, now we need to initialize the WebSocket connection based on the current authentication state. Okay, so this one gonna handle both the initial up launch and the reconnection scenarios. Okay, so we're gonna say initialize, so initialize WebSocket, so WebSocket when what, when authenticated. Okay, when authenticated, like that. So we need to copy this method so that we're gonna be able to use it. Okay, so now we need to do what, we just need to come below this one. So then we need to do what, we're gonna say void, so then I'm gonna paste that one there. So then, so what happens here is that we need to initialize the WebSocket connection when the user is what, authenticated. Okay, so this one is always critical. So this one is always the critical pattern for the real-time applications. Okay, we only connect the WebSocket for authenticated users, so that is for security. Then we automatically reconnect on login. Okay, then we automatically disconnect on logout for cleanup. Okay, so why we need both the listener and the current state check, we need to do what, so the listener here, we're gonna use it to handle the future all the changes, maybe for the login or the logout during app use. Then the current state, we need to handle this one, we handle it when the app launches, when the user is already logged in. Okay, so this one will ensure that the WebSocket is always in what, in sync with the authentication, preventing what, preventing the unauthorized connections or the missed call notifications. Okay, so here what we're gonna do, the first thing we need to have the other block. Okay, so we're gonna get the context, so context dot what, dot read. So what we need to read it is our other block, so other block like that. Then we need to have it there. Okay, so first of all we need to listen to for authentication state changes. So this stream will emit every time the user logs in or out. Okay, so we're gonna say auth subscription. So this one we're gonna do what, we're gonna say auth block. So we're gonna say auth block here dot what, dot stream. So dot stream here, then we need to listen. Okay, so we need to listen, then we're gonna say auth state. So auth state like that. Then we need to do it, we need to come here, then we're gonna say, first of all, we need to check if the auth state is what, so is authenticated, authenticated like that. So if they are authenticated here, we need to connect to the WebSocket. So we need to have a method that we're gonna be able to do it, to connect. So we just need to come here. So first of all, let us put semicolon there, then we need to come here below. So we're gonna say future. So this one is just a future method. So we're gonna say future, so future void, so future void, then we're gonna say connect. So connect WebSocket. Okay, connect WebSocket. So then we're gonna pass the user here. Okay, so this one should be an async method. So like that, then we need to do it. First of all, we need to try. So what we need to try, the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the auth token. So to get the JWT token from the local storage. So remember we had that one, so we need to retrieve it. So to retrieve that one, we just come here and we do it. So here gonna say future. So this one gonna retrieve the authentication token from the local storage. So we're gonna abstract this one into a separate method, because the token retrieval is the asynchronous operation, so reading from our secure storage. Okay, so this one makes the code more stable and others. Okay, so we're gonna say future. So gonna say future. So future here, this one gonna return a string nullable. So we're gonna say what, get auth. So get auth. So get auth what, so get auth token. So get auth token, then we're gonna name it, we're gonna make sure it's an async method. So we're gonna say final auth local data source. So we need to make sure that it is small. So auth local data source. So remember we have this one, so we need to get it from the what. So we're gonna say get it, so from the auth. So auth local, so we had the auth local data source, that one. So then we need to do it, we need to come here. So we need to return await. Okay, so we need to return await, then we're gonna say auth local data source dot what, get access token. Okay, so that is it. So that is what we need to use here, so that we'll be able to get the auth token. So we're gonna say final. So final auth token. Okay, so remember we need this one for even our URL. Okay, so we need to just call our get auth token. Okay, so that is it. So this one we gonna get the auth token there. So we're gonna say if auth token, so if auth token is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null here, we need to do it, we need to connect to using the singleton WebSocket service. So we're gonna have the user ID, so it's gonna identify which user's notification channel to subscribe to. Then the auth token gonna prove this user is who they claim to be. Okay, so we're gonna say await. So we're gonna say await, then we're gonna say WebSocket service. So then from there we need to do what, we need to connect. Okay, so to connect there, the user ID gonna get it from the user, so the user that is passed there. Then from there gonna convert it to string. Then for the auth token, we just provide that auth token there. So else here, if it is null, we just need to do it. So just here we're gonna say can have a debug print. So we can just say what, can say no. So no auth token. So obvious, this one shouldn't happen if the auth state is what, is correct. Okay, so but we gonna handle it here just gracefully to without crashing. Okay, so we're gonna say no auth token available. Gonna say available for what, for WebSocket connection. Okay, so WebSocket connection, so connection like that. So that is it. So then we need to do it. So but if our try fails, we need to catch it. So we're gonna say what, we need to come here. So we're gonna say catch. Okay, so we need to catch that one, then we need to do it. So here just need to debug. So the connection failed here, so we just need to log it, but we don't need to crash the app. Okay, so user can still use the app features that don't require the real-time updates. Okay, so we're gonna say debug print. So debug print here, gonna say what, we're gonna say failed. So failed to connect WebSocket. Okay, so then we need to have that error. Okay, because later we'll be handling what, we'll be handling the notifications. So we need to make sure that we do what, we have it like that. So then we need to make sure that we put semicolon also here, so that we'll be able to do what, to do it like that. Okay, so that is the one that gonna connect what, the socket, WebSocket. Okay, so now we need to come back here to our initialize WebSocket when authenticated. So here you just need to do what, if the other state is what, so we're gonna say connect WebSocket, then we pass the other state dot what, get the user from there. So that is it. So then if it's not in that state, here we need to do what, so else if, so if else if here, so else if it is what, so we need to make sure that we do it. So we're gonna say else if, so this one we need to check if the other state, is what, other authenticated, unauthenticated, not authenticated. If it is in that state, we need to do what, we need to, so maybe this is where the user just logged out, so we need to disconnect the WebSocket immediately. So this one we ensure that we don't receive notification for the logged out users. Okay, so we're gonna say WebSocket, so we're gonna say WebSocket service. So then we need to do what, we just need to disconnect. That is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, so still here, so here we were checking for that one, for that state, for the what, for the auto subscription. Okay, so now we need to check if the user is already authenticated on app startup. So this one, the stream listener above, so won't catch the initial state, so we need this one to this separate check. Okay, so we're gonna say final, so final current state, so final current state here is equals to what, is equals to auth block. Okay, so auth block dot state, so like that. Then we need to check if the current state, so if the current state, so this is for the current state here, is what, auth authenticated, that one. So we need to do what, we just need to connect. Okay, so just need to connect the WebSocket there, then we're gonna say the current what, so the current state dot what, dot user. Okay, so that is it. So after you have done that, now we can be able to do what, so to our WebSocket. So but lastly, what we need to do, we need to make sure that we dispose them once the user logs out and others. Okay, so because, so we need to clean up. Okay, so this one we're gonna clean up the resources when the widget is disposed. So this one is very critical for preventing the memory leaks. Okay, so when this widget is removed from the widget tree, we must cancel the stream subscription to prevent the memory leaks, and also we're gonna disconnect the WebSocket. So this one gonna free the what, the server resources. Okay, so what happens when we don't do this is that we're gonna have the memory leaks. We're gonna which subscription keep widget in memory, then we're gonna have the zombie listeners, so the callbacks try to update the disposed widgets, so that will lead to crashes. Then the server resource waste, so the backend keeps connection open for nothing, so and also for the battery drain, so unnecessary network activity. Okay, so what we need to do here, first thing that we need to do, we're gonna say dispose, so dispose, so this one. So here we need to make sure that we follow the order, so we because the order matters here, we need to cancel the subscription first to stop receiving the new data, then we disconnect the WebSocket where we close the connection, then finally we call the super dispose for the Flutter cleanup. Okay, so here gonna first of all you need to call the notification stream subscription, so this one gonna prevent any new notification from trying to update the disposed what widget. Okay, so gonna say notification subscription dot what, dot cancel. Okay, like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to cancel the auth state subscription if it exists. Okay, so we're gonna say auth subscription, so then we need to do what, we need to cancel like that. Then also we need to do what, we need to disconnect now from the WebSocket and clean up its resources. Okay, so this one will just close the connection and it will dispose the internal services. Okay, so the internal resources, we're gonna say WebSocket, so we're gonna say WebSocket service, this one. So then we need to do what, we need to dispose like that. So that is it. So that is the part for what, for handling our what, the WebSocket and the calls. Okay, and also because later we want to include the notifications where we need to to be able to send the real-time notifications. So make sure that you do it. We have that one in your, keep that in mind. We can also even try before we do it. So what we need to do after we have done that, now we need to come back to our we need to go back to our so in our incoming call screen. So remember, we are routing somewhere, so we need to come to our incoming call screen. So the appointment, the incoming here. Okay, so we have a place where we are doing what after we do what, we accept or decline the call. So we need to do it. So navigate to the call, audio call screen and others. Okay, so what we're gonna do for the audio call screen, we're gonna say context. So context.go named like that. So the name here, gonna say what, app route names. So app route names. So app route names dot what. So we're gonna say dot audio call. So then from there gonna have the extra. So the extra will be our what, our call session. Okay, like that. So make sure that you do like that. And also you need to copy this one. So we need to copy this one also. So for the video, so just need to come here below, then I'm gonna paste that one. So instead of the audio call, so this one will be the video call. Okay, so make sure that you do like that. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to start testing the application here. So make sure that you have two devices. So make sure that you have a physical device, both of them, so that you'll be able to do it, to test it. Okay, so what you're gonna do here, the first thing that you're gonna do, it is to run it. Okay, so we need to run it here. So make sure you run it, and also so that we're gonna be able to test the application. Okay, for us to be able to test that one, so we're gonna do something. So even though it's not the protocol that we should follow, so it's we're gonna set up in the next part. So we just need to make sure that it is working. So our video call, it's working. So what we're gonna do, we need to come to our where we had the consultants list. Okay, so in the consultant, okay, so we had the place for the consultant list. Where is it? So this one. So remember that we had what, so here we are initializing the consultant, that one. So the consultant block. So we need also to initialize what, let final. So let final, we need to initialize what, a consultation. Okay, so the consultation block. Okay, so make sure that you have it there. Then we're gonna name it what, or consultation. So consultation block, like that. Okay, so after we have done that, now we can be able to do it, to initialize it here. Okay, so just need to do it. So here we need to say, first of all, we need to say consultation block. So dot what, we need to first of all get it. Gonna say get. So get it. So the way you need to get it here, just need to say what, gonna say consultation. So consultation block. Okay, so like that. Then we need to do what, we need to pass it there. So that is the part that we need. So make sure that you have it like that. And then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need first of all to close it in our dispos if it is no longer used. So just need to say consultation. So consultation block dot what, I'm gonna say closed. Okay, so then close there. So then the next thing that we need to do, so currently you can see we have the multi-block provider, so the one that will be responsible for providing the block. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to pass the value, the new value here. So we need to put comma here. So just come here. So do what, so we need to come here and you do what, so we're gonna say block provider. So block provider dot value. So the value that we are providing here is what, our consultation block. Okay, so like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, now we need to have the here in the block listener. So we need to wrap this one, so this scaffold, so with a block what, a block listen. Okay, so that we're gonna have the side effects. So make sure that you have it. So we need to have it here. Gonna say block listener. So block listener, like that. So this one you need to use the consultation what, so consultation block, and also the consultation state. Okay, so consultation state, like that. So that is it. So then after we do that, now we need to have the listeners. Okay, so just come here and we say listener. So then we need to pass the context, so context and the state. Okay, so then we need to come here. So first of all, you need to check if the state is what, call initiated. so call initiated here. So if it is call initiated, or if it is what, we need to say state is what, the consultation error. Okay, so if it is in the consultation error or that one, we just need to navigate. So we're gonna say navigate, so navigator dot of what, context. Then from there we're gonna say what, so we need to, so we need to do what, to route. So we're gonna say route navigator, that one we're gonna set it to true. Then we need to do what, gonna say pop. Okay, we need to say like that, then we need to close there. Okay, so then the next state that we need to check, it is when the call is what, initiated. Okay, so we're gonna say if the call, if the state is what, call initiated. So if it is in the call initiated here, we need to do what, we need to say final consultation or call session. We can say call session. So call session here is equals to what, state dot what, state dot call session there. So then the next thing that we're gonna say, we need to check the call session. So the call session dot what, call type. So call type, okay, call, so call type there. So then to lowercase, so is equals to what, we need to check if it is audio. Okay, so if it is audio, or can say what, we need to check if it is voice. So call session, so call session dot call type, so call type dot to lowercase, so to lowercase. Then we need to check if it is also voice. So it can either be voice or what, or the audio, so based, but we are just sending it as a what, audio. Okay, so then we need to do what, so what we're gonna do here, we need to be able to navigate. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, so remember there's a place that, so what I'm gonna do, so instead of typing them here, so we had them in our what, in our screen here. So we were passing them, so we need to come to our incoming call screen. So where we were doing what, we were going to those pages. Okay, so just need to navigate them. So we're gonna copy this one. Okay, so then I'm gonna use it here, so that we'll be able to do what, to route them. So just need to come here. So instead I'm gonna just have else here, so like that. So make sure that you do it like that. So we go to that one, the extra, we provide the call session, and also we need to do it. So like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to, so we go to that page, we navigate there. So then the next thing that we need to do, else if it is an error, so our if this one, so that one ends there, then we do what, so we come here. So we're gonna say else if. Okay, so else if here, if the state is what, so if the state is consultation error. Okay, if it is consultation error here, we need to do what, we need to show scaffold. So we're gonna say scaffold, so scaffold messenger dot of context. Okay, so dot of context dot what, show snack bar, like that. Then from there gonna say snack bar, so just need to show the snack bar here. Then the content, so the content will be a text. Okay, so we are gonna get the message like that. Then also we need to have what, we need to have the background color. So this one will be colors dot what, colors dot red, like that. Then also we're gonna have the duration. So the duration here we're gonna pass what, a duration of what, just 4 seconds. Okay, so just 4 seconds there. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the action. So the action we're gonna say snack bar, so that one action. For the label, we're gonna name dismiss. So then for the on pressed, so on pressed, this one we won't do anything, so just like that. Then also we're gonna have what, gonna have the text color. So the text color gonna say colors dot what, colors dot white. Okay, so then from there we need to do what, we need to put semicolon. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, so after we have done that, now we can be able to do what, so the next thing that we need to do, it is to, so there's that place where you are doing what, you are having the video call like that. Okay, so we need to come here, so where we had what, so this one. So remember we had what, the on tap. So then also we need to have what, on video. So just need to come, so still in what, so this one outside this one. So we're gonna have what, on video call pressed. Okay, so this one, so this is for the direct what, So here gonna check if the consultant is available. So we're gonna say if the consultant, so if the consultant is available, so it's available. So if it is available, just need to do what we need to. If they are not available, so first of all, if they are not available, we need to have the messenger. So we're gonna say scaffold. So scaffold messenger. So scaffold messenger dot of what context. So then we need to show snack bar. Okay, so we're gonna say what? So here gonna say constant of what? Snack bar, like that. Then the content here gonna say what? To be a text. So then we're gonna say this consultant. So this consultant is currently offline. Okay, so like that. Then from there, the next thing, it is the background color. So we're gonna say colors dot what? Colors dot orange. Okay, like that. Then from there, we need to put semicolon. Then also we need to return. Okay, so if it is they are not available, so then the next thing that we need to do, we need to show the confirmation dialog. So the one that we're gonna use to make the call. Okay, so that when you press it, you'll be able to call. Okay, so we need to come here, just here on top. So just need to come here on top, so we can just have it here. So we're gonna say void. So we're gonna say show call what? Show call confirm. Okay, so confirm what? So confirmation. So we're gonna say confirmation dialog. Okay, so like that. So then we need to do what? So what we need to pass here is what? We're gonna say required. So we're gonna say required of what? Consultant ID. So consultant ID, and also required. So we're gonna say required here is what? We're gonna say the string of what? So string of the consultant. So consultant name. Okay, so name, and then also gonna say required. So required, we're gonna have what? String of what? Of the call type. Okay, so that is it. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to come here in the body. We're gonna show dialog here, this one. So the context, we're gonna pass the context. Then the builder here, we need to pass the context, and then we need to do what? We need to return the alert dialog. Okay, so the alert dialog. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the title. So the title for our alert dialog. So this one, we're gonna say text, gonna say start. So we're gonna say start this type of what? Of the call type. Okay, so call type call. Okay, so call type call. So we're gonna say call type call, that one. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the content. Okay, so the content here, we need to, so we're gonna say do you. So we're gonna say do you want to start at this type of call. So we're gonna say call type. Okay, so then from there, call with what? With the consultant. So the consultant name. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to have the new line. So new line, and also new line, like that. So then from there, we need to come here. So we need to do what? We're gonna say you will what? You will be what? You'll be charged according to what? So according to the consultation fee. Okay, so consultation fee, like that. So that is it. So what we need to do here, so we need to make sure that we do what? This is our text widget. Okay, so we're gonna say text. Okay, so that is it. So let me save this one. So we need first of all to put what? Semicolon here. So like that. So that is it. So now the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the actions. So we're gonna do what? So still in the alert dialog here. So we're gonna say actions. The first one, it is the one to cancel. So text button. So text button here, when it is pressed here, you need to do what? We just need to pop. Okay, so navigator. So navigator dot what? Dot pop. Okay, so then the context there. Then the child, it will be what? Constant of what? Text. So text here, gonna say what? Cancel, like that. Okay, so that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have what? They want to initiate the call. So we're gonna say elevated. So elevated button here. So we need to do what? So when on pressed, we need to first of all to pop that one, the dialog. So we're gonna say navigator. So navigator dot what? Navigator dot pop. So we pass the context, okay. So then the next thing that we need to do, we need to initiate the call, okay. So we need to create a method that will be responsible for initiating the call. So just need to come here. So then we're gonna say void, then we're gonna say initiate. So initiate call like that. Then we need to do what? We need to provide the string consultant. So consultant ID like that. Then we're gonna have string of what? String of the consultant. So consultant name, and also so we need to name it well. So name like that. Then we're gonna have string of what? Of the call type, okay. So then from there, what we need to do here, we need to come here and we do what? We need to show the dialog, okay. Gonna say show dialog, then the context. Then for the builder, so builder gonna have the context, okay. Gonna pass the context there, and also we need to do what? We need to, what you're gonna do, you're gonna return constant of what? Center, okay. So we're gonna say constant of center. So then what we need to do here, we need to have what? We need to return what? The child for our center is what? We're gonna use the card, okay. So the card here, we need to have the padding first, okay. So we need to return what? The child for our card will be what? We're gonna use padding. So padding here, gonna say constant of what? So we're gonna, because we don't need that constant, we just need to say edge insets. So edge insets dot what? Dot all. So dot all, then we're gonna say what? Value of 24.0, okay. So then after we have done that, now the next thing that we need to do, first of all, let us put semicolon here. So I'm gonna save it there. So then from there, first of all, before we work on the other parts of the builder, we don't want this one to be dismissible when you click outside of that dialog. So we need to do what? We're gonna set it to false, okay. So then after we do that, now we need to do what? Now we need to come here. So that is padding. Then we need to have what? We need to have the child. So the child here gonna use what? So we need to use a column. So the column here, so the column, we need to do what? We need to occupy the minimum possible size. So we're gonna say min axis size. So min axis dot minimum like that. Then the next thing that we need to do, we need to have the children. So the children here, we need to do what? We need to, first of all, need to have the circular progress indicator like that. Then from there, we need to have what? We need to have a gap. So we're gonna use the sized box, okay. So sized box, then we need to do what? We need to have a height. So height, we're gonna pass a value of 16 there, and also from there we need to have the text. So the text here, gonna say initiating what? So initiating call, okay. So then we need to put that one there. So that is it. So now we need to use it in our what? So then from there, after we do that, we just need to do it. So we need to call our consultation BLoC, so that we'll be able to start the call. So what we need to add here, the event, we're gonna say initiate, okay, initiate call, okay. So the consultant ID there, then the call type, we're gonna provide our call. So the call type there, okay. So that is it. Then we need to do what? To do it like that. So that is the part for initiating what? So for initiating the call, okay. So when you press this button here, so just need to do, gonna say initiate the call. So initiate the call. So the consultant ID, gonna provide them like that, and also for the call type, okay. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do before we work on the child, we need to style our button. So we're gonna say style. So this one gonna say elevated button. So elevated button dot what? So elevated button dot style from. So then we're gonna do what? We're gonna have the background color. So the background color here, this one will be based on the call type, okay. So if the call type here is equals to video, okay. So if it is equals to video, so this we're gonna use the colors dot what? Colors dot green. So colors dot green, and else we just introduce what? Colors dot blue, okay. So that is it. So then the next thing that we need to do here in the child, we need to have what? We need to have a text, okay. So we're gonna say start. So start, then we need to get the call type, okay. So we're gonna say call type. So we're gonna say call type here. So then to uppercase. So not to lowercase, to uppercase. To uppercase like that. Then we need to say what? Call, okay. So just say call like that. So that is the one to start what? To start the call, okay. So now we need to, so what we're gonna do, we need to use it now in our what? In our that part. So this one, So we'll just, if it is online, we just do it. We're gonna say show call confirmation dialog. So the consultant ID, so this one we're gonna pass what from the consultant. So from the consultant dot what dot id. So then the consultant name we're gonna provide there. Then also the call type here will be what, this one will be a video call. Okay, so like that. So then from there we have the part for what, for the, I'm gonna copy this one. So I'm gonna copy this one up to this point. So then we're gonna come here below, then I'm gonna paste it here. So this one, it is what we want to use on. So we're gonna say on audio call pressed. Okay, so we're gonna check if it is available, like that. Then we're gonna do what, so this one is the only thing that we need to change to audio. Okay, so to audio, like that. So what we're gonna do now, we need to do what, so currently I have two devices that are running here. So make sure that you have the two devices also yours in your side. Okay, so that we'll be able to test them. Okay, so now before you test, I have noticed something. So I don't know whether it's my internet. So the one that is sending the SDP as a what, as a null. So what I did, so make sure that you come to the handle signaling message in what, in our web service .dat. Okay, so make sure that you come there. Then we're gonna come in this part where we are checking them. So we need to make sure that we do what, so we need to have them like that. Okay, so that we'll be able to see. Okay, so because that one will cause the application to crash. And also something else I've changed, so I've changed the routing. Okay, so the routing, instead of using the go route, because that one will have to do a lot of things, so I've just did what, just used this one. Okay, so make sure that your what, your app.dat looks like this, so that you'll be able to do what, to route and also to do it. So make sure that you have provided the data like that. So make sure that all things look like this. Okay, so the way we were doing, just we have changed some few things. Okay, so that is what I have done. And also I've just come in the what, in the incoming call screen. So I don't want to use the go route, so that I'll be able to do it, so that I'll be able, gonna make my work easier for routing. Okay, so because that one is causing a lot of issues here. So I've just come here in the what, in this part where I've just replaced the part for routing. So here, okay, so make sure that you provide it like this, so that you'll be able to go to that screen. Okay, so then after that I'm gonna do it, so make sure that it looks like that. Okay, so that you won't have issues with what, with the navigation. Okay, so make sure that you do it like that, so for that part. Okay, so now after doing that, now we need to make sure that you have two devices running. So, and also I noticed something, I had the typo in what, in the backend, where so let me show you. So for the caller what, so for the caller name. Okay, so I was just passing the call name instead of the caller name. So make sure that it looks like that. Okay, so for the caller name, that is it. So now we need to test the application. So what I'm gonna do, I need to do a hot restart in both applications, so that we'll be able to do it. So let me do that, and also I'm gonna do it for the others. Okay, so that we'll be able to see what is happening. So let me go, and then after doing that, so then we're gonna be able to do it, to test the application. Okay, so let us do it. So let us test that. So we test the application, and I noticed something while I'm doing this one. My internet connection is down, so I'm gonna have some few issues. And also the phone that I'm using, one of them is, it is too old, so I'm gonna, sometimes it is hanging, so you're gonna bear with me on that. So but in your side, you should be able to run it. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, so let us open the consultant list, so that we'll be able to do it, to make that call. Okay, so we need to open here, and then we're gonna make sure that we look for the client that the doctor who is online. That is, let us pick the Dr. General who is an emergency. So we need to make a audio call. So as you can see, it is saying start audio call. So let us do it. Okay, so as you can see on the side of the doctor, you're able to see what? You're able to see that call. Okay, so let us go and pick it. So when you pick it like that, you'll be able to see that dialog there, it is connected. Okay, so when you speak, you'll be able to hear. So but because I'm testing, I cannot be able to do that. So make sure that you do what you test and you'll be able to hear that one. Okay, so that is the part that we have been working on for the audio, and let us now go and start testing or not. So first of all, let us hang that one, and then we go to test the other part of the application. So that dialog will appear there when you want to cancel. Okay, so then we need to notify the other side. Okay, so that is it. So now we need to go to there's some few issues that we're gonna need to settle so that we'll be able to avoid that one. So when you hang on there on one side, we should be able to do it. You should be able, even the other side should stop. Okay, so instead of switching it ourselves, okay, so we should be able to do that. So which we're gonna handle in the next session. Okay, so because when you click there, you can be able to see that error. Okay, so that one we need to handle, and also from there now we need to do it. We need now to test the for the video. So let us click there. So as you can see, even the icons change as we said in the while we were developing. So as you can see, so now you can see the one that has connected, but still we have some issues we're gonna need to handle later. So let us wait for it to connect. Okay, so because as I told you, my internet is somehow down, so its performance is in low, so that's why we experienced that one. So as you can see, it is saying connecting, but the other side it is saying connected. So it simply means that we have an issue. Also my phone, the other phone, it is hanging up. So as you can see, we have those buttons there, the ones that we say that they can appear when you click there. So then this one has just rotated the camera. So let us wait for the other side to see. Okay, so let us test it again so that we'll be able to do it, to see what is going on. So as you can see now, so let us receive it. So the other time my phone hung up, so we need to do it. We need to make sure that we test it again. Okay, so we need to do like that to receive it, and then from there we can be able to do it. To let us wait for it. Even though you're gonna see some parts it is trying to reconnect, which it is because of my internet. So make sure that you have that in mind. And also, so let us wait. I can see it is connected, and when it is connected, it shows what the other side camera. So then you can be able to click that one to change from the front to the rear camera, so like that. So as you can see, it is lagging, so which is caused by by internet. Okay, so make sure that you test also in your side and make sure that it is working well. Okay, so then you're gonna notice the other side. You'll be able to see the part for that one, where we are using for the back camera. So the issue is reconnecting. It's because of the internet, so keep that in mind also. So that's why we handle the reconnection. Okay, so currently now you can be able to see the other side, so like that. Okay, so that is what we have been doing. So then the next thing that we need to do, we're gonna handle those issues we have. Also we need to handle the notifications. Then from there, gonna handle the part for, we need to have the AI. So we are gonna have the assistant for both the patients and also for the consultants. Okay, so there, when you go there, so we're gonna do it. So later we need to be able to even to automate the part for sending and receiving emails, so like that. Okay, so we need to make sure that we gonna do that in the next session. Okay, so currently, and also we need to make sure that someone to make the video call, we don't want it to be direct like that. So we need to be able to make the payments from there and other things. So keep keep waiting on that part, so that we'll be able to be dropping after this one. Okay, so thank you for watching, and may you have a nice time and also a nice programming as we end also the year. Okay, so thank you, and may God be with you. Thank you.